Rasco Bustos Tavera I 1894 to His Excellency Day John P.A. Res de Guzman y Boza, Duke of Tisacles. Seville pages print run of 150 copies. Example no. 59 Manual Chave Seville pages historic events, celebrity figures, notable monuments, popular traditions, old stories, legends and curiosities, with a forward letter from Mr. Dunn, Josie Gestoso, YPA, Res Seville, illustration, colophon, printed by E. From Your Excellence, Your Honour, and my devoted friend QLL Bim, Manual Chaves. Seville, May 3, 1894, illustration, decorative bar forward, CRD. Piagina Sevillana sucesus historicos, personages y libros monumentos y populares, chuentos vijos, leyendas y curiosidades. Chevre Manual, produced by Chuck Grafe and the online distributed proofreading team at HTTP. Per GPP, the images available are transcribed as Nullica. Net this file was produced used from the noted. In this edition, the original spelling conventions have been preserved, including the varying accent marks present in the text. Your book is a precious bunch of old and modern Sevillian memories. On every page, I seem to see a snippet of our past greatness, a fragment of our artistic glories, echoes of traditions and legends preserved from oblivion across 100 generations. Manual Chaves, my very dear friend, the kind affection with you distinguish me leads me to request that my name accompany and even go before your book Sevillian pages, placed at the foot of an introduction or prologue that explains to the reader some details regarding the appearance of your work, the causes that moved it, objectives in giving it to the public, etc. I confess to you, after perusing the volume and delighting in its precious contents, I have felt not merely the natural satisfaction of self-love in inscribing mine alongside yours, but something superior to that, something more vivid and deeper, because it is founded not on personal flattery or satisfied vanity, but on the publest of all human feelings, love for one's country, which for me is so great that I would not yield it to any other. My respected sir and friend, upon completing this modest work, written amidst most difficult circumstances, to carry it out as perfectly as my desire had hoped, I permit myself to dedicate it to you, for I want in some way to correspond to the attentions and expressions of esteem that I owe you. Also, inclining me to do so are your determined affections for works of this nature, and the benevolence with which on different occasions you have judged this modest collection of notes taken from the history and traditions of Seville, with no other purpose than to contribute in some way, with most meagre forces, to generalize the memory of celebrated characters and curious events which some ignore and many have forgotten. Accept my regard forwards, therefore, the dedication of my modest book, and although I realize that what I offer is a trifle, the intention is good, and it in no way yields to that of many more fortunate minds than mine who have honored their productions with your illustrious name at the forefront. Therefore, since your book is a testament to glories, a historical compendium, and a register of Seville's greatness, and requesting that my obscure name be joined with such memorable memories of past days, must I not first show you my gratitude? If I were to cease doing so, it would argue ingratitude on my part, which I am far from, or extreme immodesty, for which there is no basis. The simple accounts you give of historical events, the descriptions of monumental buildings, the curious legends that have emerged in the heat of popular imagination. The thousand memories all those memories are imperishable, and neither the destructive force of time nor the wild profanations of men can destroy them. They endure and will continue as long as there is a soul in this blessed corner of Andalusia of capable feeling God's power revealed in nature's charms, and the creative breath of ingenuity translated into its immortal concepts. Tan Habelment evoca that it will always awaken very diverse and profound impressions in every Sevillano, because with those ones you know how to wound the most delicate fibre of sentiment. Sweet recreation for the weary spirit from the struggles of life, an ineffable rest for the soul amidst the continuous turmoil surrounding us. One experiences the reading of your work, although later, when reason leads us to establish the contrast between the past and the present, the disappointment before the overwhelming reality may be greater. How many times have I sought rest for my spirit in many of the places you describe, and how many times I found solace in others that always bring to my mind youthful memories, imperishable recollections of impressions that will never repeat, while those silent witnesses, so eloquent for us, remained, we deluded ourselves into thinking nothing had changed. But when we remove them from our sight, erase every trace of what once brought us inexplicable joy, we feel such an immense void that nothing is enough to fill it. There are some, however, that I tremble at the thought of seeing them crumble. If such a thing happens, I hope I have embarked on the grand journey first. In recent times we have already seen many buildings disappear, often justified by reasons of common utility, and at the current pace more will fall, either due to their age not being addressed in time or by the demands of public improvements. As we move away from those days, it seems we take greater pleasure in visiting beloved places, and if by chance the tree that once provided us with shade, the old arcade where we sought refuge in its dim light, or the house that harboured our loves, falls to the axe or pickaxe, we feel a great sorrow, as if an integral part of our hearts disappears along with them. You who know our city intimately, who, as you wandered its streets, stopped countless times to admire an ancient doorway with its weathered stones still bearing the marks of skilled masons in their protrusions. Push open the postigo that facilitates entry in step with its church. Is it not true that when fixing your eyes on the scene there presented, one experiences an impression so profound that it takes a long time to fade? In effect, what artist could have imagined a more beautiful, more poetic picture of profound melancholy, nor what palette possesses colours to interpret it with all the brilliancy of reality? Nature and art seem to have vied in it, bestowing their charms without that it is possible to decide which surpasses or which prevails. To the left, a little garden covered with poppies and wild thistles, and in the flower beds clove and sunflower bushes, which will have enjoyed discovering through the layers of plaster the contour of a noble shield, or the mutilated medallions that adorned its injutus, that on venturing into the narrow alleys of secluded neighbourhoods, he will have been surprised to see now an elegant agimes, now a delicate and flowery grill, sometimes a piece of plateresque masonry, sometimes a roof of alfarge, and you finally, who know the secrets that each one of those guards have for uninitiated. I am certain that as you walk through the streets of the parish of San Marcos, as the ancient said, you will more than once have had to change your course, and remembering the limping, healthy one, the joy of the muses by which they lead to the monastery of Santa Paula. At the foot of the monument, in the back of the compass, hiding the white little house of the chaplain, grow roses and ivy, bellflowers of colors, and the royal snail. After climbing up palm trunks and intertwining with their branches in 1,000 turns, it hangs from their tops, forming light frills, which are shaken by the evening breezes. The snow-white almond trees stand out against the dark background of the orange trees, and the adelphas, with their pink flowers, appear among the tiny leaves of an old olive tree. On one side, the white walls of the temple, over whose red tiles rises an elegant and correct spires. Further on, the singular and famous portal with its gleaming tiles, which, when struck by the rays of the setting sun, resemble fine enameled plates reflecting nacre and gold, and standing out against the transparent blue of the sky. The dark stones of the apse, with their fantastical gargoyles, their carved balconies, their stained glass windows decorated with leaves, their fiery tracery and its octagonal tower, a memory of Moody Jar artistic traditions. Lastly, 100 towers and domes trace their elegant profiles far away among the dark roofs and rooftops crowned with pots brimming with thousands of beautiful and fragrant flowers. Behind the walls, the cane fields and tall cypresses of the convent garden of Santa Isabel stand out, behind whose correct spire rises majestically the elegant tower of San Marcos, which seems to still cry for the fate of its builders, relegated to the sands of Africa. In the shadow of these trees, among the rosa bushes and laburnums, in the penumbras of the sacred temple, amidst the harsh solitude, soothed by the trilling of birds or the majestic harmonies of the organ and religious chants, how many times have I desired to sleep the eternal sleep? And this is not the only corner of our beloved city where we will always find ample reasons to give free rein to the most intimate feelings. Let's follow the riverbank from Porta di San Juan to Macarena, and at every step we will have to stop. But what's the point? You know as well as I do where these places are. On one side, the convent of Santiago de la Espada with its Romanesque Mudiger apse, whose stones still preserve the mysterious signs of their masons. On another, the magnificent watchtower built by the ill-fated Don Frederick, further along the heterogeneous constructions of the monastery of San Clemente. Then the Roman walls, orchards, and venturillos, the immense mass testifying to the charity of the illustrious Dukes of Alcail, and in the distance the ruins of the monastery of San Geronimo. At sunset, when the last rays of the sun illuminate the apse, the entrance, and the little garden, when countless swallows come to build their nests under the great eaves of the church, and birds with their trills bid farewell to the day that is dying, when nature itself seems to pause, and the august silence is interrupted by the deep and harmonious notes of the organ accompanying the chants of the nuns, it is impossible to remain indifferent. We feel something great, that stirs within us, that freezes our blood, that paralyzes our movements, a profound, indefinable, mysterious emotion that awakes in the soul nameless desires, infinite aspirations, happy echoes of the past and sadness of the present, harbingers of the old age that is approaching. He traveled 1,000 times. Curiosity has led him to know the history of each one, and as a result of his observations and his patriotic love, he has composed the interesting book I have before me. What a pity, my friend, with your good talent, your investigative character, your cheerful genius, and your youth, it must be said, you ruin those qualities and embark on a misguided path. Your sacrifices, your enthusiasms, and your love for Seville will count for less, much less, than if you were a candidate in an election. What more can you expect from letters? What protection for our great men, our distinguished politicians? Very few, but these good friends indeed will applaud and do justice, whereas if you straighten your steps into the wide field of haughty ambition or low, servile flattery, you will achieve great prominence, and then many will flatter and exalt you. Still rest in Madrid, in a Porto, the ashes of our unforgettable Vieque, and it will not be long before we see rise up in San Fernando Cemetery a magnificent sarcophagus financed through popular subscription, which will house the remains of El Espatero. From your most affectionate friend, Cule Bill M. Josie Gestoso y Pae Res, June 15th, 94. If such have been your efforts, how can we deny you? My poor but sincere applause, when there are so few good readings today, when venom is profusely served in golden cups, and when intelligences are atrophied by the most monstrous stories. Yet, despite being convinced of these sad truths, you stand firm in your noble purposes and carry your self-denial and enthusiasm to the point of writing the new book that accompanies these lines, without any other incentive than to popularize our glories and enlighten the people, because you did not write for scholars, but to contribute to education of those people, showing them healthy and lofty examples that incite them to imitate the good and stay away from evil. You will therefore receive the greatest and noblest of all rewards, the intimate satisfaction that arises from fulfilling a duty. And if, after this sad era of disregard and indifference, future generations propose to honor the memory of those who gave proof of love for their country and honored it with their works, be assured that you will occupy a very prominent place among them. Illustration decorative bar, the Archbishop's font. There are moments of recreation when the troubled spirit finds, for this purpose, poplars are planted, springs sought out, slopes levelled, and gardens cultivated with care. Cervantes, Raimondo, his confessor and second Archbishop of Seville, after its liberation from the Saracens, near the convent of La Trinidad, whose foundation dates back 1249, there is a path formerly known as Camino Viejo de Radoba, surrounded by fertile orchards and some recreational estates. It is not without its characteristic Ventorillos, where delightful gatherings take place on beautiful, serene days. Following this path at a fairly regular distance, one finds a fountain known as the Archbishop's Fountain to have been built during the reign of D. Fernando. The site was once the orchard and palace that the conqueror king granted to D. The magnificent orchard we are referring to after D Raimondo, who, among other many buildings, owned a beautiful house on the street now named after him, near the cathedral, used to spend some seasons in that delightful orchard, which, due to its topographic location, the vast areas it covered, and the variety of abundant fruits grown there, was undoubtedly the best of all existing, from Buena Vista's house to the field where, according to tradition, martyrs of early Christianity were sacrificed. The Archbishop's fountain cannot be simpler, consisting only of some black, worn-down stones affected by the destructive passage of time, and several pipes through which crystal clear and abundant water flows, forming a very white foam. Raimondo's death in 1286 underwent numerous changes in ownership. The palace was almost completely destroyed in the mid-15th century, and with the land divided, everything vanished, except for the fountain, which still survives nearly identical to how it was during the reign of Seville's conqueror, according to some authors whose claims we question. The spring is presumed to be not too far away, although several ancient Seville writers leave it to be at a great distance, without providing strong reasons for their claim. Water from this fountain was carried to the Alameda, leading to the construction of an aqueduct, of which only a few remnants remain today. This temple must have been a magnificent work, as well as a fortress that the Romans also had nearby. Near the fountain are some walls and foundations believed to be Roman in origin. As Gonzia Lesdi Loon writes, that there was once a temple dedicated to the god Pantheon, built by Lucius Licinius Adamus. The water from the Archbishop's fountain was the best that was drunk in Seville, and even doctors recommended it to certain patients. Therefore, daily, despite the distance from the city, people of all social classes went there to drink the salutary liquid and stroll around the fountain area, which is very hygienic and offers a beautiful view of the population. In the Royal Gate, it is a beautiful gate of colossal height, presiding over one of the most dignified of the city and of solid architecture. F. Gonzi Lesdi Leon. 15 doors had the ancient capital of Andalusia, and one of the most notable was the real, so-called since mid-16th century. The neglectful abandonment of many and the lack of care for the ancient fountain have resulted in the water, once so pleasant, now being barely drinkable due to its unpleasant taste. And if the neighbors of Seville no longer go to try it, on Sunday and holidays, many people still come there to enjoy a meal in the sun and pass a pleasant time. According to the most meticulous chronists, the primitive name of this gate was Goals, and in it stood over a stone archer a statue of Hercules, which was preserved until some years before the Reconquest. On November 22, 1248, the Christian armies entered through this gate, led by King D. Fernando Aya, who laid siege to Seville on August 22, 1247, and ultimately defeated the power of the Muslims with powerful assistance from his son D. Alfonso, who came from Murcia to take part in the venture, the famous Admiral Boniface, and other knights before the royal door. The keys of Seville were presented to the conquering monarch, and Christian troops passed beneath its arch, filled with great joy and happiness. Many years later, in the time of the Assistant D, Francisco Chacon, important improvements were made to this door, which was almost complete completely rebuilt, marking the end of the works in 1565. Thus, it lost the character it had during Reconquista, with the disappearance of its bridges, with its gratings and all its defensive works. When King Philip celebrated his marriage with Anna d'Austria and came to Andalusia, he entered the capital through the door we are referring to on the evening of May 10th, 1570, receiving an accolade befitting that powerful monarch. Philip, I received there the most spontaneous expressions of love and respect from the people of Seville, as Malara writes. The royal gate was then adorned with unprecedented luxury, covered in a multitude of flowers and flags. The local houses were decorated with rich tapestries and hangings. The floor was carpeted with fragrant gentian, and two triumphal arches were built nearby, which the council spent enormous sums on. In front of the royal gate, during the terrible epidemic known as the Levant pest in 1649, a cemetery was established where the neighbors who died in the San Vicente neighborhood were buried. In the 18th century, attempts were made to carry out significant reforms to the gate. However, we do not know the reason why they remained completed, and only minor modifications were implemented. The Brazilian princesses who visited Seville in 1816 entered through the royal gate, and as their carriage approached Calama's, a large group of commoners detached the horses and prepared to pull the coach as if it were an animal, which the princesses firmly objected to alighting with haste and thwarting the enthusiasm of these foolish people. The royal gate was sealed in 1836 as Cretenskalis Seville, and in 1862 its demolition began, soon disappearing along with the section of wall and the wretched-looking shacks that were attached to it. On the sad day of St. Anthony in 1823, when absolutists in their disarray committed many atrocities, there was some damage to the royal gate, and in front of it formed a huge pile of various objects stolen from liberal homes, which they set on fire with savage fury. The royal door, writes a historian, was of regular architecture, majestic and elegant, and in terms of its solidity nothing could be desired. It consisted of two bodies. The first had a large Roman arch adorned with thick pillars, and the second ended in a frontispiece over which several graceful pyramids rose. We refer to Carl Messen del Moro, which, as everyone knows, is located between Borsegonia and Zimai, Nez Inciso streets, and belongs to the parish of Sagrario. Even though our city streets have undergone many changes and alterations over the years, there is one that still retains the name given to it by the people centuries ago, and it has been passed down from generation to generation without being lost. Above the arch was an inscription in Latin, which translated into Spanish read as follows: Fernando broke the iron doors of Seville, and the name of Fernando shines like the stars in the sky. The Moor's Inn with this Jewish man was full of resentment and revenge, like all of his race, but more than any other. He was a deceiver and hypocrite. Bartriqua, for a long time we have been curious about the origin of this street's name, and although we knew it was named after an inn that once stood there, with its original owner being a follower of the Prophet, we didn't know who he was or what prominence he had achieved to become so well known. Today, while sifting through old papers, we stumbled upon a tradition that partly satisfies our curiosity and also informs us of an event that some of our readers may not be aware of. According to our information, after Seville was reconquered by King D, Ferdinand I in 1248, after the distribution of the city and the expulsion of its former inhabitants, there were still not a few Moors and Jews tolerated by the Christians who lived trusting in their fate, which was not very prosperous. In that network of crossroads and narrow alleys surrounding the great mosque, Djamma Mukyarim, lived a Muslim who had once possessed great riches, and when he lost them, he did not want to lose the city where he was born, so he descended to a modest position and opened an inn to provide accommodation, especially to those of his own religion. He was known as Hatch el-Abi, and his hatred for Christians was so deep he spent entire days contemplating foolish plans, hoping to find someone who would bring about the cruel outcome he desired. One night, a man who seemed like a stranger, dressed in poor clothing and with a strange appearance, arrived at the inn during winter. The Moor was too wise not to be very cautious, for the victors did not play around, and so he kept quiet and showed humility when people saw him, and was affable with everyone, to plant no suspicions. He reached a low square where an ancient bell fireplace with dry logs burning stood, and around it 2 or 3 of the Moor's servants rested from their daily tasks. The stranger sat by the fire and soon after introduced himself as Hatch el-Abi. Upon learning of his purpose, Hatch el-Abi offered him shelter and gave him some black bread and roasted meat to restore his strength, which was greatly depleted from his lengthy journey. While the guest was having dinner, the Moor asked him any questions, showing himself to be a curious man, and so when it was time to retire, he accompanied him to a room where there was a very modest bed prepared and a small lamp set up to illuminate it. After some hours had passed, Hatch el-Abi, who was accustomed to rising at midnight, pray certain prayers, went out into the corridor where the traveller's room was, surprised to see through the cracks in the door reflections of the light that was still on, looked through the rotten boards, and his eyes were astounded. The stranger was stripped of the coarse tunic that covered him, sitting on the bed with a bench before him where he had placed a portion of gold and silver coins in a quantity sufficient to make the fortune of some people. At the sight of those riches, the Moor's greed was excited, and he joined her with singular courage when he realized that the guest was a Christian by a long rosary and some medals hanging around his neck. Meanwhile, the unknown one counted his shiny coins, and he was as more deeply engrossed. Suddenly the door of the room opened, and through it came the fierce Moor, who threw down the candle and, launching himself upon the Christian, seized him by the neck and gave him death in a few minutes. Afterwards, Hatch el-Abi hid the body in a cave, gathered the money, and stored the treasure in the most secluded corner of the house. This crime remained hidden for a long time, being discovered years later through a strange coincidence that tradition does not tell us about. If the tower of Don Frederick, the famous Tower of D, Frederick still stands a remnant of the palace he built for himself. P. Madrazo. You know that the inn where the incident took place remained closed for several years, and that in February of the year 1250, Hatch Alabi suffered the ultimate penalty, with her bloodied head placed on one of the exterior walls of the building. In the spacious and pleasant garden of the Santa Clara convent, there is a tall tower with elegant proportions that, fortunately, is still in the best state of preservation. In the second body, narrow aspillaries pierce the walls. In the third, each front features elegant windows of the same Romanesque character, and in the last, crowned by a balustrade with almenas, are as many of those in Gothic style with lobe decorations. Height's plan, writes a contemporary author, is rectangular and consists of 3 bodies, with stone used in some parts and the rest in brick. The lower body retains a curious Romanesque archway at the entrance door, featuring semicircular arches and columnettes, above which there is an inscription. There should have been gargoyles for drainage in each corner, of which only one remains. This tower, according to the most authentic data, was ordered to be built in 1253 by Infant Don Frederick, who had his palace there, constructed on lands granted to him by his father, King D. Fernando Aye, when the city's distribution took place after the conquest, it was initially called the Enchanted Tower. We do not know why, although we are aware of some traditions that may have given rise to the name. None contains genuine details for this case. Beatrice's praise should be given to the master who built it. This delightful tower was filled with riches in the year 1290, which is the year 1532. On the door of the tower, which is wide and has iron leaves, there is a black inscription with various decorations. The following inscription, translated from Latin, says, this tower is the work or building of the magnificent infant Federico, who was a beloved son of his mother, Queen D. Regarding the interior of the tower, the first historian of the capital of Andalusia, Luis de Peraza, who flourished at the beginning of the 16th century, wrote the following in his work, still unpublished, titled Antiquissimus Originum Urbis Sevilli, etc. Being a canvas of that compass from Santa Clara fallen, I entered and climbed the tower, where I saw 3 rooms stacked one above the other, all octagon shaped. After walking and carefully observing them, I turned to leave. However, contrary to what Peraza says, the mentioned rooms are not octagons, but only have robust ribs in the upper parts of the angles. D. Frederick died in Burgos in 1276 and was one of the most powerful enemies his brother D. Alonso the Wise had who ordered him killed, confiscating estates for taking a prominent part in the rebellion promoted by the dissatisfied and ambitious leaders headed by Gonzalez de Lara de Haro and Fernandez de Castro. The Infanta D. Frederick was also the brother of the first Archbishop Seville had after the conquest, son of D. Fernando Aye, who despite his status married the daughter of the King of Daria, moving to live in foreign countries. D. Frederick's houses and palace. When Frederick passed away, Sancho the Brave donated his possessions to the Clarist nuns, who built a convent there. This large building features a Gothic church that houses many artistic treasures, including excellent sculptures by Martinez Montes and Alonso Cano. D. Frederick's tower has such a distinct character from ancient times that when one contemplates it closely, it appears majestic against the transparent sky, evoking memories of those times of faith, enthusiasm, and sublime and heroic deeds embellished by poetry and art. This tower is one of Seville's oldest monuments and can give us an idea of what that magnificent palace was like, where the turbulent D. Frederick resided and where such lavish parties were held, as described by meticulous chroniclers. Some people believe that the tower we've discussed takes its name from D., Frederick's brother. Pedro the Justice, and though this error has been clarified by many writers, there are still those who uphold it, demonstrating their limited knowledge of our country's history. The Church of St. Anna, this is one of the best temples in Seville, contains within its walls several works of merit. J. Amador de los Rios. If this temple is notable for the artistic treasures it holds, its history is no less curious, and we will relate it to those who are ignorant of it, mentioning also the main images and paintings that are preserved there. The foundation of the Church of St. Anna dates back to the time of King D. Alfonso the Wise, who was in our town in 1280, preparing his troops for the campaign against the Moors of Granada. As he was about to set off on his march, the king felt a sharp pain in his right eye, which, far from subsiding with the medicines applied by the physicians, grew worse each day, causing great distress to the patient. Then Don Alfonso, realizing that there was no cure for his illness, entrusted himself to all the saints, and in particular to Saint Anne, by whom he had always had a great devotion, promising her that if he recovered, he would build a temple in her honor, one of beautiful architecture and constant and fervent worship. The Holy One heard the king's plea as his pains increased, and tradition says that soon the eye began to show signs of improvement, becoming as good as the other, without needing the potions and poultices of the physicians. The miracle was clear and evident, and not being Alfonso the Wise a man who failed to keep promises, especially those made to saints, soon after his recovery, he expressed his desire to build the church as he had planned. At that time, the people of Triana, who had only a chapel dedicated to Saint George, asked the king to construct a church, something they greatly needed, and the king, unsure where to build the promised structure, granted the request of the Trianos and fulfilled his promise by ordering the works for the temple dedicated to Saint Anne to be begin at the end of 1280. The wise monarch, along with Archbishops D. Raimondo and D. Sancho Gonzalez and Fr. Alonso de Toledo, invested substantial sums in the construction of the Church of Santa Anna. And during the reign of D. Pedro I of Castile, he funded several altars and ensured the complete completion, expansion, and beautification of the works. In the early 15th century, the building was renovated after suffering significant damage from the Guadalquivir floods, and beautiful glazed tiles were installed at that time, which are still preserved. Among other reforms carried out in 1548, the main altar was built, whose paintings are attributed to Pedro de Campana, who also executed works in several chapels, where there are very notable paintings by renowned masters such as Alijo Fernandez Varela, Frutet Goltzes, Thomas Martinez Royles, and Sánchez de Castro. Around 1755, the temple of Santa Anna was almost completely renovated, with many altars modified, new images added, and some niches and decorative elements removed that were considered to impair the interior walls. Among the notable sculptures that have existed in Santa Anna, the following deserve mention: a Christ known as the Good Journey, a Saint Cecilia, a Saint Michael, and a conception that belonged to the ancient fraternity of this name. To conclude, we will say a few words about the church founded by Don Alonso X the Wise. In the sacristy there are preserved some valuable religious objects with intricate designs and artistic merit worth seeing. The church of Santa Anna suffered damage during the French invasion in 1811, leading to the loss of several very valuable items destroyed by the invaders. The numerous tombstones still found on the walls and floor of the temple indicate that notable individuals were buried there, including Gonzalez del Real and his relatives, the family of Don Lope S. Hernandez, and the wife of the Captain General of the Galleons, who founded the Conception Fraternity, already mentioned. The facade is of great extent. The walls are high and end in roof terraces with balustraded railings adorned with jars. There are 3 doors, one of them very curious, and the tower, which has 2 bodies, is simple and elegant, offering a beautiful panorama that we refrain from describing. Via the Girolda, excellent tower, magnificent Girolda, raising your proud face to the sky, you boast a shimmering diadem of aerial clouds, a magical garland. Less Hurubra. This superb monument enjoys universal fame, admired by all who visit Seville, and although its history is not truly unknown, nor can we add any new data or news about it, we believe that these notes would be incomplete without dedicating some lines to such magnificent and celebrated tower. La Girolda is an object of just pride for the people of Seville. Hardly any Spanish poet has not dedicated a phrase or a praise to it. Hardly any artist has not sketched its slender lines on canvas or paper. And it can be said that none of those who visit our city fail to climb it to admire the magnificent panorama before their eyes. Seville has in La Girolda its most characteristic noti, paintings, watercolors, engravings, and photographs representing this tower circulate throughout Europe. And whoever far from the homeland contemplates them feels joy in his soul and an impossible to contain satisfaction. How magnificent and slender is our La Girolda. According to some, La Girolda was ordered to be built as an astronomical observatory, while others say it only served as a minaret for the mosque. The brick mole rises majestically over all the city's buildings at clear and serene nights. Its silhouette stands out, presenting a fantastic appearance. On beautiful days, when the sun illuminates it, its view cannot be more pleasant and grand, and during solemn festivities, when its 24 bells ring their peals into the air, the city rejoices, and the sound of those metals also delights the spirit of the Sevillans. Its construction was decreed during the time of the Moroccan Emperor Joseph, who visited our city around Heaven 71. It was continued under Jacob's leadership and completed in 1196 under the direction of the Moorish architect Heber. According to tradition, La Girolda was at risk of being torn down when the conditions for Sevilla's surrender were being negotiated. However, thanks to Infante D, according to ancient authors, Alfonso, this did not come to pass. Then the tower only had 250 feet of height. A dented battlement, says Gestoso, crowned the part where, at present, the bells are located on which a second rectangular body rose, whose top was composed of 4 enormous globes or apples of metal or bronze, as described in the Chronicle of King Wiser. At the top there are 4 round apples, one above another, of such great work and so large that others like them could not be made. Crist el Bol Valdez was in office. The second tower body was built by architect Fernando Ruiz, and the Statue of Faith, known as the Geraldillo, was placed there, which was created by sculptor and founder Bartolome Morel, who began his work in 1566. It is proven that the first clock ever known in Spain was located in this tower during the time of King Don Enrique Aye, and we cannot recall where we read that. After the mechanism broke down, it remained still for nearly 2 years, as a skilled mechanic from Geneva had to be brought in to fix it. The first is the smallest of all, and then the second, which is larger than the first. The third is larger than the second, but we cannot refrain from speaking of the fourth apple, because it is of such great labor and of such a great and strange work that it is hard to believe, all worked with channels, and they are 12, and the width of each channel is 5 common palms. In 1396, these balls fell due to a strong storm or an earthquake, as we have read, and many years later, in 1568, when Archbishop D. The clock that exists today is a magnificent work, completed at the beginning of the 18th century by Friar Jose Cordero of the St. Francis Order, and the bell is the same one that was installed in 1400 in the presence of King Don Enrique el Doliente. We do not consider it necessary to provide a description here of the interior and exterior of the Giralda. Why? So many have been done by so many authors that we would almost have to follow them in their own words. Canawai Cuida, we will only say, to conclude, that with the works carried out on the famous tower in 1888, it remained in the best state of conservation, to the benefit of Seville and the pride of its people, as well as the admiration of both locals and visitors. By reminiscences of King Don Pedro, if they give it different names, those who analyze its events, forming a most fierce critique tournament, it is because his personality was so great that heaven willed that he, who always lived in war, would stir up discord even after death. The memory of the just monarch is so intertwined with the stories and traditions of our city that it would be unjust not just to dedicate a remembrance in these notes to the most popular king of Spain, who has been most falsely depicted by chroniclers and historians as a monster thirsty for victims and capable of committing all sorts of excesses and disastrous errors. Don Pedro left in Seville indelible marks of his personality, which will always exist to keep the memory alive in all generations. Passion has led the pens of writers to the most lamentable strains when dealing with the reign of Don Pedro, to whom fewer have treated impartially than those who have attributed absurd lies and ridiculous tales, echoing those circulating among the ignorant masses. But true criticism, investigating with unceasing activity, has thrown light upon so many darknesses, dispelling errors, and demonstrating that the monarch cruel deserved the appellation of justiciero, as Philip I understood it. How many buildings, how many streets, how many places bring us here to the memory of that severe and arrogant figure of the young, enterprising and brave monarch, who his enemies could only defeat through the most treacherous betrayal. The Alcazar, that jewel of Moody Al-Jar architecture, was rebuilt by him in 1364, investing large sums in the works, bringing objects of value from various points in Spain to enrich it, and employing the most renowned artisans in the tasks. In the royal building still exists the private chamber that Pedro occupied. There one can see the patio where Master D. Frederick was wounded by the blow of the maces. There are the pleasant gardens through which D. Mary of Padilla. There is the magnificent portal whose drawings and inscriptions were directed by the king himself. And there, finally, nearby are the dark and winding alleyways through which he would leave at night to monitor the population and surprise the clandestine meetings of his enemies. Another building that evokes his memory is the Tower of Gold, where the king's treasures were stored under the watchful eye of the Jew levy, and in which Don Aldonza Coronel, while maintaining her loving relations with Don Pedro, he rebuilt at his own expense 4 temples, which were those of Saint Michael, Saint Francis, La Merced, and Saint Paul, ensuring that solemn rituals and festivities were continually held in them, which he would often attend along with his courtiers. In the convent of Santa Ines lies buried Dona Maria Coronel, the wife of Don Juan de la Cerda, to whom Don Pedro had pressed his affections with such persistence that the lady, who was honest by nature and not easily impressed by the young monarch's flattery, retreated to the ermita of San Blas and later to the said convent, which she founded. On Candelajo Street was the home of that old woman who shone her light from the window one night when the monarch, a dispute had with a stranger, recognizing him by the sound of the claps, an event that, being common knowledge, we will not relate, limiting ourselves to saying that the bust of Don Pedro that now exists on the nearby facade was placed in the year 1600, replacing the roughly carved head in clay that the monarch had installed at the site of the altercation. Here, still pursued by her suitor, finding no other means to deter him, she applied boiling oil to her face to diminish her beauty, leaving her with extraordinary ugliness. When the war with Aragon, during the siege of the Atrozanas, Don Pedro led the fleet that would secure such a notable victory, and it is said that the king himself attended these sites daily, giving numerous verbal orders to the sailors and other workers on the projects. Not far from this place, tradition tells us that Don Pedro entered the river on horseback, chasing angrily the Pope's nuncio, who had anathematized the union with Dona Maria Padilla. Seeing his escape in a boat, the cleric was severely hurried. On the street of San Luis, it is claimed that this beautiful lady lived when she was known by the king. At the door of the temple of San Gil, the famous archdeacon, who has been advised to us by popular tradition, was buried. And what more shall we enumerate? We have already said that Seville is full of reminders of that king, and those we have mentioned are enough to prove our statements. If we had more space, we would dedicate it to the memory of the just monarch, but as the dimensions of these notes do not allow for it, we bring our modest work to a close. Vai, the sepulchre of Gustave, the good God, has given me a son for my country. His support should be not his enemy. And so that you may understand how far I am from failing in my duty, if you have no arms to kill him, take this executioner, my knife, gildi ziarate. Just over half a league from Seville lies a small village called Santa Pons, adjacent to which the ruins of the ancient and magnificent monastery of San Isidro del Campo can still be seen. Founded in 1301 by Don Alonso P.A. Reyes de Gazeman and his wife Dona Amara Alonso Coronel. It is not our purpose here to narrate the history of this building, which today finds itself in such a pitiful state, nor to describe all the details of the premises and the paintings, sculptures, and tombs that are relegated to the most unforgivable oblivion within it. In keeping with our purpose, in this note we will only address the tombs of the founder of the house, which is still preserved, and we had the opportunity to see recently. It is located in the oldest part of the church, built in 1609 to replace the original, for which we have very few and incomplete records. The mausoleum that holds the remains of the brave defender of Tarifa, is worthy of such an enlightened man, whose heroism is admired by all generations that have followed. It is adorned with coats of arms, delicate work, highly regarded by intellectuals, and engraved on the broad slab is the epitaph, "Here lies D." Whoever has any affection for the glories of the homeland or appreciates the memories of those past generations who gave life to the present cannot help but experience a certain sadness as they wander through that ruined cloister, those solitary courtyards, and those galleries that threaten to collapse, regretting that the indifference of some and the destructive instincts of others, coupled with the passage of time, have brought the monastery to such a deplorable state, where the remains of Saint Isidore were once preserved until 1053, when, with permission from the King of Seville, Al-Motadid, they were transferred to the city of Lean by Bishop Avito, H.S.E., September 19, 1609, 300 years after his death. Over the tomb stands the statue of Guzman, dressed in armor, and kneeling before a reclining chair, as if deeply engrossed in prayer. Alonso Peye Rez de Guzman el Bueno, may God forgive him. He was blessed and always foresaw serving God and the kings. He served alongside the very noble King D. Fernando at the siege of Algeciras. While the king was in this siege, he went to conquer Gibraltar. After having conquered it, he rode into the land of Gorson and had dealings with the Moors there. Friday, September 19, 1347, which was the year of the Lord 1309. The sculptor Martinet Nesmontais created the statue, which, like all the works carved by his prodigious chisel, is of excellent merit, although some scholars have noted that the arms Don Alonso carries present certain anachronisms. Uraco Osorio and his faithful maid Liana de Villevelas. The contemplation of the mausoleum, so forgotten today, inclines the spirit to melancholic reflections, and little by little memories of that heroic figure, whose image has been lauded countless times by art and poetry, and whose immortal feat is etched in indelible characters on the pages of history, come to mind. The body of the defender of Tarifa was preserved for many years in perfect condition, as several authors who saw it write. However, currently only some rotten and earthy bones remain in that solitary vault, half ruined. Near the mausoleum of Guzman is also that of his wife, the Mada Alonso Coronel, the very chaste lady with cruel hands, as Juan de Mena said, who died in 1332, buried with great solemnity and pomp near her heroic husband. among other individuals whose memorable deeds history records lie buried in separate tombs at that place. D. X, the Gate of Forgiveness, on the ancient wall that formed part of the Great Old Jama, and in its centre is the gate known as the Gate of Forgiveness, which serves as entrance to the Orange Court. J. Gestoso, one of the gates of the beautiful Seville Basilica, through which one enters the Orange Court, where there are still remnants of the great mosque of the Muslims. The Gate of Forgiveness also has its history, and we will make a brief extract from it. The short dimensions of these notes do not allow us to elaborate further, and we conclude these lines by recommending to the reader what has been written about the monastery of San Isidro and its necropolis by Father Torres Maldonado, Saavedra, Zaballas, Matute, Gestoso, Galli, and other intelligent and erudite authors. Before the Reconquista, this door was the main entrance to the mosque, and as the Arabs left, it remained preserved for many years until in 1340, King Alfonso Xi, after the famous Battle of Salado, ordered its reconstruction at a considerable expense. The architect Bartolomeu Lopez was commissioned to repair the ancient door, with famous masters also participating in the work, according to various precise chroniclers. Shortly after, a marble altar rose behind the door, surrounded by a high fence, on which there has been for a very long time a bust of Jesus crowned with thorns and holding the mocking reed, known as the Altar of Forgiveness. From then on, this altar gave its name to the gate we are discussing. During the reign of Emperor Charles V, around 1519, some repairs were made to the door, adding intricate work surrounding its Arab arch, placing a wide dust guard with elaborate carvings, and installing 2 statues of Saint Peter and Saint Paul on either side, which still exist and are attributed to the renowned sculptor Miguel Florentin. When convicts who were sentenced to hang or burn passed in front of this altar, they would stop for a moment to pray to Christ's image, repeating the Lord's Prayer aloud. Those accompanying the unhappy ones who were about to die doing so. At the beginning of the last century, a poorly built and unattractive belfry with 3 arches and 2 bells belonging to the parish of the sanctuary was constructed on the lintel of the Forgiveness Gate. By the year 1818, work was done on the door, leading to the disappearance of the dust cover, the intricate carvings, and many of the delicate decorations it previously boasted. At that time, the door leaves were covered with a thick layer of green paint. These leaves are lined with copper. They feature meticulous and highly esteemed decorations, and according to ancient historians, they are the same ones that once adorned the mosque. A tragic accident occurred at the Door of Forgiveness one night in August 1839, an event documented by various authors. At 12 that night, 2 well-known and respected knights arrived at the door of 2 in search of spiritual aid for a lady who was ill in a house on Vizcay Street. As they approached the threshold, some pieces of the molding that frames the relief depicting Jesus throwing the merchants out of the temple came loose, falling upon the individuals below. One of them died almost instantly, while another was seriously injured. Not long ago, some decorations and statues at the Door of Forgiveness were repaired, where every year, as long as our beautiful basilica's construction continues. A platform is set up for the ecclesiastical council to witness the procession of renowned Holy Week confraternities from that spot. Dona Urraca Azoriot was when King D. Peter returned to Seville after winning the battle. He mentioned and spoke to D. Urraca Osorio, mother of the aforementioned D. John Alfonso de Guzman, with great malice he intended to do to his daughter, made her capture and killed her very cruelly. Chronicle. Lopez de Ayala, in front of the main gate of the convent of Nuestra Señora de la Encarnación de Belén, from a very remote date until the 3rd decade of this century, there stood an iron cross atop a wide azulejo pedestal, known as Cruz del Palo or de la Tinaja, which was recognized by the common people under both names. What the common people did not know was the reason for placing that cross in such a spot, and it is worth remembering with the appropriate reservations the tradition that has reached us. After the memorable Battle of Nájera, which took place in April 1367, and in which King D. Pedro I of Castile achieved complete victory over his unfaithful brother, the righteous monarch retired to our city, having spent beforehand months in Toledo and Ciudad Redoba. Many were the discontented, ambitious ones in Andalusia who declared for the illegitimate Don Enrique, and among them stood out Don Alfonso P.A. Rez de Guzman, Lord of Sanlúcar and grandson of the brave defender of Tarifa. When Don Enrique entered Seville in 1366, P.A. Rez de Guzman, having served King Don Pedro, recognizing him as a fugitive about to retire to English Gaul, swore loyalty to the bastard and had his people and many from the city proclaim him as legitimate monarch, seduced by false promises. It was necessary to punish severely those who followed the infant and, among other rebellious knights and traitors, D. John Ponce de Leon, D. Gil Bocanegra, and the treasurer Martin Guayalera were executed in the capital of Andalusia. Shortly after, he was aided in these schemes by his mother, Dona Urraca Osorio, the principal lady of a noble lineage. Don Pedro triumphed at Nájera, and as he approached Seville, Don Alfonso P.I. Rez de Guzman fled, leaving his mother in charge of certain secret matters in support of the bastard's cause. Urraca Osorio, against whom serious charges weighed, was also captured, condemned to death. She faced a horrible fate. According to the sentence, she was to be burned alive before the people in a square known as Sainas La Laguna, where the Alameda de Echeverricules would later be built. King Pedro, whose indignation towards P.A. Rez de Guzman for his conduct was great, refused to spare the mother, and in early September 1367 at daybreak the pyre was prepared for the unfortunate day. Urraca. Accompanied by constables and soldiers, the lady arrived at the foot of the gallows, and after being bound with strong restraints to a post, the dry logs began to burn, quickly raising high flames and thick smoke. The victim twisted in agonizing pain, screaming painfully as the fire burned her flesh, and during one of those violent body convulsions her dress tore, exposing most of her forms. The common folk and the people from the town attended in great numbers to witness that execution, which was marked by very special circumstances, not only because the accused was a very noble and prominent lady, but also because she was well known throughout the city. Then the commoners who were witnessing the dramatic scene broke into a thunderous cry insulting the victim and filling her with bloody epigrams and cruel sarcasms. But when the mob was at its most imposing and the state of dawn, Urraca, a woman, forced her way through the crowd, and reaching the fire rapidly, she embraced the mother of P.A. Resdi Guzam, covering her with her clothes and letting the flames devour her like a criminal. Liana D.A. Avalos was this heroic woman's name, and she belonged to the service of Lady Urraca, to whom she showed all the affection revealed in that act of immeasurable generosity. In the monastery of San Isidro del Campo lie buried Lady Urraca Osorio and her faithful maid, as we have noted, and to commemorate their deaths, a cross was placed in front of the gate of the Bellin convent, as mentioned at the beginning of this work, Xai the doll's courtyard. And if he killed Don Fadrique, it matters little. Heaven knows the reasons for his death, and many others, and even greater punishment would be meted out if the silence were broken. Quevedo, one of the Alciazar's sites where visitors pause most, is undoubtedly the famous Patio de las Muicas, near the Salon de Embajadores, and whenever one looks over this place, the tragic death of infant Don Fadrique, which occurred on Tuesday, May 29, 1358, 11 years before the memorable scene at Montiel, comes to mind. He who visits the magnificent Alcázar of our city for the first time, this splendid building filled with memories in which so many generations have left their marks as they crossed those beautiful galleries, patios and salons, feels transported back to the times of tradition and legend, unable to help but feel admiration for the refinements and beauties that artists have left behind. The Court of the Dolls is a true jewel of Muslim art, as stated by Gütsch, except for some lunar spots due to repeated restorations. It is undoubtedly the best surviving example of late Arab art. The court's dimensions are not very large, and access is through 3 salons, renovated in the first third of our century, adorned with a great number of tiles and intricate work. There are 10 arches surrounding the patio, supported by slender columns. A small fountain sits at the center, and on the second level there are windows with elaborate latticework. The entire composition is closed off by an unattractive crystal canopy that was poorly installed just a few years ago. The Court of the Dolls is perhaps the least altered since the time when the righteous and legendary king ordered the death of the master of Santiago, 7 times a traitor, as named by a contemporary historian. Pedro of Castile, carried away by their passion, they do not stop to analyze the life of the Infante, nor take into account the circumstances and reasons that motivated it. It was then called the Patio of the Tiles, and according to tradition, the blood of the infant left indelible stains on its walls and tiles, which are still preserved in our days. The death of D. Fadrique is one of the facts where his enemies most vehemently criticize D. The Chronicle of Pedro L. Lopez, written, as everyone knows, after the Chancellor of Castile left the service of D. Almost all writers follow the chronicler L. Lopez de Ayala in narrating that scene with the saddest colors, in order to highlight the cruelty of the king and the perverse instincts they wish to attribute to him. And there is no harsh phrase that they do not apply to the monarch, or any bloody and terrible detail that they do not point out to achieve their purpose. Pedro and his passing to the flags of Don Enrique the fratricide is marked as partial and unjust, and historical critique, examining it with the greatest care, has fought against the falsities found within. Easier to prove the more one studies that turbulent and unforgettable reign. Don Frederick had arrived at the Alcazar at noon, received by the king, who spoke with him for a good while, after which, having greeted Queen Don, Elu Pez de Ayala recounts Don Frederick's death with a true abundance of details, and not content with describing the terrible scene. With a terrible scene, indifference, he says that Don Pedro, after breathing his bastard brother, had food served to him, the patio of the azulejos, next to the stained corpse, before retiring calmly to walk along the river bank, as was his custom. To Mary and the infants, the master went down to the corrals to order his horses prepared. And while he was doing this, he received a message from Don Pedro asking him to come up to see him again, which he immediately set out to do. The poets have described the death of D. Frederick in various ways, portraying him as a perfect knight and applying to the king the usual criteria that many historians repeat. If those walls in the courtyard of the dolls could speak. Nuno Fernandez, more than any other, reached the master and hit him on the head with the mace, causing him to fall to the ground. Then the other ballisters arrived and all struck him. He is the king, when he saw that the master lay on the ground, taking care not to fail any of his men to kill them. They would tell the tragic scene as it happened, dispelling many incorrect opinions formed against the bravest, most just, and most calumniated monarch Spain has ever had. See, the Golden Tower on the river bank stands the Golden Tower, an echo of other ages and a glorious past. J.F. Don Frederick noticed as they crossed some galleries that those accompanying him were leaving him alone. And when he arrived at the ambassador's hall, he suddenly heard the king's voice saying, "Capture the master." And as Elu Pez de Padilla was about to carry out the order, Don Pedro said these words, "Ballesteros, kill the master." The ballisters, Ayala writes, reached him by striking him with their maces. They could not hurt him because the master was moving restlessly from one side to another. The Gold Tower is as famous as our Giralda, and it was built a few years after the completion of the second by Governor Cid Abul Ola, according to historians, who, even if far from our population, has not heard of this ancient and historic monument, so often described by the pen and copied by the pencil and brushes of exceptional artists. The tower's design is quite simple, yet it has a unique character that distinguishes it from all the monuments left in our city by the followers of the Prophet. That mass of bricks crowned with merlons and culminating in a very later construction dome stands haughtily on the river bank, evoking memories of other times and ages, enhanced by poetry and legend. As the population was retaken, a chapel was built in the Gold Tower dedicated to Saint Ildefonso, and for which King Sabio had great affection, ordering solemn rites to be held there, which he generously funded. When Seville was besieged by Christian troops, the Muslims defended themselves bravely from the Gold Tower, then called Borch Adahab, causing significant damage to the ships occupying the Guadalquivir, commanded by the heroic Admiral Don Ram de Bonifaz. During the reign of Don Pedro I of Castile, the Gold Tower was frequently visited by this monarch, who kept much of his treasure hidden there under the care of the Jew Samuel Levy, an old, shrewd and astute man in whom the son of Alfonso Xi placed great trust. Whenever Don Pedro was in Seville, he would go to the Gold Tower every afternoon, spending long hours on the rooftop, admiring the beautiful view and playing board games, which he greatly enjoyed. When the passion of the just king seemed to have subsided, Aldonza retired to the convent of Santa Ines, where she ended her life as abbess of the monastery, which, as is known, was founded by her sister Maria. Another more pleasant occupation made Don Pedro frequent this historic tower, as it was there that he had his lover, Don. Aldonza Coronel, who, yielding to the monarch's flirtations, surrendered herself to him completely, becoming for several years the object of his caresses and desires. In the early 15th century, the Tower of Gold served as a prison for nobles, some of whom died within those thick walls, while others were hanged from the ramparts for their crimes. The keeper of the tower was usually a knight who had distinguished himself in battlefields, and holding this position was considered highly honorable, which is why many aspired to it. The monument was joined to the Alcazar by a wall, and remained so until 1821, when it was torn down, greatly beautifying those places which are among the most visited and pleasant in Seville. At first the Tower of Gold was covered in yellow tiles on its exterior, and many believe this is where it got its name, though others contradict this opinion, claiming that its name comes from the richest king, Peter kept in the tower, as we have mentioned. It is a great pity that this work, to which so many traditions of our people are linked, has not been able to be put to a more appropriate use than the one it currently has. Time has not altered anything about the robust solidity of the famous tower, but its exterior should be restored according to the recently approved project. Once the works are completed, Seville could offer travellers' eyes an ancient monument in the best state of preservation. The Brotherhood of the Pillar, the Aragonese who came to conquer this city, established a brotherhood with a devotion to Our Lady of the Pillar, Ortiz Desire Aiga. Among the troops that formed King D. In this chapel, the patroness of Zaragoza was worshipped with great splendor, and the brotherhood that maintained it grew until it became one of the wealthiest in the city. Fernando de Utreti's forces, when he conquered Seville, there were not a few sons of the kingdom of Aragon who demonstrated their devotion by founding a chapel in the mosque that had just been converted into a Christian temple dedicated to the Virgin of the Pillar. Some years passed, and by 1317 the brothers, who had a substantial capital, planned to found a hospital to shelter poor pilgrims coming to Seville. The infant Pedro, who took over the guardianship of the crown's heir, When the works were completed in 1317, Pedro bestowed titles and privileges on the house, declaring himself its protector and ensuring that all prelates and rich nobles registered with this brotherhood. Alfonso Xi, after the death of Don Fernando in 1312, was in our city when the Aragonese decided to establish the Pilar Hospital in the name of the king. Then a 7-year-old child, he granted a plot adjacent to the Alcazar for the construction of the charitable institution in the church that was built within the hospital. The most skilled artists of the time worked, and in the main altar, the image of the Virgin of Pilar was placed, which had been preserved in the chapel of the basilica, and its sculpture was later replaced by another, which is what exists today, a work of Juan Milan, who flourished in the 15th century. King Peter I of Castile and his bastard brother, Don Enrique, did not make few merits to the Hospital of Pilar, introducing great improvements in it, which placed it at the highest level of perfection then known. So great was the importance that the hospital founded by the devoted Aragonians then acquired, and so substantial were the funds the Brotherhood had, that in addition to the significant amounts daily invested in worship and assistance to the sick, there remained very considerable sums with which alms were given to people from the lower neighborhoods and the elderly who came from Zaragoza. Captives were rescued from the Moors, and 3 galleys equipped with the necessary personnel were maintained to defend the Andalusian coasts. But everything passes, and so did the time of prosperity for the Brotherhood, beginning to decrease alms, and with them the number of brothers and the poor who sought shelter in the hospital, following a rapid decline that started at the beginning of the 15th century and became complete during the last years of Fernando's and Queen Isabel's reign. The benevolent establishment was reduced to its narrowest limits, and the few brothers who still maintained the cult of the Virgin of Pilar later transferred the image to the cathedral and to a modest chapel located near the door known as the Legato by the common people. The chapel of the Virgin of the Pilar, as it is now, offers little of note. The members of the illustrious Pinellos family declared themselves patrons of the chapel, and there D was buried. Francisco Pinello, first factor of the House of the Contraction of India, his wife D. Maria de la Torre and his son D. Jern Naimo, who was a canon of the cathedral. The altar, where the statue made by Juan Milne is preserved, is of scant merit, as is another located to the right, where until recently there was an image of the Virgin of the Angustias. Joseph Gestoso have published many curious news regarding the Pilar Brotherhood and the chapel we have mentioned in this brief note. In this chapel was the ex-homo painted a great Murillo, which was given to Louis V in 1839 by the chapter of the Basilica, the analyst Ortiz de Zitoiga, now Gonzalez de Lin, and more recently D. Francisco Colantes and D. Xiv, the royal prison. The royal prison has 25 cells. I have walked through 24 without gaining my freedom. Popular copla. In the early 15th century, a noble lady named D. Guillermo Manuel lived in the Andalusian capital. She was adorned with the most estimable virtues and possessed great wealth, much of which she devoted to charitable causes and aiding those in need. She also funded numerous projects from her own resources, among them the reconstruction of the royal prison in 1418, located on Sierpes Street near the current site of the Circle of Farmers and Landowners. De Gaumanuel ensured the building had abundant water supplies, built the chapel from scratch, and maintained constant hygiene and order within the prison by investing substantial sums in this admirable endeavor. She passed away. Francisco Chacon expanded the prison building, but no significant works were carried out there until those undertaken in 1732 by the Knight Assistant, and most recently in 1784. In 1426, Guiomar left an immeasurably grateful memory in the town of Seville upon her death, and her body was buried in the cathedral before the chapel of St. Peter, where her parents, also virtuous people, lay. In 1563, the exterior of the royal prison was extremely gloomy. Even more so were its dark cells, deprived of light and ventilation, its narrow corridors, and its crumbling courtyards with irregular architecture. In 1626, the Guadalquivir overflowed, flooding almost the entire town, and its waters reached the prison, causing extensive damage that took a long time to repair due to the apathy and lack of interest demonstrated by the city council. When the Levant plague was introduced in Seville in 1649, it happened that then all the prisoners and dependents of the prison died, leaving it abandoned for the months that the cruel and devastating epidemic lasted. The earthquake of 1765 knocked down a large piece of the prison, cracking its walls and breaking the foundations of that ancient mansion. In the fourth year of the current century, some improvements were made to the prison, but despite them, its state was extremely dangerous and threatened continuous catastrophe. Since the French invasion, the building deteriorated quite a lot, and by 1830 the prison lacked water, the cells had no ventilation, the bars were almost destroyed, and the rains that frequently seeped through the roofs made the situation of the wretched ones who were buried alive there even more horrible and distressing. For nearly 5 centuries that the royal prison stood, how many unhappy people did not lose their lives there? How many crimes would not be committed within those walls? How many innocents would not pay there for foreign guilt? We have thought it appropriate to dedicate a remembrance to this in these notes. XV. But the Hebrew woman, insensitive to the honors of her worshippers and to her father's counsel, remained locked in profound silence. Beyequa. There is a dark, miserable passageway in Santa Cruz called the Old Cal del Atahod, which we will discuss in these lines as we tell a story whose details and aspects tradition has preserved until now. Through the door of the building that faced Plaza de San Francisco, the victims who were offered up on the altars of the Altar de Afileft, and through the street Siepes, the most ferocious criminals and the innocent condemned for the slightest reason entered in confusion more than once. The municipality acquired the former Convent Pio Pulo in 1836, and the prisoners were transferred there on July 3rd of the following year, with the demolition of the royal prison beginning shortly after. The neighborhood of Santa Cruz is undoubtedly the one that has had the least suffered alterations over time. And today, in a Seville so varied, those who walk through its narrow, winding and uneven alleyways feel transported to other distant centuries that have passed and will never return. To this latter faction were attached the many Jews who then dwelt in our city, and who could not help but feel great terror upon witnessing the deeds of the Inquisition court and learning of its main purposes for which it had been established. The fear of the Israelites grew ever more intense before the sentences passed daily by the Inquisition, and so they began to gather in the secret meeting places, holding many clandestine councils and hushed discussions with the utmost caution. When in Seville the first works began to be carried out for the installation of the Inquisition court in 1481, the people, who soon understood the importance and authority of that emerging institution, far from looking at it indifferently, became highly concerned about the matter, each discussing it extensively and dividing their opinions to such an extent that two large factions formed, one comprising supporters of the Inquisition and the other enemies of it. Even the Jews who held prominent positions in Utrera, Carmona, Arcija, and other towns throughout the province attended these meetings. During these gatherings, which took place at night in secluded locations, the Israelites agreed to form a powerful company to protect their lives and interests, which were under constant threat. They also hired additional people to shield them from the increasingly intense inquisitorial beatings. Susan had a daughter, commonly called Susona, a maid around 20 years old, with good looks, a beautiful face, and such graceful bearing that everyone affectionately referred to her as the fair maiden. One of the Jews who most enthusiastically embraced this planned venture was a certain cloth merchant known as Susan, a cunning and crafty old man, well known throughout the city for his charm and wit, which were reportedly clever and spread by word of mouth every day. However, if the young woman was pretty, she was certainly not one of the most virtuous, for her list of lovers was quite extensive, and the tales of her adventures were rather complicated and scandalous. Susana had converted to Christianity without her father's knowledge, advised by a certain knight whose name tradition does not reveal, who was one of the lovers who with the greatest passion sought and obtained the favors of the kind Hebrew woman. Old Susan was one of those sentenced, and his daughter the one who betrayed the conspiracy to the court meticulously planned. She later entered a convent of nuns, where she intended to dedicate herself to continuous meditation and sacred practices. But the story of the famous woman still persists, who undoubtedly was not born for contemplative life, and shortly after residing in the cloister, she escaped from it and joined her former lover, with whom she had 3 children. As the Jews were most diligent in preparing their defensive work, they were one day surprised by the kinsman of the Holy Office, who disrupted the conspiracy, locking up in the dungeons as whoever they could catch, and burning them alive shortly after to ensure that their race had no desire to organize new plans. The knight, fond of flattery and adoration, certainly left the Hebrew woman, who, still preserving her beauty and with desires still alive in her chest, gave herself to other suitors, finally becoming the lover of a spice merchant, as tradition says, leading a licentious and prostituted life until the end of her days. This street bears the name that heads these lines in memory of a singular character who resided there at the end of the 15th century. There exists in Seville and in the district of San Roque a deserted and dirty street with unpleasant buildings inhabited by the descendants of those Repollidos and Maniferos mentioned by Cervantes. Susana died in the midst of great misery in a shabby hovel on the old Atord street, and it is said that, repentant for her past levity, before dying she expressed the wish that her skull be preserved in a wall of that house to serve as an example, and in accordance with her last will, The Hebrew's skull was placed in a small niche on the facade, where it remained for many years. Black so beloved and of good repute that he was commonly called the Black Count, and served as steward and judge among them. Gonzi les de Lin, according to precise chroniclers, it was very common in Seville at that time to sell black slaves, whom the nobility would take as servants, which is why many blacks could be found in our city, especially on holidays, gathering around the Osario Gate with their women and children, enjoying dances and open-air discussions according to their customs. Almost always, the blacks corresponded to the favors and mercies shown to them by being humble and not causing trouble, and so, in order to understand minor matters and lawsuits, the Catholic kings appointed in 1475 an individual of the same race whom I will now discuss. They did not bother the blacks here as they did in other towns. On the contrary, they treated them with great benevolence, and Archbishop Don Gonzalo de Mena, who had great sympathy for them, provided means for them to form a brotherhood that processed with their images on Holy Friday, protected also by cardinal souls and other influential figures. He here, a black man named John of Valladolid, a man of temperate character, of mature age, who had accompanied the court on glorious journeys, demonstrating courage and remarkable tact that were appreciated by the monarchs. Juan de Valladolid took office and established his residence in a house on Santa Cecilia Street, which is the same one now bearing the title of Conde Negro, for thus he was known. The words dedicated by the Catholic kings to Juan de Valladolid in his charter were not contradicted by events, because this man, acting with singular cunning and adhering to the most exact justice, carried out his duties with complete satisfaction and demonstrably displaying the good qualities he possessed. Few biographical news about the Black Count has been preserved until our days, with the exact date of his death unknown, believed to have occurred in the early 16th century, and also the place where he was buried remains a mystery, as do other particular circumstances that would surely be of great interest now. Tradition says that the house where Juan de Valladolid lived was then spacious and well built, corresponding to number 30, which for many years bore a clay head believed to be an authentic portrait of the famous mayor of the blacks. In this building, the esteemed count had his court, before which numerous black men and women would gather daily to air their issues and resolve their disputes. In a decree dated November 8th, 1475, they wrote, "For the good and loyal services you have continue to render to us, as we know your competence, resourcefulness, and willingness, we appoint you mayor and judge of all black men and women, parrots, both free and captive, who are or become slaves and prisoners in the very noble and very loyal city of Seville and throughout its archdiocese, so that they may not hold or celebrate any gatherings or festivals among themselves, except before you, John of Valladolid. We order that you be made acquainted of debates and marriages and other things which, judged among yourselves, there would not have been, save for the fact that you are a sufficient person for it, or whoever possesses your power. And you know the laws and ordinances that must exist, and we are informed that you are of noble lineage among the aforementioned blacks. He presided over all the Sunday celebrations held by his subjects at the gates of Carmona. I am familiar with various anecdotes about the mayoral and judge of the blacks, as well as some acts of justice he carried out, which are still spoken of by people, often attributing them to other characters entirely unrelated to Juan de Valladolid. These matters were attentively and calmly heard by Juan de Valladolid, who, representing his significant role with grave demeanor, would deliver a lengthy speech to the litigants. After listening to both sides, he would then pass judgment and condemn those who deserved it right there. To do this, he would stand on a platform from which he gave appropriate orders, those that he deemed most suitable for maintaining good order among the dances, chorus masques, or any other festivities being held. XV, if you ask a hunter or a farmer about this cross, they will tell you its story in simple, picturesque terms. Le Marquis de Novo. Juan de Valladolid was famous, and so is the street where he lived. As I mentioned at the beginning, his descendants have taken refuge in this place, just like the original types who gave great renown to Macarena, Costanilla, and Murara in other centuries. As a half-league from Seville, on the road leading to Alcol de Gadara, there stands a monument ordered to be built around the year 1482 by Don Diego de Merlo, then assistant of the city, a noble and valiant knight, renowned for his heroic deeds in the Granada War. To commemorate the completion of the work done on the aqueduct, a cross was erected at the end of the Calzada neighborhood, which we shall dedicate these lines to today. The Catholic kings, Don Ferdinand and Queen Isabel, considering the severe damage time had inflicted on the Roman aqueduct known as the Canos de Carmona, they ordered significant repairs to be made by skilled masons under the careful supervision of Assistant Merlo. The monument is formed by 4 solid pillars over 13 meters tall, supporting elegant ogival arches and crowned with a row of Moorish merlons and a dome of regular elevation. Inside the monument, on a brick bench, stands the marble cross engraved with images of Jesus and the Virgin of Sorrows. Inscribed around the 4 arches on the inner frieze is the following text, recently restored with great care. This cross was ordered to be made and completed by the very honorable and noble Knight Diodigo Merlo, God of the King and Queen, our lords, from their council and their assistant in the city of Seville and its land, and keeper of their alcazars and atarazanas. The custom of visiting this station gradually decayed, though the crosses remained in the middle of the path. Few stopped to pray before them or subject their bodies to scourging. In the mid-18th century, many people began to gather around the monument erected by Don Diego Merlo, but it was no longer for holy purposes, as they came to celebrate merry country, dances and balls, with abundant wine and frequent scandals and fights, which ended in a most lamentable manner. In this century, several works have been carried out at the Cruz del Campo, but the most notable was that which took place in 1882. Then the monument was restored and is currently in the best state of conservation, with a simple fence having been placed around it to prevent the public from climbing up the steps that rise in the center of the 4 pillars. It was finished on the first day of the year of the birth of our Saviour Jesus Christ in the year 482, when King Fernando and Queen Isabel ruled in Castile. The cross of Campo marked the end of the station of the sacred way that began at the door of the magnificent palace of Don Frederic Enriquez de Ribera, Marquis of Tarifa, known as the House of Pilatos. He built this sacred way upon his return from the journey he made to Jerusalem in 1521. And tradition has it that so many people attended the Friday services of Lent to pray the station crosses and give themselves lashes, that often the first devotees would reach the road while the last were still leaving the palace. From the Cruz del Campo, one can see a beautiful panorama, which is difficult to describe. Much of the city unfolds before our eyes, and above that crowded mass of roofs, towers and spires stands the Giralda, our most prized historical monument. In the vicinity of the Cruz del Campo, several curious events from our modern history have occurred, among which we will only mention the receptions given by the Seville City Council to King Jose in 1810 and to Ferdinand Valle in the memorable year of 1823. Via Columbus in Seville, it's America. Yes, I succeeded in my attempt, cries the daring pilot, and with a loud voice, sky, earth, and deep sea, exclaim, "Long live Columbus, discoverer of a world." Duke of Rivas, the capital of Andalusia, is one of the cities that most rightfully honors the memory of the distinguished navigator who, in darkness and poverty, arrived in Spain to accomplish one of the grandest feats recorded in human history. It is established by scholars and historians that the great discoverer arrived in Spain at the beginning of 1484, with our city being one of the first places he visited before his famous meeting with the prior of La Rabaida, since this took place in the last days of August 1491. Columbus sought support in Seville for the project he intended to present to the Catholic kings, and he soon found a favorable reception among several prominent Sevillans and numerous Italian merchants who had long been established there. 400 years have passed since the discovery of the New World, and if all peoples celebrated festivities to solemnize this unforgettable date with dignity, how could Seville remain indifferent on such an occasion when it sheltered the illustrious Genos within its walls, encouraged the gigantic project, built the fleet for the second voyage, served as the center for organizing business in the Indies, and preserved for many years in the of Los Quirimaevas the remains of Columbus and his son Don Diego. At that time, a Florentine named Juan Berardi, owner of an important trading house, lived in the Andalusian city. He quickly formed a close friendship with Christopher Columbus and became his friend and confidant, as stated by Navarrete in Volume 3 of Collection of Unpublished Documents. However, this support was not fully realized because a priest, highly regarded in the ducal household, convinced the Duke to disregard such a crazy and irrational notion as the navigator's plan. Medinaceli was enthusiastic about the bold project, kept Columbus in his home for a long time, as the Duke himself assures in the letter he sent to Cardinal Mendoza in 1493. Juan Berardi decided to do his utmost for his countrymen with Scandiano, Oliveri, and other Florentines. They recommended Cosalumba to Don Luis de la Cerda, the first Duke of Medinaceli, one of the most powerful nobles of Castile who maintained a fleet in the Mediterranean and Atlantic. Moreover, he wanted to carry out the gigantic enterprise and offered the Genoese 4 caravels so that he could leave from Porto di Santa Maria to seek the path to India. Berardi was well connected with influential and prestigious people. And when he heard Columbus express his grand idea, explained with the faith and the enthusiasm befitting his genius, he embraced the concept and attempted to facilitate a connection between his compatriot and some significant figures of power residing in Seville at the time, a favorite residence, as Rodriguez Panilla puts it. For many of the greatest magnates of the nobility and court, the Genoese approached the powerful Duke of Medina, Sidonia, who, after listening to him, offered his valuable support. However, according to Father Las Casas, when Queen Isabel learned of the Duke's intentions through Alonso de Quintanilla, she sent an important letter ordering that the business cease, as she herself wanted to pursue it at her own expense. In Seville, Columbus stayed from June until the end of August 1493, organizing the fleet for his second voyage, which set sail from the Bay of Cadiz on September 5th. And the Genoese left from Seville and did not return to this city until after the discovery, being received with great signs of consideration and appreciation by everyone in general, and particularly by those who were his friends when poor and without resources. He arrived from Portugal. He made Columbus present to Medinaceli, who was going to France, expecting a favorable reception at the court of Louis Esquisse, but the Duke's promising words were so persuasive that he gave up the trip, sending him to Cordoba, where, through the mediation of Quintanilla and Mendoza, he had his first meeting with the monarchs in January 1486. The fleet consisted of 14 caravels and 3 galleons, so many people came to Seville to embark that many were left behind without being able to join the expedition. Among those who sailed with the admiral were Ojeda, Juan de la Cosa, Marguerite, Aguado, Diaz de Pisa, Boyle, and the learned yet modest Friar Antonio de Marchena, an inseparable friend of the discoverer of the New World. They also made preparations in Seville for the 4th voyage in the autumn of 1521. It took great effort to equip the fleet, which was finally ready and left Diaz on January 13 of the following year. The capital of Andalusia saw Columbus again at the end of 1499, but in a rather pitiable state. He had just arrived in Cadiz, shackled by order of the irate Bobadilla, and was heading to Granada, where the kings received him, not with as much joy as in Barcelona, but with compassion for his sad fate. The admiral presented himself one last time in our city in November 1504, after his long and arduous expedition, frail, and with a heavy heart and a sorrowful soul due to the ingratitudes he suffered at every step. Where have they disappeared to? Shakespeare. The street now named after the distinguished poet and genealogist E. In Seville, he spent the entire winter writing letters to the king asking for assistance, which he so desperately needed, without receiving any help from the monarch. And in the following spring, he went to Segovia, where the court was located at the time, which looked down on Columbus. Later, he traveled to Valladolid, where he died abandoned and alone on May 20, 1506, at the age of 60 and 16 years, after having completed his extraordinary discovery. 6, the witch's oven. They are certain vaporous spirits that the earth begets, as water does also. Gonzalo Argot de Molina was once one of the most irregular in the town, with several shacks among some good buildings that served as a hideout for people of questionable fame and habits not worthy of imitation. Tradition has it that in one of these shacks, the dirtiest and most abandoned of all, lived at the end of the 15th century an old woman known to the locals as a supernatural and extraordinary being, with her points and edges of sorcery. She was an old woman of wretched appearance and vile character, given to making potions and elixirs, reading cards, predicting the future, and befriending other women of her kind. They would gather at night for mysterious ceremonies that caused much gossip among the neighbors. It happened one night when, arriving solo by chance and drunk to his cottage, he found tightly closed that despite all the knocks he gave on it, he could not get anyone to open it. The witch had a son. God only knows his father, a swaggering, untrustworthy youth who assisted in her ridiculous tasks and often caused great scandals whenever he returned home at dawn, accompanied by prostitutes and town scum, leading a life of idleness and degradation. The mother and the other witches who were with her in the cellar at the time, intoxicated with their sorcery practices, neither heard the doorbell nor the shouts and oaths of the young man. And later at the hour when the horrible witch usually lit the fire while she was throwing in dry logs, she heard cries for help. As soon as the clumsy woodcutter entered the oven, he fell into a deep sleep, so soundly that even after sunrise he continued to snore on the bricks as if he were lying in a bed of soft feathers. Bored and unable to keep his balance due to the large amount of wine he had consumed, and lacking another suitable place to spend the rest of the cold and unpleasant night, and he crawled into a large oven that was in the outer wall, which the old woman usually lit in the morning for the neighbors to bake their bread, for which they paid her a few maravedis, an amount not specified by tradition. Recognizing the voice as her own son's, from whom she could not save herself, and after futile efforts, she fell to the ground on her knees, with her hands crossed and praying as quickly as possible all the prayers that came to her mind. But behold, when the situation was most urgent, and no one could approach the oven due to the intensity of the fire that threatened to destroy the building, a friar from the order of St. Francis named Fan. Some people gathered at the scene of the incident, but none could contain the flames, which quickly took on the greatest proportions, showing those who wanted to see it that this was another than the providential punishment for the son's impiety and the mother's sorcery. Diego de Alcol, man highly respected by the people and attributed to some miracles, happened to pass by on the street. Understanding this misfortune could be rectified, he felt compassion for the old woman's laments and the injured youth's moans, and rushed to pray a couple of salutations to the Virgin of Antigua. As soon as he reached the cathedral, the flames immediately died down, and the boy emerged from the oven without so much as a burn. Witnessing this miracle, the elderly woman abandoned her brews, philters, and sorceries, becoming a fervent devotee while the young man took the right path, eventually becoming the prior of a Franciscan convent in Granada, XX Inquisition, and my sight could already discern more clearly the depth where the ineffable justice, minister of the supreme God, punishes the forgers. Dante. This is the tradition that gave rise to the street now known as Argot de Molina, being called for many years Quel del Horno de las Brujas, Street of the Witches' Oven, although I am not unaware of the origin other authors attribute to a good evidence, claiming that two sisters lived there who had an oven where they made cakes in the style of the town of Bruges. When Pope Sixtus, at the request of the Catholic kings Ferdinand and Isabella, established the Inquisition to combat heretics in the kingdoms of Spain, Seville did not delay in having its faith tribunal as one of the most important cities on the peninsula. In the time of King Don Fernando, Ferdinand I built a castle where today the Abastos market of Triana is located, and in this building the Inquisition court was established in 1481, carrying out numerous reforms for its intended purpose. At that time, many dungeons, torture chambers with all necessary tools, a chapel, a council hall, and various dependencies were built for the relatives, guards, and other individuals involved in the pursuit of the impious, who were paid by the inquisitors. The castle's appearance, as seen in ancient prints, could not have been more eerie. Its high walls, made of dark stone, were smooth and devoid of decoration. Its 5 almenated towers had small windows covered with thick iron bars. Its main gate was solid and overly severe, and a plaque was placed above it to commemorate the establishment of the court. The inquirers, who at that time were at the peak of their power, should not have wasted time on trifles, for it is attested by an inscription made by them that from the year 1481 until the end of 1524, they burned 1,000 heretics at the stake and converted 20,000. In the winter of 1626, an avulsion of the Guadalquivir flooded the inquisitorial castle, forcing those who lived there to move to a building on Real de San Marcos Street, which was carried out with great pomp. At the beginning of 1639, the repairs to the Triana castle were completed, and it was once again occupied by the inquirers. The new house that the Court of Faith occupied for 13 years was the same one inhabited by Dona Estrella de Tavera, the heroine of Lope de Vega's famous comedy, whose love affair with Sancho Ortiz caused such talk because King Don Sancho intervened in it. This building was at the end of the Alameda and occupied much of the streets Hombre and Bicas, being quite spacious and capable of holding over 200 prisoners. For nearly 2 centuries, the Inquisition remained in the Triana capital, but as this, despite the work done on it, did not offer great security due to its ancient construction, it had to be abandoned. And in November 1785, the tribunal moved to a palace that had been a Jesuit college until the order's expulsion in 1767, thanks to the fact that at that time the tribunal made few victims, contenting itself with burning the culprits in effigy or keeping them locked up in filthy dungeons. In 1805, the last auto da fee was held, with the offender being handed over to ordinary justice, condemned him to prison, and in 1810, when Seville was invaded by Napoleon's troops, the tribunal, which had already shown few signs of life, ceased to exist. When the absolute reaction of 1814 led to the Inquisition being organized once more in the same building on Alameda. But then, even with the support of many, it was neither feared nor did it carry out any actions that responded to the purposes for which it had been created. Of the last building occupied by the Holy Tribunal, only very incomplete remnants remain today, as the various uses to which it has been put over many years have made it impossible to form an exact idea of what it was like in not so distant times. The tribunal was finally dissolved in 1820, and the premises it occupied were turned into infantry barracks, almost completely destroyed on June 13, 1823, when the gunpowder depot within exploded, causing significant damage and killing a large number of those who formed the absolute hoarders that committed so many excesses in our city on that memorable day. Excite the sailors' mass, while the great Magellan prepares to lift anchor, and to his resonant and firm voice the fleet responds with sails unfurled. They slide gracefully like swans. The gallant caravels of Father Betis undulate on the calm current. Le Marque de Novo. In those days when Spain was the most powerful nation on earth, and never did the sun set on her domains, a navigator arrived at the court of Emperor Charles V, whose name alone evokes admiration and respect from posterity. We speak of the Portuguese Hernando de Magellan, a brave warrior, an untiring traveller, victor in Africa and India, who after serving King D, Manuel embarked for our homeland, where he was welcomed and put into practice that colossal undertaking to circumnavigate the globe, something no one had dared attempt up to then. Seville, whose prosperity and flourishing were then great, was the place where the expedition was prepared, which set sail from the port on Wednesday, August 10:15, in the early hours of the morning. But before departing, the brave men who sailed on those 5 cars to undertake such a dangerous and memorable journey attended a religious ceremony that, perhaps being little known, we will relate according to the data we have managed to obtain. On August 6, an immense crowd surrounded the convent Santa Maria la Victoria, located in Triana, where the friars of the Order of St. Francis of Paula had just established themselves. The church was filled with a large number of faithful, and everywhere it could be seen that some important ceremony was to take place within it. And so it was, after a solemn mass, the assistant of the city was to hand over the banner of His Majesty to Hernando de Magallanes, what he would carry with him on the perilous venture, whose preparations were entirely finished. Sancho Martinez de Leyva, accompanied by the gentlemen of the Cabildo, who took their places in a preferred location near the main altar. It would be 9 the morning when the Portuguese navigator arrived at the temple, followed by the captains, officers, and other troops who had gathered, and a few moments later entered the grave assistant D. Immediately after, the priests ascended the steps of the altar and began the sung mass, which the large number of faithful listened to with devotion and respect, as was customary at that time. A beautiful sight presented itself within the church. After the Mass, the assistant rose, and with all the seriousness of the occasion, presented the royal standard to the Portuguese navigator. Magellan then took a few steps forward and positioned himself where everyone could see him. Once in place, he unsheathed his steel, held up the standard, and with clear and calm words recited the oath of loyalty to the monarch on the behalf of whom he would take possession of the lands he would discover on his voyage. Magellan and his companions, dressed in rich military attire and armed with all sorts of weapons, were seated on long tribunals to the left of the epistle, facing the knights and noble lords of the cabildo. Before the altar, adorned with lights and flowers, the priests in their luxurious silk cloaks with exquisite golden embroidery. In the rest of the temple, the crowd packed tightly, maintaining profound silence. In the choir, the regulars softly intoning their eternal prayers. And to complete this picturesque scene, the rays of summer sun penetrating through the stained glass windows, dissolving into the gilded retables or the crimson velvet that covered the walls. As we mentioned above, the 5 ships set sail on August 10, 1519. The strait was discovered by Magellan in mid-1520, and on April 27 of the following year, the distinguished son of Villa de Sabrosa died in a fierce battle with the Indians. On September 27, 1522, the caravels returned to Sanlúcar under the command of Sebastián del Cano, and it is said, although we consider this claim highly doubtful, that one of these ships remained nearly destroyed at the pier of Los Remedios until the beginning of the last century. According to an historian, in accordance with their hierarchical position aboard the fleet, the captains and officers under Magellan took their oaths, also promising under their own honor to follow the routes and courses assigned by the Captain General, obeying him in all things, as if they were serving the king himself. The scene lasted a long time, and when it was concluded with the same frugality that had entered, Livre, the assistant, left, followed by the council and the navigator with his soldiers, who were objects of great curiosity from the neighbors of Triana, who could barely understand the magnitude of this expedition that was prepared. Sigh, the penitent soul, dense fog covers the sky, and spirits roam. Espronceda. Such may be the case with the event we are about to relate in these lines, which could serve as a subject for a novel if it fell into the hands of someone who, with some imagination and knowledge of the era when it took place, could flavor it and present it as it deserves. Among the multitude of legends, tales, and traditions that have reached our days regarding the streets and buildings, more or less notable, of the capital of Andalusia, there are some almost ignored by most people, which it is worth bringing to light so that they are not completely forgotten nor lost forever. For when a curious person brings them back to the square, dressed in appropriate attire, they are surely to the public's liking. A date when the case occurred is far behind, but this should not be taken as doubt, for there are authors who relate it formally as true, and until recently, almost a century ago, the house where the main character of this event lived was preserved in Caño Street, located in the parish of Santa Lucia. Spain was ruled by the Catholic Majesty of Philip I, and at the beginning of 1566, a poor and elderly woman, a widow of a soldier who died in Portugal, lived in a modest property on the aforementioned Caño Street with her daughter, who was no more than 14 years old, with such a beautiful face and singular charm that despite her poverty, she was the object of certain preferences from the neighbors, and sought after by more than one lover, greedy for the favors of such a beautiful creature. Knowing this, the old woman exercised constant great vigilance over her son. For if the soldier left no shield upon his death, he did leave to his wife a good conception of honor, so that it would not be tarnished or lost. It would be difficult for us to describe the perfections of the young woman who was named Constance, since tradition merely states that she was beautiful and adds that she was also very chaste and honest, and that all the young men who surrounded her were forced to abandon their pretensions. However, there was one who knew how to act with more skill and craft, and by making himself heard by Constance, he asked for her love so successfully that the innocent girl took a peculiar liking to him and began to hold clandestine time meetings with him, which they carried out when the mother was asleep. Some months passed, and when the lovers seemed happier than ever, the honest and chaste maiden, who had been so infatuated, suddenly developed an invincible antipathy towards her beau and decided to break off their relationship completely. The young man, who must have been deeply in love at that point, and certainly unaware of a woman's fickleness, did everything he could to win back Costanza's affection, but all his efforts were in vain, and tired of enduring her scorn and convinced that nothing could change her mind, he gave up his plans with great sorrow and deep regret. And so deeply did this bad action affect the man that terrible melancholy overcame him, and he avoided social interaction, eventually disappearing from Seville without anyone knowing his destination. Costanza, who has always been so honest and reserved according to tradition, felt the absence of her lover very little, and after just a few months she accepted the affection offered by another, guided by not very healthy and commendable intentions. A friend of the spurned amateur said that he had died then, and although Costanza knew this, she neither mourned nor showed any emotion. Distracted as she was with her new suitor, they crossed themselves upon hearing the news, and even more astonished were the ignorant when they learned that from midnight unto the hour of dawn, on Col Kaido, inaudible laments, dragging chains, and other sounds could be heard, demonstrating the presence of a tormented soul. Soon after the girl had begun her new relationship, whispers started circulating among the neighbors of the Santa Lucia neighborhood about a ghost appearing on Cal del Cano, and its surroundings a frequent occurrence in those times, but some better informed neighbors assured that it was simply a restless soul returning to this world to tie up loose ends. When this reached the ears of Costanza's mother, she was not the last to feel intimidated, carefully locking her house doors with keys, bolts, and locks at night, and praying. In addition to the rosary, numerous other prayers designed to keep away tormented souls that come to disturb the sleep of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, fear grew as the nights passed, and so several months went by until one morning passers-by and residents of Calcalo gathered in garden groups in front of Costanza's house, engaged in delightful conversations. Notice was given to the justice, and the sheriffs appeared, penetrating into the building. Finding the old woman crying out in agony, and crying tears, as is often said, questioned by the officers, she stated that her daughter had disappeared without knowing where, and that there was no trace of her escape. After some time it became known, not known by whom, that Costanza had been stolen from her home by a spirit in distress, and that this spirit was none other than her spurned lover. Xai, the chapel of the kings, the Cabildo desired to offer the powerful monarch of both worlds a work worthy of his greatness. And to achieve this they thought to organize a kind of contest among the most celebrated artists of that time. J. Amador de los Rios, among the many beauties worthy of admiration that one encounters when visiting the Cathedral of Seville, the Chapel of the Kings stands out, whose design was by Master Martin Gainza, with construction beginning in 1550. It took 25 years to complete this magnificent chapel, which was continued by architects Fernan Ruiz and Pedro Diaz Palacios, and finished in 1575 by Juan de Meda, who carried out important works in our capital's temples. Its architecture belongs to the Greco-Roman style. It has, in the opinion of intelligent critics, little elegance, too many decorations, and is divided into 7 spaces by 8 pillars with carefully finished capitals. The image, believed to be from the 13th century by historians, was reportedly hinted to King Fernando I by his cousin Louis X, King of France, and it is surrounded by many curious traditions. In the center of this magnificent chapel, and on a raised platform, stands the altar created by Luis Ortiz, featuring a wooden sculpture, the author of which is unknown, depicting the Virgin Mary holding the child on her lap, dressed in attire from past centuries, a jacket, short pants, and silk stockings. The statue sits on an ornate silver chair adorned with exquisite craftsmanship. It goes on a procession every year on August 15th, parading through the streets surrounding the cathedral, and Sevillans hold great devotion for it. At the base of the altar where the Virgin stands, there is the rich silver urn that has held the remains of Don since 1729. Floridablanca died on December 30, 1808, with his funeral celebrated with all the honors befitting his high position at that time. A renowned character in modern Spanish history rests there, alongside kings and princes, the wise Count of Floridablanca, minister to Charles I and president of the supreme government junta when French troops invaded our territory. Fernando I, the first king of Castile and Aragon and conqueror of Andalusia, who died in this city on May 30, 1252, and was declared a saint by Pope Clement X in 1671, with lavish celebrations taking place in Seville, which we have read several curious accounts of from that time. Under the magnificent arches of the Chapel of the Kings rests Dom Alfonso the Wise, who died in 1284 at the age of 32 during his reign, Dom Pedro I, the Justicer, the monarch often sung by poets, whose remains were transferred from Madrid in 1877, his legitimate wife, Dom Maria Padilla, who was buried in the monastery of Santa Clara de Estudillo upon her death in 1354, and Dom Beatriz, Fernando's first wife, as well as their infants Dom Pedro, Dom Frederic, Dom Juan, and Dom Alonso. Beatriz and the exquisite golden and beaded dresses she wears in the ancient image of the Virgin of the Kings. Marseille. The grille of the Chapelle of the Kings is a true work of art, completed in 1775, whose description would be overly detailed, its columns, intricate carvings, and large figures adorning its top are worthy of great praise. The chapel houses numerous historically valuable jewels of high price, among which we will not fail to mention the flag and sword of D. Fernando I, and the magnificent crown bestowed by D. Clement's Day, the anniversary of the conquest of Seville, and May 30th, the urn containing King Fernando I is unveiled, allowing the public to view his remains through the glass. This neighborhood was formed by a labyrinth of intersections and narrow alleyways, housing people of dubious reputations and the most peculiar conditions. The Chapel of the Kings has been visited by every monarch who has come to Seville, and it continues to receive constant and magnificent worship. Exive the Mooriria. Those places were dangerous, where it was not easy to reach without facing serious risks. In one of the capital's busiest areas today, there once existed a famous neighborhood called the Mooriria, because it is said that when Seville was reconquered by King Fernando I, Moorish families gathered there and continued living in the city. There hid the fortune-tellers, the old women who made potions and elixirs, the toughs, always owing debts to justice, and all those types so admirably portrayed by the pen of the great Cervantes in his account of the ancient lower town of Seville, to make the neighborhood even more impenetrable. Spacious convents of Bunsuciso and Descalzos rose around it, along with the church of San Pedro and the original tobacco factory, which was constructed in the 16th century. At night, the streets of Mooriria presented a somber appearance, and whenever the patrol passed in silence through those areas, it might be surprised by a shower of stones that, without warning, forced the guards to flee in a hurry. No person of middle standing dared to pass through the streets of that district without risking more than one mishap, for the inhabitants of those shanties had formed a sort of dark association that resembled something to the famous Court of Miracles. These vast buildings, with their high walls and imposing appearance, seemed to protect Moreira, where municipal ordinances could never be enforced, and where residents lived in a wild state of independence. There were many taverns in the neighborhood we are describing, and no fewer clandestine spots and houses of ill repute, where Celestinus, Aspasias, and Proserpinus engaged in their abominable trades with complete freedom. The city council issued various orders at different times to have some requisitions made from the Moreira frequently, but these orders could not be carried out due to the risk those sent to that inspection visit faced. All beggars, all disciples of Caco, and all vagrants of the worst kind who roam Seville during the day, that in the caves of the Moreira at dusk, considering themselves safe from falling into the hands of justice. At the beginning of the century, servants of José Marla and Rubio Espera, spies for the Niños de Silla, and followers of P.A. Jaro Verde, who committed such bloody crimes in Andalusian fields, had their shelter there. Around that time, the old tobacco factory building was turned into an infantry barracks, which led to numerous clashes and riots between soldiers and locals during the sad era of absolute rule. Sexvi, the Virgin of Torrigiano is dying. He is dying in his prison for hunger, which is the punishment he has imposed on himself in his fury. Cano and Cuedo. We will conclude these notes on the Moreira by saying that around the year 1840, the houses in that filthy neighborhood were evacuated and all of them torn down. with the Paseo de Arguelles, one of the most crowded and lively streets in Seville, built on that site years later. The fact that we are about to discuss has reached us, described with slight variations, though fundamentally the same, and to relate it, we must strive to follow the account that seems the most authentic. At the beginning of the 16th century in Seville, and in a modest house located on the Resolana in the neighborhood of Macarena, lived the renowned Florentine sculptor Pedro Torrigiano, who left behind perfect and finished works in several temples of our capital. It was Torrigiano, a distinguished disciple of Master Lorenzo di Mariae Dices, and while in his workshop with other companions, he had his famous quarrel with Michelangelo, whom with one blow he broke part of the bridge of his nose, leaving, for as long as he lived, marked the author of Moses and of the Final Judgment. After that quarrel, Torrigiano fled Italy, going to England, where he wandered for many years without a fixed residence and suffering numerous disappointments and sorrows, since it seems that the character of the Florentine artist was otherwise violent, exaggerated, and not sympathetic. Later, Torrigiano arrived in Spain, attracted by the beauties of the land and by the praises he heard about our intellectual culture at that time, traveling through some provinces and settling in Granada, a town then where the most flourishing nobility of Castile was located. Upon arriving in Seville, Torrigiano soon executed notable works, including the reliefs on the entrance door of the hospital Las Cinco Llagas and a sculpture of St. Jerome for the Buena Vista convent. Torrigiano created some beautiful sculptures for the convents being built in the city of Darrow at that time. His growing reputation sparked a bitter dispute with some high-ranking lords for reasons unknown, which forced him to close his workshop and leave the city hastily. Later, the powerful Duke of Arcos commissioned a clay sculpture from the Florentine artist depicting the Virgin Mary holding Jesus Christ to be placed in the magnificent oratorio within his palace. When the statue was completed, he sent his noble lineage to Torrigiano's house to collect it and at the same time deliver to the author the price of his work in several bags of Maravdices. Confined in a dungeon of the Triana castle, the sculptor spent many months, dying eventually in the year 1522 from terrible tortures, as he refused to eat any food for several days. This event caused a great scandal in Seville and incited the devout people, who deemed it a terrible sacrilege, leading the Duke to file charges with the Inquisition court, which captured Torrigiano, accusing him of impiety and being a proven heretic. Upon seeing how they were paying for the peace, Torrigiano suddenly became enraged, unleashing insults against the Duke, and here his anger and indignation reached such a peak that he immediately picked up the statue, threw it forcefully to the ground, breaking it, and told the powerful magnates, servants, that since they received the money in such small coins, they should also receive the statue in small fractions. By the street of the devil, as the unhappy one was dying, she said, the wind repeated, may ill befall him who trusts in a man's promise. Ancient rhyme. If you may know upon reading these lines to which street we refer and where a road with such an unappealing name is located. To clarify any doubts, if there are any, we will say that the street of the devil corresponds to what was later named St. Anthony's Street, found in the parish of St. Bartholomew. It was given the name of St. Anthony because until 1840, on the facade of one of its houses, there was a niche with a clay statue representing penitent friar who bravely rejected the temptations of the devil. The story goes like this, roughly speaking, according to the tradition that has reached us. Of those merrymaking youths, 4 stood out in their more than their companions due to the madness of their actions and the singular scandal they caused. Next to this image, 2 oil lanterns used to burn in old times, providing the only light at night for the street we are talking about. It is proven that the pious from those surroundings had great devotion to the saint, whose placement on that site was due to an extraordinary event in which our grandparents believed wholeheartedly, as they generally had very good beliefs. During the carnival days of 1548, several young men with a laid-back lifestyle and licentious habits who were in Seville committed many excesses and misdeeds, despite being unable to prevent them either through the zeal of the authorities or the fear that then inspired the Inquisition court. Unsatisfied with their misdeeds, after causing great commotion in the streets, injuring 3 people, insulting many, and looting a tavern on the Tuesday of Carnival night, while they were half drunk as passed by the convent of Madridios, they encountered an old man who was accompanied by a young woman, and they got the idea to play a heavy prank on them. One of the skulls, without wasting any words, approached the girl with resolve and with great dexterity, gave her a strong tug on her cloak, and imprinted an impure and loud kiss on her cheeks. Dark, gloomy, and narrow was the alley where they took the old man, offering an appearance most suitable for acts that clear light shines on only rarely. Filled with anger, the old man was about to punish the boldness of the young man when the others grabbed him from behind, wrapped his head in the cloak he was wearing, and dragged him into the nearest alleyway, while the young woman fainted and was picked up by the skull, who kissed her. Accompanied by the handsome man, the young woman also arrived there, whose pale face from fainting stirred the desires of the skull and placed her in a very difficult situation. The old man was tied up, laid on the ground to prevent him from fighting back, as those lost ones surrounded the girl, all praising her beauty and charms that could be appreciated thanks to a weak moonbeam that slipped down to the alley's center. Several of the young men tried to kiss the young woman, but they were surprised to see their first one resist, and seriously and energetically tell them he would not allow anyone to touch her. This led to an argument that escalated moment by moment. Harsh words and insults flew from both sides. Steel emerged, and a fight broke out in no time, with the handsome defender of the beauty taking the worst part, since everyone aimed their weapons at him. He was undoubtedly very skilled, as in a few moments he not only defended himself but also wounded 2 of those who fought him, and disarmed the 3rd, who left the field and fled in an unbecoming manner. The eyes of the stranger shone with phosphorescent light, and a terrible grimace was drawn on his face. The youth and the shadow got into a fierce struggle, in which the first one received a fatal stab wound. The next day the bodies of the girl and her father were found in the narrow street, both showing deep wounds. When the young man found himself alone with the lady, he felt a strange rumble near him, and saw among the shadows a sinister figure wielding steel in his hand, and preparing to attack him. That of the suitor did not seem to be anywhere, and it is said that the devil took him with him, and that he was none other than the stranger who had appeared to him in such a dreadful form. To commemorate this event and deter Losbel from returning, if he felt the urge to do so, the image of St. Anthony mentioned earlier was placed in the alleyway. Exvi, the master Malara, here lies cold and lifeless the body of Malara, whose spirit, having broken free from the mortal shackles binding Vandalia to the great river, soared up to heaven. Herrera. Among the distinguished men who flourished in Seville during the 16th century, a prominent place is held by the wise humanist Don Juan de Malara, whose numerous works have garnered the highest praise from true, dispassionate and fair criticism, which, examining each author's productions with care, neither withholds deserved praises nor conceals the faults committed. Malara is a true glory of his homeland. He was one of the most educated and wise men of his time, and to him was largely due the high degree of flourishing that the Sevillian letters reached in the 16th century. Seville was the cradle of Master Juan Jaen de Malara, and he was born in 1527, the day and month of his birth being unknown, although some authors have indicated them without true evidence. Completely alien to giving these lines a pretentious tone, to dedicate in them a remembrance to the author of popular philosophy, we will limit ourselves to sketching a brief summary of his life, pointing out in passing the main works in prose and verse that he left for future generations. The regular position that his parents enjoyed allowed Malara to receive a fairly complete education, being a student at the San Miguel College, where a public chair of grammar and a primary school maintained at the expense of a cathedral chapter had existed for a very long time. After completing his studies, after several years during which he had the opportunity to deal with many of the most notable writers of that time, he returned to Seville, where he established his residence and where he had very good and loyal friends. After the death of its authors, and being still very young, he became a page to two principal lords with whom he was closely related to Cardinal Loesaire, and while in their service, he made a trip to Salamanca, from where he went to Alcalá de Henares, enrolling himself in the famous university of this last point, where he resided for a long time. Once in our city, Malara opened a Spanish grammar class, soon finding himself with a large number of disciples who later honored the master and who came to him attracted by his knowledge and intelligence, as well as by the sweet and peaceful character that he possessed. Malara married Don. Mary Ojeda devoted most of her existence to her continuous work, but with a tranquil soul and devoid of reckless ambitions that make so many men unhappy. His last work saw the light in 1570, entitled The Welcome Given by the City of Seville to King Philip, a book reprinted in Seville a few years ago. In 1568, Malara published his Popular Philosophy, in which he gathered a large number of ancient proverbs, illustrating them very discreetly with quotes and anecdotes. which are extremely curious and reveal the vast erudition and deep knowledge he possessed in various subjects. According to several biographers of Malara, it can be said that, in addition to its historical value and the rare news and details it contains, it is worthy of appreciation for its correct and easy style. Some of the works left written by Malara have been lost, such as his tragedies cited by Joan de la Cueva and some Latin translations of various fragments of the Iliad. As the days passed with more tranquility for the wise humanist, when he was attended and respected by all his disciples, when his name had achieved true popularity, and his numerous works were read with great eagerness, death came to destroy that powerful intellect who died in 1571 at the age of 44. 4 poems were composed by the learned Hild humanist, titled Hercules' Psyche, the death of Orpheus, and the martyrdom of Saints Justa and Rufina. But these works did not make his name famous, as in the opinion of critics Malara was not a poet of great vitality or powerful and varied inspiration. The illustrious literatus passed away when Sevillian letters reached their greatest zenith, and his disciples mourned him, keeping alive in their hearts the memory of the master and the healthy teachings they had received from him. Seville, the last stone of the cathedral. According to the most credible news, the first Mass celebrated in the cathedral, which then had the form of a mosque, took place on December 27, 1948, with the conqueror Fernando I and all the noble figures who accompanied him during the siege of the city attending. Let another church be built, so good that there is no equal to it. Acta del Cabildo, July 8, 1401. The interesting details we have found regarding the ceremony held when the last stone of our beautiful basilica was placed will serve as the subject matter for this page. But before, we shall say something about the construction of the temple, an admiration to locals and a source of envy to strangers, whose current state is indeed regrettable. Work started on tearing down the old Arab structure, and in 1403, as we have read, the first stone, the monument that holds so many treasures, was laid, with the last one placed 103 years later, on October 10th, 1506. The following year, the construction of the chapels began, these works progressing slowly until half a century later, as signs of imminent ruin became evident in the building, the council agreed to destroy the mosque and build a new basilica that would astonish everyone who saw it. This was a solemn day for Seville, and we regret that the new have is not as extensive as our desires. The temple then ended in a high cimborio, which rested on the 4 pillars of the transept, and there the last stone was placed by Dean D. At noon, the stone was in its designated place, and immediately a solemnity doom was sung by everyone present with the faith and religious enthusiasm of those times. And indeed, the act that had just taken place was to fill with joy all lovers of the homeland. Fernando de la Torre, with the Duke of Medina Sidonia and Don Frederic Enriquez. Around the cimborio, large scaffolding had been built, and all the canons, the assistant, and other civil authorities, as well as a large number of people from Seville's nobility, followed by countless acolytes, pages, and musicians, ascended. The work of many years was completed. The desire of several generations was finally fulfilled, and from that day onward the Catholic religion had a magnificent temple to worship its God. Art also had a marvel since then to render admiration to the genius of man. Not until the following day was the temple open to the faithful, with other religious ceremonies taking place at that time, about which there are very curious details. After the tea, the party descended to the church, where Archbishop Deza remained, as he could not ascend to the belfry due to his age, and proceeding to the chapel of the Ancient One, which was adorned with rich fabrics and flowers, and illuminated with a great number of candles and silver lamps. Mass began with singing by the Archbishop, lasting until noon. As it is not our purpose to make this brief note a description of the beautiful basilica, we will recommend to the reader any of the many works that eminent men have written on the famous temple, and may it be completed again before the current generation disappears. The town of Seville witnessed with the greatest joy the completion of its cathedral, and although they were prepared for that day with feasts and rejoicings, these did not take place as the nation was in mourning for the death of Philip I the Beautiful, who had passed away in Burgos on September 25th of the same year, 1506. Ex divine Herrera, behold, this is the resounding accent with which Herrera sings his sublime triumph. Duke of Freyas. Herrera dedicated himself to theological studies, becoming a priest when he was at the peak of his lusty youth. Our city had the honor of being the cradle of such enlightened genius, and according to the most authorized data, he was born in 1534. His parents being a very modest position. More difficult than impossible is to give in these brief notes, extract of the life and a judgment on the works of the distinguished poet, founder of the Sevillian school, Fernando de Herrera, whom his contemporaries called divine, a name that, according to great Quintana, nobody deserved with more justice than him. All these circumstances, which made it impossible for the passion of the Sevillian bard to be satisfied, only increased it, making it dominate all his feelings and becoming the constant martyrdom of his heart. And later he enjoyed a benefice in the parish of San Andres, and he never wanted to abandon the humble state in which he lived, even though his many and good friends tried. As Pacheco says, to increase his dignity and fortune. Herrera died in the capital of Andalusia in 1597, and with him died the most notable poet of the Sevillian school, who brought so much splendor and honor to the native letters. That woman, according to the most authoritative accounts, the noblest Lady Don Leona de Milan, Countess of Guelph, whose husband, a great aficionado and protector of fine letters, maintained considerable friendship with Herrera, whom he allowed into his home for some time, distinguishing him with marked deferences. Herrera's verses enchant the reader and stir the most delicate fibers of feeling, especially those dedicated to Eleodora, for whom he felt such a deep, true, and constant passion that it always tortured his soul, thirsting for tenderness, and made him taste, among many bitteresses, those supreme pleasures reserved only for those who love as one should on earth. I distrust, I abhor, I love, I hope, and to such an extent does my confusion reach that I no longer know whether I want or do not want. Pain, sorrow, and the most desolating bitterness then overflowed in the heart of the bard, and dictated those stanzas that cannot be read without feeling as much admiration as melancholy. Who is not moved by the words of the lover when he writes this, the most beautiful poetry of Herrera, which is always read with delight and which would suffice merely to immortalize his name, was composed when the Countess died a few years later, still young and adorned with all her powerful graces and attractions. The desert bears witness to my misfortunes, which sees me lying on its bare and red sand in pain and nearly dead. Candida Luna, who with serene light looks indifferently at my tears. Have you seen from another lover such equal pain? Herrera was a man who possessed great erudition and accumulated many and diverse knowledge in all branches of learning. Great merit belongs to the elegy dedicated to his friend Juan de Malara, and no less notable are the odes to D, Juan de Austria and to the defeat of King D, Sebastian in Africa. Fernandez Espino says of this composition that it is the most tender, sincere, and passionate of all that exist in Spanish, and we would like to reproduce it here entirely, so that our readers can savor once again the unmatched beauties it contains. He enriched the language, adding turns of phrase, epithets, and sentences. He cultivated prose in works such as The War of Cyprus, The Life of Thomas More, and Notes on Garcilaso, among many other lost writings, including a general history of the world up to the age of Emperor Charles V, completed in 1590, which unfortunately was never printed. The most authentic portrait of Herrera is the one drawn by his close friend Pacheco in his celebrated collection of illustrious men, from which those now existing in various libraries and museums were taken. The shadows of the subterland fantastic beings that by night terrify the sad wakeful and disappear with the first dawn of a new day. Fernandez and González. The name of Fernando de Herrera has reached us surrounded by that aura that surrounds geniuses, and it will always be admired wherever there is a lover of letters. But Seville, to whom he brought so much honor, has not yet erected even the smallest monument or modest tomb to his memory. So extensive are these underground passages that some of their branches, they extend to Borsiganaya Street and form a complicated labyrinth that is impossible to know and study in detail. Abades Street is one of the oldest in our city, and some of its houses have deep underground areas, but which very curious news has been written by Argot de Molina, Rodrigo Caro, González de Leon, Benavides, and other historians of Seville. How many efforts have been made to recognize those places that have yielded little result, for aside from the fact that it is extremely difficult to penetrate them, one can barely stay there due to the atmosphere, the cold, and the infinite number of bats that, as one author puts it, roam in the darkness. According to the most accepted opinion, these underground caverns were discovered accidentally during construction work in the home of Canon D, Juan de Force, in 1298, although their exact construction date is unknown. It is believed that the Arabs used them to establish the school of diabolical magic. Since then, those dens have been known, and the common people, always credulous and inclined to add fantastical elements, have woven numerous stories and legends about them. Among the many stories that are usually told, one incident reached our knowledge which, though having a hint of truth and being little known, we consider worthy of inclusion in this collection of notes. In the lower floors of some buildings on Calabades, there still exist small doors, now boarded up, leading down narrow staircases to mysterious underground areas, viewed with fear by ignorant and superstitious people. Our Burgalesian knight would usually return home late at night, use his key to unlock the door and enter his rooms, where he would soon fall asleep. This gentleman had very good connections in Seville, and being free, he enjoyed gallant adventures, but was careful not to set a scandalous example or provide fuel for idle chatter and gossip. A certain house that had its door and staircase in a corner of a gallery overlooking the Pacho was inhabited around the years 1695 by a Burgos nobleman, a wealthy bachelor of good appearance, who lived in great comfort and was served by a single old and not very astute servant. On one warm summer night, he had to return earlier than usual, since his bedroom was on a lower floor near the courtyard. He had to pass very close to the door leading to the underground level, which he thought he saw undisturbed. He listened carefully, and then clearly heard intense whispers under the floor of his room, along with some dry, uneven, prolonged knocks. Then the knight lay down in his bed and fell into a deep sleep, perhaps thinking of his past adventures or those he had planned, and barely an hour had passed when a strange and unusual noise pulled him back to reality and opened his eyes. It was not the Burgales, who would be frightened by childish things, and he was about to jump out of bed to grab his sword when, through a window in the room that was open, he saw, thanks to the moonlight, a shadow pass, followed by others, which seemed to him of gigantic height and strange appearance. During his life, the knight had given ample proof of not being a coward, but the apparition of those shadows stripped him of all energy and made him tremble with fear. He wanted to get out of bed, but couldn't. He tried to scream, but his voice was strangled in his throat. As he looked around, terror intensified when he noticed ghosts entering the bedroom and gathering in a corner, murmuring incomprehensible words. The knight made a supreme effort to overcome his fear, and with a voice that he tried to calm, he said, "Who are you?" Some moments passed, terrible moments of agitation and turmoil for the wealthy gentleman, who thought himself surrounded by assassins or souls from another world coming to take him. God knows where. "What do you want?" But as soon as he had spoken these words, the shadows rushed out of the room and walked towards the courtyard, producing a dull and uneven noise. Quick as a flash, the Burgales left his room after the ghosts, believing he saw them jumping in the courtyard and heading towards the gallery where the little mysterious cellar door was. He pursued them the night, and what would not his surprise be when he noticed that the cellar was lit from within with a strong red light. The Burgales, seized by deep terror, could not go on and fell to the ground senselessly and terrified. Except the house of the Alsazars, the deeds of this illustrious man live on, thanks to my diligence. For every time I visited him, I would write something from what I had preserved in the treasure of his remarkable memory. F. Pacheco. With the name of Alsazars, there is a street in Seville called, in the old times, Ancha de San Pedro, which is mostly straight, cheerful, and with good and comfortable buildings. There he was found in the morning by the old servant who waited on him, and later realized the source of the apparitions that disturbed his peaceful sleep, which was nothing other than the following, quite prosaic. Truth, the cellar of the house communicated with a nearby building, and several inhabitants decided one night to embark on an expedition through the mysterious vaults, ending up outside the knight's house without realizing it, leading to the scene we have just recounted. In this street, there is a house that offers nothing particular on its facade, but it is beautiful inside, and it was here where the renowned poet Baltasar de Alves was born in 1531 and lived for many years. The building passed in 1790 to the Marquis of Camponuevo, and after his death to the convent of Santa Teresa, being acquired towards the middle of this century by the Marquesses of San Gil. Despite the works that have been carried out inside that premises over time, it still retains ver antiquity distinct air which can easily be perceived when one enters its thresholds. The aforementioned property, currently occupied by the benevolent Association Hermanas de los Pobres, belonged from the 14th century to the noble family of Arias de Saavedra, and was later acquired by the gentleman Don Francisco Alcázar, who, together with his wife Dona Leona de Prado, founded a majorat, which later passed to his second son Don Baltasar. Glory of Seville's letters. In the magnificent gardens and zods of this house, there is still a tree known as the Alcázar myrtle, under whose shade it is said the jovial author, the joyful dinner, composed many of his poems. After retiring from the military and participating in glorious battles, Alcázar returned to Seville, established his residence here, and married a virtuous woman highly praised for her beauty. Born in 1531, as we have mentioned, Alcázar was sent by his father to military service and gained fame for his expertise and valor alongside the renowned Don Elvaro de Bazan, the first Marquis de Santa Cruz, whose memorable deeds are a source of pride for the country. The powerful Dukes of Alcol appointed the poet Alcaide mayor of their properties, extending great favors and keeping him in their service for nearly 20 years. It was during this long period that Baltasar de Alcázar wrote almost all his compositions, which unfortunately have not yet been completely collected and compiled with care, as they are scattered across various books, with none containing a complete set. Juan de la Cuventas and Cervantes and the divine Herrera paid no small number of praises to Baltasar de Alcázar, who was always highly regarded by all who knew him and held in esteem for his enviable qualities. The poetry most praised by critics, and undoubtedly more popular than any other, is La Escena Jocosa, a simple and spontaneous narrative, abundant in witticisms and amusing expressions, that captures the reader's interest and can serve as a model for natural and loose versification. The passion that Baltasar de Alcázar had for beautiful letters was no less than his lifelong love for music and painting. He played several instruments with great skill and also drew, encouraged by his ex-excellent friend Francisco Pacheco, who portrayed him in his celebrated collection of illustrious men. The poet passed away in 1606 at the age of 76 in the same house where he was born, leaving a most grateful memory among his contemporaries and a brilliant and illustrious name in Hispanic letters. Sex, a river's passion, wasted heart, mockery of the woman who courted him, and now scorning her, he leaves the one who yielded to him yesterday. Esprincida, at the far north end of Alameda, and in a square once called the Plaza de la Cruz del Rodeo, there is a humble chapel with a very simple facade dedicated to the Virgin of Carmen. It was built in memory of a tragic event we will recall in these lines. The powerful and noble counts of Tora had, at the beginning of the 16th century, a unique son, young with an attractive physique and a cheerful character, who was destined to inherit, with his parents' noble titles, their substantial fortune. Don Per Afán de Rivera, as the young man was called, although raised with all severity and seclusion, when he reached maturity, he revealed a great fondness for undertaking adventures and leading that life of danger and entertainment peculiar to the calaveras skulls of his time. The son of the counts of Tor lacked neither grace nor dexterity, and enjoyed a certain reputation for courage and decisiveness, as well as for his gallantry with the fair sex, to which he was extremely devoted. He had many escapades and conquests, many quarrels and heated disputes, and did not spare the gleaming shields he displayed in just a few years. Don Per Afán fell in love with a young woman from a humble background, who, seduced by the martial bearing and distinguished demeanor of the gallant, succumbed to her passion for him with fervor, as if there were no other man in the world to match his qualities. Similar to the seducer of Seville, Don Per Afán de Rivera made no distinction between classes when it came to matters of love, and he would fix his eyes on either a pure maiden or a roguish mistress crossing the street wrapped in a thick cloak, or on a torn maid from the opposition party with an assured gait and a short, low-cut dress. Don Per Afán had little patience, and he did not like to waste time on his conquests, so he did not let much time pass before the girl fell into his traps. And if before she had given him her soul, she gave him her body, which was beautiful and full of charms. The young aristocrat was overjoyed to have awakened in the unsuspecting girl such a true passion, and he made her 1,000 promises and oaths, which, although he did not intend to keep, ultimately bewildered the girl's mind, who believed every word her lover said. The love he sought to feel as the son of the counts lasted until that day, and following his usual pattern, he soon abandoned the girl, forgetting her for other conquests that then demanded his attention. A sinister conspiracy thus formed, and for many days the aristocratic womanizer was pursued and stalked with great insistence. But the scorned maiden, who was an orphan and poor, had a brother who, upon learning from irrefutable evidence of the affair, stirred up the neighborhood of the fair and prepared to take revenge, aided by others who also harbored deep hatred for Don Per Afán, due to his skull dancing. One summer night he had attended a gathering at the home of a certain monopolio in the Plaza del Quemadero, and later that evening, alone, cloaked in his cape, he trusted himself to his skill with the whip as usual. But upon reaching the Cruz del Rodeo, he encountered some neighbors taking a leisurely stroll, and without any provocation, he launched into an attack on them, cursing and threatening them both verbally and physically. Shortly after, two men emerged from the shadows covered by mask, who struck a palm, and at the sound, a large group appeared from an alleyway surrounding the young man with an intimidating posture. He threw off his cloak and, drawing his steel, attacked the masked men, but before he could wound them, the group fell upon him, giving him terrible blows and filling him with wounds. Then one of the hidden ones, who was none the brother of the young woman who had been insulted, drew a dagger and stabbed it furiously into the chest of Don Per. Afan de Rivera, who exhaled his last breath instantly. Sexai, the evening of San Juan, very beautiful and elegant it must have been, when all the nobility of Seville attended, and only to her, for there was no other promenade. Duke of Rivas. The peaceful neighbors to whom the death of the young knight was attributed were later condemned to severe penalties by justice, while the true murderer remained in the shadows of mystery. When news of this tragic event spread through the city, it caused deep sensation among all those who knew the unfortunate man, and the powerful counts, whose grief can be imagined, paid for the hermitage dedicated to the Virgin of Carmen that still exists today, where their son had died. No doubt a happy idea was that which had the good patron, Don Francisco Zapata, Count of Barajas, in the year 1574, when he ordered the construction of the Alameda de Hercules, the oldest promenade in the city, transforming the place where before there was a wide marsh into a pleasant spot for rest and honest recreation. Perhaps he thought his work was not yet complete. He had two magnificent columns exhumed from the upper districts of the city, where it is believed that a luxurious temple dedicated to Hercules once stood. He completed his work by raising the floor, installing stone benches, elegant fountains, and 8 rows of trees that provided sweet and pleasant shade, serving at the same time as a pleasure to the eye and purification of the air. Both columns, supported by wide pedestals and adorned with 2 statues, have been described countless times, and they were the subject of one of the most beautiful articles by the distinguished Duke of Rivas, who held great affection for our capital, whose traditions he sang in numerous immortal poems. Many historians believe that in ancient times a branch of the Guadalquivir River passed, where the Barquita Gate once stood, following the path of the current Alameda, crossing the city and emerging near the Jerez Gate. We do not know what is truly in this, but it can be assured that by the end of the 15th century, the area where the Alameda now stands was a swamp, as we have said, extremely harmful to health due to its complete abandonment. There many times met the learned men who formed the illustrious academies of Pacheco and Malara. Their dean, the Alameda de Hercules, has been, since its foundation, the favorite walk of the Sevillians, and on it gathered the serene Sundays of winter and the fresh afternoons of spring and summer. The most luxurious ladies, richly dressed, the most distinguished and noblemen, the richest merchants, and the most handsome and arrogant young men. Let us turn our eyes back to that time and see the St. John's Eve celebration as it was held towards the end of the 17th century, for example, when Seville's wealth and prosperity outshone many important cities on the peninsula. By then, some reforms had been carried out in the promenade, increasing its fountains, adding new tree-lined streets, and raising 2 smaller columns at the northern end of little merit, each consisting of 8 pieces and culminating in two reduced lions with the shields of Spain. The period when these festivities reached their greatest splendor, if we believe the faithful and punctual chroniclers, was in the last years of the past century and the first of the present, when the aristocracy and the Spanish people, far from suspecting the impending misfortunes that threatened the homeland, gave themselves over with more fervor than ever to diversions and rejoicings, while the Prince of Peace handled the affairs of the kingdom at his whim. It was common to see during those nights the appearance of the surroundings of the Alameda, in elegant beds, surrounded by enthusiastic and doting young men. Feliciana de Enriquez, the Duchess of Guelph, competed. Mednilla and Per Efma de River engaged in fierce battles with Maniferos and Ripollidos. The divine Herrera wept sadly over the scorn of his beloved Eleodora. Rinconete and Cortadillo practiced countless acts of charity with other people's bags. The Inquisitor lords and attendees strolled, immersed in relaxed conversation, more than one chaste and modest maiden, taking advantage of a momentary lapse from her indispensable Rodrigona mistress, slipped a perfumed and tender note into the hands of a devoted and discreet barbindo, and their Annalie. From the beginnings of Philip IV's reign, the famous evenings began to be held on St. John's and St. Peter's nights. On the former Pelagia Street, from the convent of San Pedro Alcantara to that of the Boat, there were numerous stalls and huts where Triana and Furia vendors sold clay dolls and religious prints, pine nuts and hazelnuts, almond alfajors and coloured meringues. On the corner of Calpurco and opposite the cross of Pariso were the Bun Ola's fried douse shops, where the gypsies from Cavavija, under the light of a traditional candelabra and wrapped in thick clouds of smoke, made the golden builos dossed nuts for the Mose sailors and Moses women of Rumbo and Impuje. Near the convent of Belen stood the casetas, small huts of always beaten Don Cristobal with his inseparable D, Rosita, and under the white poplars, cypresses, and orange trees of the reef. The neighbors of the neighborhood formed a choir, dancing to the sound of the guitar and castanets, the majors and majos performing the old polvillo panaderos, or any other popular dance in vogue at that time. Between the double row of trees in the central street of the Alameda, long rows of colored pots were placed next to the Hercules. Graceful arches of foliage rose, accompanied by the Brotherhood of the Cross of the Rodeo. Water stalls shone with paper lanterns and pots of fragrant basil. On the wide stone seats, animated conversations formed, and the crowd, thick and numerous, buzzed happily and merrily, producing a multitude of impossible sounds. Above this lively scene, a transparent and magnificent sky glowed, populated by thousands of stars, and in it the white moon stood out, the eternal star of sorrow and endless melancholy, sliding its rays through the foliage to sometimes surprise a love talk, and with it the secret of two young, passionate, and dreamer souls. It was a lively night, as they used to be, where many people would gather, and the Alameda of Hercules was the place where all sorts of characters from our grandparents' society would mix, just like them, now disappeared without a trace. There was then a custom which gradually declined over time until it ceased at the end of the second third of the century. The same applied to the fat friar of Trinidad or Mercy, as well as the military adventurer, the merchant from Cal J.A. Nova, the trader from the Plaza, all of Seville's people, and indeed all classes of society who readily came to lend animation and brilliance to the traditional Velada evening gathering. The houses in the Alameda neighborhood were points of gatherings and lively discussions on St. John's night. In the wide, flower-adorned courtyard filled with lights, the young gathered, taking the opportunity to display their graces and charms, while men showcased their gallantry and dexterity. How many amusing scenes did this custom give rise to? How much wit and acuity was wasted in those conversations? And how many suitors and marriages were sparked during those long, sought-after nights for young women in need? In that blessed era, youths were undoubtedly more credulous than today, and for that reason they were more easily deceived by women who throughout all times have only sought to seduce and lose men, said a holy father who must have been an experienced person and a practical expert in such subtle matters. Here, the beautiful Macarena, proudly wearing a half-step costume, pignet of Kerry and shoulder pads, defiantly challenged the gazes of the leeks and the compliments of the Manolos. They're the sweet, rubicund one, dressed according to the latest fashion trend from French fashion houses, wore a tall vest, satin tailcoat, and boots in the style of a bombier, directing his impudent gaze at groups of haughty young ladies over there. The cheeky one with a tanned complexion and short moustaches, wearing a wide-collared shirt, cheese-shaped hat and a Sarraza lollipop, joked and laughed with friends and godparents. And here the intriguing Petimetra, adorned with a rich skirt embroidered with lace, her high waistline with bell sleeves, and her two pigtails with perfumed curlers, engaged in sparkling and lively conversations among gentlemen with dusty hairstyles and embroidered jackets, and likewise the discreet yet cunning old man with a malicious face and proper manners, as well as the stern, gruff corrector. Married girls would sit on the balconies as evening fell, and from there they would call out by name to any passers-by who seemed suitable, and when the passers-by should be approached, the windows with friendly smiles, pleasant dialogues would ensue, often concluding with the passer-by heading to the nearest confectionery shop, returning laden with an enormous box of sweets, which he would distribute among the most charming and pleasing girls. Excessive the Holy Burial, much could indeed be said of this brotherhood if the peculiarities, details, and variations of their Easter week procession were meticulously recorded at all times. J. Bermejo. It has been several years since the famous cofrade of the Holy Burial no longer appears on the list of the many brotherhoods of light and torch that during Passion Week parade their images through the streets of our city. The history and vicissitudes through which this fraternity has passed are curious, and in case some of our readers are interested in knowing them, we will relate them in the fewest possible lines, although others have done so with more detail. The name of the brotherhood is Santo Entierro y Mala Santissima de Villa Viciosa. It carries 3 steps of regular merit, in the first of which there is an allegory of death, in the second a recumbent statue of Jesus, and in the last appears the Virgin with steed. John and the Three Marys. The sculpture of the second step is one of the best works by Martinez Montale, and it was built to replace another very ancient one that gave rise to the foundation of the fraternity. She spent her days in a state of death, praying and begging all the saints to take her from this world, as her severe ailments were incurable. One day, while she's most absorbed in her daily prayers, she witnessed with utter astonishment of the large portion of the wall of her room collapse, revealing an image of Jesus lying and wrapped in linen before her eyes. The foundation of this story lies in a most peculiar event that took place in Triana, and which the traditions recount thus. There was, a few years after Seville's conquest, an old sick woman in a house within this neighborhood who had long suffered from paralysis, leaving her bedridden. This case reached King Fernando I, who ordered a chapel to be built on the outskirts of the royal gate for the appeared statue, and founded a brotherhood that would make a procession every year. Despite the paralysis, the old woman jumped from the bed light as a heron and went out into the street shouting and putting the whole neighborhood in motion, whose neighbors rushed to the scene of the event, leaving their mouths open not only at the appearance of the image, but also at the miraculous cure of the evicted old woman. All was carried out as mandated by the monarch, with several centuries passing without any significant changes to the pious congregation that have been recorded in history. However, around the year 1587, a very skilled and intelligent potter from Genoa, named Tom das P.A. Saro, who resided in Triana, motivated by his devotion, established a brotherhood at the hospital of Villaviciosa, located on Colcheros Street, to worship the image preserved there with the same name, which was a sculpture of moderate artistic value. The congregation of Piesaro did not thrive much, as Bermejo mentions in his Glorias Reas Religiosas, although the intentions of its founder were good. And in 1601, after the brotherhood moved to the chapel where the Christ who appeared during the time of King D, Ferdinand I established the Brotherhood of the Holy Burial, which made its first procession on the afternoon of Holy Friday in 1602, which was indeed extremely rainy and highly unpleasant. From the following year, so many prominent individuals showed interest in the new brotherhood that it reached its peak, surpassing all previous processions to the cathedral. And before his death, the devoted Potter Piesaro had the pleasure of seeing that congregation he initiated with such modest resources and limited means right at the front. By the end of the 17th century, the Brotherhood of the Holy Burial declined somewhat, but it regained its former glory in 1729, when King Philip V moved to Seville with his court, staying in our capital for nearly 5 years. The Brotherhood returned to the streets in 1830 and in subsequent years until 1842, with rare exceptions. In 1850, it made a station carrying almost all the steps from other confrades, and this occurred on other occasions as well, most recently in 1889. These notes do not allow for a detailed description of the way the Holy Burial Brotherhood were presented to the public at that time. However, it is enough to say that they included crosses from all parishes, friars from all orders, clergy, authorities, a large number of penitents, musicians, Roman soldiers, angels dressed in fanciful costumes, chabos, poor people from shelters, and a numerous accompaniment of guests. After that date, despite the good intentions of the Brotherhood and many neighbors of Seville, it has not performed its procession again. A large number of details and specifics regarding the Holy Burial we have omitted to mention, but our limited space in this report compels us. In the early years of our century, the Brotherhood of the Holy Burial Cofreo del Santo Entierro underwent numerous changes, as mentioned for me by González Leslie Lee. The Brotherhood moved its images to various temples, such as San Pedro and San Juan de la Palma. Its resources significantly decreased, and when the French invasion occurred, it could be said that the Brotherhood was completely dissolved, and without doubt it would never have reformed if not for the efforts of the assistant Arjona, who rebuilt the processions passos and reorganized the congregation. Sex ex vi servantis in Seville, but why should those who never read you or who are indifferent to such an exemplary book weep? Sojourn. Cervantes came to Andalusia shortly before 1588, when, after composing works for the theatre without practical results, he applied for and received a position as commissioner of galley suppliers to His Majesty, Antonio de Guevara and Don Pedro in Susa, and he continued in his post until 1596, when, as the erudite Navarrete testifies, he presented with great accuracy the accounts of himself and his assistants. The prince of Spanish wits, whose name is the admiration of all, during his long and turbulent existence resided for more than 12 years in our city, visiting most of the towns in the province and having the opportunity to study their customs, characters, and principal traits, as he later demonstrated in various passages of his immortal writings. From the previous data, we can see the time Cervantes resided in our capital and the various occupations he held. However, as we have said nothing so far about his literary works during that period, or some curious details, we will do so in the shortest possible space. He also undertook other commissions, and in addition to the previous one, obtained the position of collector of the thirds and customs duties, which Philip I granted him, and the person who took certain collected amounts to the court from Spain, leading to a series of incidents that would be lengthy to relate, resulting ultimately in Cervantes' imprisonment in Seville's prison, where some writers speculate that Don began, although there is insufficient evidence to support this. Cervantes left prison in December 1597 after having made the king aware through documents of his desire to go to court, where he would clear his accounts, and once free, the events that followed are unknown. However, it is true that the distinguished author of Don Quixote continued to live in our city throughout the year 1598 in a situation not very comfortable. He then took on business and errands entrusted to him by Don Hernando de Toledo and some influential people, leaving Seville finally at the end of 1602, heading to Valladolid, where his family was, although some biographers also suppose that he stopped in La Mancha and the town of Argamasilla, where he was imprisoned and locked up in the house of Mayor Medrano. The divine Herrera, Don Juan de J. Irigoyen, and the painter Pacheco were great friends of Cervantes, who attended the famous academy more than once. where wise and ingenious men gathered. In Seville, Cervantes wrote several of his novels, including Rinconete and Cortadillo, Colloquio de los Perros, El Celoso Extremimio, La Tía Fingida, and El Curioso Impertinent. In the free moments left by his accounts and annoying commissions, Cervantes frequented the company of many illustrious men who lived in Seville, and who had made our population a center of culture, as it was an emporium of trade and riches from the New World. Here he composed the poetry that won in the Zaragoza competition when St. James was canonized, the sonnet on Herrera's Den, and the famous one dedicated to the tomb built in the cathedral for Philip I's honors. He also gathered numerous notes that he later used, and met many people who would serve as types for his admirable creations. In the Santa Paula convent in our city, the beautiful Isabella from La Española Inglesa resided, and tradition says that Cervantes spent long hours in the San Marcos tower, from where he would often see the lovely girl whose house was at the Compis Gate. To conclude, we shall say that the prince of our wits used to frequent the ancient portals of Plaza de San Francisco often, where he was well known by all who gathered at this central point of the city. He lived, it seems, in 3 houses in Seville, one near Santa Paula, another on Alfol de la Sol Street, and the last in the parish of San Isidoro. Regrettably, no one has undertaken to investigate and identify these buildings, which deserve to be marked with a commemorative plaque. XXXV done John Tenorio. I provoked him who I wanted. I fought with whoever he chose, and I never considered that he who I killed could kill me. Zorilla. In this collection of Seville notes, the immensely popular gentleman, son of our city, who has been written about and debated so much, could not be absent. The month of November arrives with its commemoration of the deceased, and at the same time that essentially Spanish character, bold to the point of temerity, quarrelsome by nature, scornful of women, and full of vices that bear a special stamp of greatness and nobility, appears on our theatre stages. This proof that customs make laws is only seen in the representations of Tenorio. It has been staged in the first days of November, and so it is that on any other day of the year, no one goes to the Colosseum advertising the popular play by Zorilla. Only the daring adventures of the bold Sevillian seem fitting in the moments when nature, stripped of its splendid adornments, as if joining the duel of humanity, prepares to receive old winter. The figure of Tenorio rises again every year with the sound of bells tolling sadly for those who are no more, and the people who during the day visited the cemetery to lay crowns and lanterns on the tombs of parents, wives, or children forever absent, come at night to the theatre where they witness once more the scandalous scene of the inn, the abduction of the ideal novice, the interrupted feast by the fateful shadow of Hulot, and the salvation of the guilty soul of the protagonist. And now we ask, has Don John Tenorio, that finished type of a skull from other times, a collection of all evils, an untamable soul and a heart on fire, lived in the real world, or is he merely the creation of a poet? Here lies a doubt difficult to clarify. The critics have not yet been able to ascertain the truth at this point, and the origin of Don Juan Tenorio remains a mystery. To Tirso de Molina corresponds, of course, the glory of having been the first poet to make Don Juan famous. Each writer who deals with the subject says something different. Each presents it in a distinct way, though they all agree in attributing every imaginable mischief to the hero. But the original source, the foundation on which so many works have been built, has not been clearly and definitively specified, leaving room for doubt. Many, after T.A. Les, have treated him in legends, dramas, and novels, drawing inspiration from what he said, and following in his footsteps more or less closely or with greater or lesser accuracy. El Burlador de Sevilla gave rise to everything written about this character by Marie Corneille, Dumas, Byron, Junqueiro, and other foreign and national authors. But on what tradition, document, or fact did Tirso de Molina draw inspiration? Here come the personal opinions of the critics, which, as almost always happens, are very diverse, and it's not worth reproducing them. Now, when Zorilla wrote his famous drama, he was far from suspecting that it would become the most popular and acclaimed of his works. He himself, in his memories of old times, tells us in a very curious way how the work began. I leave, therefore, to one side the aura and origin of Don Juan Tenorio, so that someone with more instruction and patience can dedicate themselves to clarifying it, and to conclude, I will devote a few paragraphs to the work of the immortal poet who, overwhelmed by years and laurels, was until recently the only one left from a glorious era for Spanish letters. The success was great. The audience of that time applauded, as do today's audiences and will tomorrow's, for the creations of genius always arouse admiration, regardless of the tastes they cater to or the prevailing schools. Some years after its premiere, Zorilla's Tenorio seemed almost forgotten. Without having formed a plan or pondered the matter, he let his pen run free, filling page after page with verses, sometimes incorrect, yet easy, inspired, and harmonious. And after one scene, he imagined another, and in a short number of days the work was completed. And it premiered without its author having reviewed it at any length. It was brought back to stage by actor Pedro Delgado, who was at the peak of his powers, and then the custom arose of performing it on the first days of November, spreading across everywhere, and the owner of the play made a fortune. Zorilla had sold the property not in a very large amount, and received nothing from the great produce it yielded, something the poet has regretted numerous times in various compositions. Our purpose has been simply to have the name of the legendary Sevillian figure appear in this book, where only things about Seville are treated. Speaking of the drama here would, in my opinion, be a waste of time, as there is no Spaniard who has not seen its performances, nor any moderately educated person who does not know its verses by heart. Sex V, the narrow street of St. Andrews, narrow and high street, is the street of the coffin, as if it were draped in an eternal, dark, somber hood. Espronceda. Today this street has nothing particularly notable. It is one of many narrow and irregular streets like those found in Seville, not very clean and with little traffic. Then the appearance of this narrow and wending little alley was the most somber imaginable. But in other times, when the common people were more ignorant than now, when there were still those who believed in witches, fairies, ghosts and all that strange company, when lies and absurd advice were articles of faith for a superstitious populace, Angostillo was a terrible place where extraordinary events took place. With what fear were the tales of tragic scenes that had taken place there heard, with what exaggerations and circulated comment the city throughout the feats that daily committed by witches and demons. Yet, despite the presence of a pious picture, devils and gnomes still roamed the Angostillo, and they had become so attached to the place that none seemed more suitable for carrying out their foolish pranks and tricks. With what terror the old women recounted the events in the Angostillo. At night, pallid spectres with phosphorescent eyes and long robes strode down narrow alleys, sometimes assailing the unsuspecting passerby, forcing them to give over whatever they had and killing them if they resisted being stripped. On one side, the walls of the parish of St. Andrew; on the other, the high walls of the Santo Pozo Hospital, there were 2 or 3 wretched-looking old and ruinous houses. At the mouth of Calcadenas stood a very ancient building that had been unoccupied since the Inquisition discovered a society of Molinists within it. And to complete the character of this street, there was a heavy altar where once hung a canvas depicting the Conception, before which burned a sad oil lamp that cast its feeble glows on the image. At the foot of the altar already mentioned, frequent challenges and quarrels were witnessed between Maniferos and Ripallidos, and many times in the mourning bodies of numerous unhappy ones, stabbed with stabs, were raised from there. Also wandering through Angostillo was the famous elf Martinito, whom no one ever saw, but about whom everyone spoke, praising his excessive smallness and singular mischief, which he exercised particularly in deceiving maidens, whom he held captive in a subterranean palace to deliver them, as needed to enamored knights, in exchange for saving their souls. However, an individual, more curious or bolder, wanted to find out what such meetings meant, and one night he hid, favoured by shadows, near the threshold of the shack, distinguishing in the darkness the hooded ones as they arrived when the bells of the cathedral rang the quida. In one of the shacks in Angostillo, several hooded ones entered every Sunday at the sound of the quida, remaining in the building until the alba rang, when they left again in silence. And although the part of the crowd speculated they could never discover with certainty what brought these mysterious hooded ones to that house, with the silence of the night, which was mild and beautiful, he heard shortly thereafter a peculiar noise inside the building, also hearing faint moans and sobs, which seemed to belong to a woman. But when the curious one paid full attention, he found himself surrounded by a group of men who, without uttering a word, tied him up, blindfolded him, and carried him on their shoulders. Today, when no one fears the Angostillo any more, we have deemed it fitting to dedicate a memory to it in this collection of light notes. Such was the terror that seized the unfortunate man, then that he lost consciousness, and when he came to himself, he found himself lying in the field of the martyrs, in a state of complete idiocy, which he lived in until the last days of his existence. Seville, the Academy of Pacheco for you, honour of Seville, the learned, the erudite, the virtuous Pacheco, who with a generous pen preserves those smudges that honoured the nations. Quevedo. The prosperity and grandeur of Seville in the 16th century was such that some historians compare it with Athens in the time of Pericles, and with Rome during the reign of Augustus. It can truly be said that the Andalusian capital was a center of intellectual culture, as enlightened men who achieved eternal fame as poets, painters, sculptors, prose writers, and warriors resided there. Among these men, a pride to the country, Francisco Pacheco lived, an artist by nature, with a noble soul filled with beautiful feelings and a keen interest in studying all branches of knowledge and cultivating the muses. 7 years later, he painted the temple, one of the pieces of the magnificent catafalco erected in the cathedral for Philip I's funeral, which inspired the great Cervantes with his most popular sonnet. According to the most authentic data, Pacheco was born in 1573, dedicating himself to painting from a young age under the guidance of Luis Fernandez, who had his workshop in our city at that time. Pacheco's early works were presented to the public in 1590. Pacheco moved to Madrid around 1611, returning to court after a while, and during the months of his stay in the city he studied with great diligence the works of El Greco Cardocho and C.I. Speeds. Upon returning to Seville, he began painting numerous pictures for churches and convents, shortly afterward inaugurating his famous academy, to which the greatest wits then existing in Spain flocked. This academy was located on Cal Armas in a comfortable and spacious building where Pacheco also had his studio, from which emerged prominent painters such as Alfonso Colo and the great master Diego Velázquez. Francisco Pacheco writes, Mr. The academic gatherings that brought so much honor to the native letters did not take long to become famous, with attendees including the inspired Arguello, protector of his time's talents, Father Juan de Pineda, the renowned painter, architect, and poet Pablo de C.A. Speeds, Guti Res de Cetina, author of the most tender madrigals, the divine Herrera, founder of the Seville school, Rioja, singer of flowers, and the learned Augustinian Fer, Pedro de Valderrama, Master Francisco de Medina, Licentiate Cristobal Mosquera, disciple of the illustrious Malara, the pious Friar Hernandez Delgadillo, the ill-fated Doctor Gonzalo S. Sanchez Lucero, the incomparable festive poet Alcazar Argot de Molina, whose name is so respected today, the renowned painter Maíz Pedro de Campana, Rodrigo Caro, Miguel de Cervantes, and many other distinguished men who attended that tournament of intelligence where they carried away so many literary and scientific questions, so many elevated thoughts, and such diverse and varied matters. Asensio, upon seeing so many notable men arrive at his meeting, had the fortunate idea of going to portray them one after the other, and the delicate attention of adding to image a summary or an elogium in which he gave news of the life and works of the character. Pacheco cultivated poetry and painting, as we have said, excelling in both for his privileged intelligence and his inexhaustible industry and love of study combined to give life to his immortal works. Among his literary works are beautiful poem-learned dissertations and a treatise on the art of painting, which, according to the words of an eminent critic, exceeds in historical erudition and in the certainty of its advice all that had been written on the subject up to that time. Among his most notable paintings are his scenes, Last Judgments, is from the history of Icarus, Daedalus, his steed, Michael, and those in the churches of Brines and Alcal de Godera. Pacheco died in Seville in 1654. Joan de la Cuva, Lope de Vega, and others of his contemporaries dedicated profound eulogies to him, and posterity, who admires him, will always pay tribute to his genius and wisdom. 6.6, the sermon of the maidservants. What does your beauty amount to? Opportunities for sadness, your beauty and loveliness. To be misused, it would have been better if you were ugly. Say, de Castellillo, Laguna Street, known for its beautiful buildings, meticulous cleanliness and straightness and width, is one of the best streets in our city. It was built in the mid-17th century on the site where young women from the neighborhood had lived since ancient times, separated from the rest of the population in an area known as the Mansibíes district. This district consisted of numerous irregular and hideous shacks, and to enter it one had to pass through an archway at the end of Atocha Street. There was a lagoon of full smelling water there, which flowed in from various places, and this is why the street took its current name. The number of distracted young women living in the brothels was indeed very high, and to keep them in check, the city council maintained a substantial staff to constantly monitor and inspect them, also issuing wise orders aimed at curbing the excesses and abuses of those women who were taking such bad paths. This festival of the prostitutes was celebrated on July 27, taking on a grand and solemn air, with significant contributions from the town hall and even some wealthy and devout individuals. In the center of a street in Mansibia, a certain iron cross stood atop a wide pedestal with steps, and in front of this cross a pulpit was placed where an old monk would deliver a lengthy sermon directed at the Aspasias and Proserpinas. Unsatisfied with this measure, the council appointed an alguacil bailiff to take the nymphs to church every Sunday to attend Mass, having them confess and receive communion in the church of San Francisco during Lent. And if that was not enough, a religious service was held annually in the same brothel, about which we have read very curious details that our readers may be unaware of. The municipal council members and some noblemen were always present at this sermon, take their seats on long benches set up in a designated area. These women, who were forced to leave their homes, surrounded the preacher, maintaining the best composure they could, and listened in complete silence as the monk attempted to convince them of something that the young women were unwilling to accept. But not always, writes Dr. Pizarro in a curious pamphlet, did the sermons bear fruit, as some maliciously found ways to disrupt them with inappropriate scenes, either hiding beforehand in the brothels or slipping through a small gate near the lagoon. And the religious party began at noon, and when the sacred speaker descended from the pulpit after exhausting all his arguments and threats against the nymphs, they heard a speech from the individuals in charge of watching them, and the event concluded with a thorough inspection of the brothel and its inhabitants. On holiday days, some priests would visit the lupanars, delivering religious talks from one brothel to another, aimed at saving the souls of these hardened sinners. The young women, who were not very fond of receiving such visits, to excuse themselves from them, began to leave the brothel settling in those parts of the city where they believed they would be more quiet to attend to their businesses. And from this, that resulted, the neighborhood became deserted of its former inhabitants. Around 1640, the demolition of those brothels started, and some time later, the beautiful Laguna Street was built, forever disappearing the dirty neighborhood of the brothels. Axel Don Juan de Arguello, here Don Juan de Arguello, son of the sacred Apollo and the Muses. What place would I not have if I were living? But if I were living, who would I choose? Lope de Vega. During that memorable period of the happy rebirth of Sevillian letters, almost at the same time as Herrera, Pacheco, J.V. Urigui, Escobar, Malara, Guzman, Olivares, and many other wits, an illustrious man, a son of our city, flourished, to whom we dedicate these humble lines today. We refer to the distinguished poet Don Juan de Arguello y Manuel, author of those beautiful compositions of which Lope de Vega made great praises, as just as they were deserved. Few poems has Don Juan de Arguello left for posterity, but they are sufficient to immortalize his name, which is now linked to that of the most brilliant and distinguished literati of his time, with whom he maintained a great friendship and frequent dealings. She inherited a substantial fortune from her parents and received an education befitting her social class, attracting attention from a young age for her love of learning and her talent for pursuing the Muses. Though limited information has survived about the extensive life of Don Juan de Arguello, we know that he studied humanities diligently, served as a knight of the 20, in the town hall, was married to Dona Sebastiana P.A. Resdi Guzman from an illustrious family, had a passionate interest in music and the arts, and died around 1624 at a respectable age. Arguello never left a writer without support who requested his help, nor did he ever turn away from individuals endowed with talent but lacking material means to make their way. One of Arguello's most notable qualities, which greatly enhances her reputation, is her exemplary generosity, which won her countless sympathies among her contemporaries. His hands were always ready to generously assist anyone in need that he encountered, and he protected letters, encouraging with his generosity any wealthy men in Seville. The generous Sevillian, who had had ample income to live comfortably, invested the greater part of his fortune in covering the expenses of other people's books, promoting studies for those who needed them, and providing his friends with as many contacts and knowledge as could be useful and beneficial to them. The poems written by Don Juan de Arguello are adequately judged by critics, and the most authorized masters, who, analyzing them with great attention, have highlighted the many beauties they contain. The sonnet, perhaps the most difficult of Spanish compositions, was what the Seville bard cultivated most, and some of them can serve, as they indeed do, as a model, as a trait of the poet's profligacy. It is said that when the Marchioness of Denia passed through Seville, Arguello provided her with such splendid accommodation in his tablet estate that, due to the expense, his fortune was depleted, forcing him to live modestly for the rest of his days. Say so, if not the one dedicated to the Guadalquivir, and several figures in the Spanish Parnassus, in the collection of selected Castilian poems, and in the little annotated by Master Francisco de Medina. The building, which is quite spacious, has undergone significant alterations, but still retains a certain air antiquity, contributed to by the large balcony on its facade and the coat of arms displayed on it. Juan de Arguello lived and died, still exists, located at number 2 on the street that bears his name, formerly known as Cal de la Virina, because a lady of great virtue and singular beauty, a widow of a viceroy of Peru, once resided there. Arguello followed in his verses the divine Herrera, and according to the words of a modern critic, by taste and rich and meticulous poetic diction, by the strength of his fantasy and by the gravity and passion of his thought, he competes with the earliest Spanish lyric poets. The house where in the garden one can still find the niches that, as Fabi notes in his annotations, as once Harinos, Susos held numerous sculptures brought from Italy by the poet. Among the secret turns that the breezes take to reach her, restless lines of skeletons advance, singing and laughing. Esto Doida. Arguello was buried in the church of the house that the Jesuits founded in 1569 on Compania Street, at the foot of the altar of Conception, where his parents, brothers, and close relatives also rested. Lie the ghosts of Blanquillo, in a small square known as Vib Aragel, located in front of the historic Barqueta Gate. There was a wide terrace raised to the level of the wall, accessible by two comfortable and spacious staircases. This site was known as Blanquillo for some unknown reason, and it was so gloomy and depressing a place that merely looking at the black walls that reached down to the river, those sturdy towers that surrounded them and the brambles growing among the stones cast a gloom upon one spirit. That is why the common people never looked upon Blanquillable eyes, favorable eyes, and many stories of ghosts and enchantments have been told about it since ancient times. The superstitions grew so strong that one of the most heroic deeds a Seville knight could perform was to venture out at night onto the levee and spend some time there enjoying the cool air. When the evening shadows fell upon the town, Blanquillo took on a strange, fantastic hue, and during those dark hours, spectres and gnomes would emerge fully attired in their usual garb. The towers that surrounded the embankment serve as shelter for witches and wizards, whom many swore they had seen flying through the air, crossing rivers on water, and performing other extraordinary abilities. However, one of the incidents that shocked the local community and the entire city of Seville was the one we are about to relate, which, according to tradition, occurred at the beginning of the 17th century, a time of remarkable and unprecedented events. In Blanquillo, it was said that a colossal Moor buried alive his own daughter, who became a victim due to a Christian knight. There, Jews had sacrificed many children with great cruelty. One day, the bodies of two lovers appeared, who had made the poor taste of choosing that place for their romantic escapades, and finally all kinds of the most extraordinary and terrifying events took place every night. In the famous neighborhood of Macarena, where always lived men of broad consciousness, forgiving and bargainers, there was one who used to taunt the brave ones, boasting of having sent several formidable turners to the other world, for which his fame was great and publicly recognized by all those of a similar nature. One serene and clear winter night, The bully was gathered with several in a tavern, and for no apparent reason, the topic blank of the ghost stories of their latest exploits being told, especially those of one who at exactly 2:00 in the morning would go for a walk along the wall to the convent of San Juan de Acre. The young man did not want to miss this opportunity to prove his heroism once again, and he promised that same night to defeat any ghosts that came his way. He made a brave Macarena dance and mocked those childish things, and when he showed his companions that he had developed a desire to deal with the ghost in order to curb his impulses to do more foolish things, they advised him to seek out the same Blanquillo, where he would surely find it. Our man remained alone and began to climb the Blanquillo staircase just as the Giralda bells struck 2 in the night. Some doubted him, others believed him. Much was said, and a bet was made, which the turn promised to keep. Soon after, he left the tavern accompanied by his friends, who left him near the walls of the Calatrava convent, while he resolutely headed towards the Vib Aragil Square. Everything was silent in that place. The moon only appeared at intervals behind thick clouds of darkness. The cold was intense, and overall the scene could not have been more imposing. Despite his bravado, he was overcome with a sense of dread, and reaching for the pistol at his waist, he fired twice at the enigmatic figure. The brave one directed some words at the ghost, but it paid no attention, and, without being intimidated by his bravado, continued its leisurely walk until it positioned itself near the Macarena. But when he expected the ghost to collapse at his feet, he watched in astonishment as the figure touched his left chest and pulled out the 2 bullets that the Macarenan had shot him with. The boy reached the center of the plaza and stopped for a long time, then walked with the greatest calm, and he thought he couldn't be any quieter. He saw with great surprise that a figure was emerging from the edge of the seating around the ladies' skate. He could barely make out where it had come from. Dressed in white, its face covered by a white hood, carrying a long staff in its hands, at the top of which burned a blue and fateful flame. In the morning, the body of the merchant was found floating in the river near San Jeronimo, and despite numerous efforts by justice to unravel this mysterious crime, no answers were found. Our man was stunned. A cold sweat broke out on his body. His vision blurred, and as he attempted to flee quickly, a violent blow was struck against his head, leaving him senseless on the ground. And if, reader, you wish to comment, as I was told, I will relate it to you. Sly the sculptor, Martinez Montaya's famous craftsman, who by these and other works acquired great renown, not only in Seville, but also in foreign countries. Arana de Varflora. The temples of Seville are filled with works by the renowned artist, with whom other sculptors, also from Andalusia, in vain sought to compete in their time, remaining far behind. But whether he is Sevillian or not, it is certain that Martinez Montañez lived in the capital of Andalusia from his childhood, that he spent his entire life in this city, and that here he executed all the inimitable sculptures that posterity now admires. Despite the active efforts of scholars, it has not yet been possible to determine whether this distinguished sculptor, undoubtedly the most notable of the 17th century in Spain, is or is not a native of Seville, for while some point to our country as his place of birth, others deny it, and without presenting any document, they assert that he was born in Alcail-les-Rilles, a small town in the province of around the year 1590. Perhaps the most notable of the figures produced by his skilled chisel is that of Jesus he created for the convent of La Immersed Calzada, which now belongs to the brotherhood known as La Paysan, and which surpasses any praise that can be made of it. What a great pity that such a beautiful figure is now covered in a velvet robe filled with expensive embroidery and sequins, which is truly unaesthetic and a ridiculous anachronism. The posture of the Nazarene, burdened by the weight of the cross, the painful expression on his face, gently inclining towards his chest, those weak arms extending, barely holding the instrument of cruel torture, those bloodied feet treading the rugged peaks of Golgotha. The figure as a whole is so artistic, so human, so perfectly executed, and bears traits so full of inspiration that it is impossible to contemplate it without feeling something that moves and touches the heart. It would be a task too long to enumerate all the sculptures that Martínez Montells has left us as numerous proofs of his admirable genius, and it would be an even longer and more difficult task to point out the multitude of beauties contained in each one. A renowned critic states that few sculptors have surpassed him in the naturalness of attitudes, in the fold of clothes, and in the sweetness and expression of faces. He also created exquisite children, many of which are still preserved and stand out at first glance from those constructed at that time. Joan Martínez Montells died at the beginning of 1649 in a humble house on a street then called Cruz de la Para, caused by the cruel Levantine plague, which caused such horrible devastation in Seville. It is said that the first time this beautiful sculpture went on procession, people were moved to tears at the sight, and Father Valderrama writes that Martínez Montells himself would seek her out in the streets she was to pass through, telling his friends it was impossible for him to have executed such an admirable work. Another of his figures, highly celebrated, is the crucifix in the church of San Leandro, and after it should be mentioned Saint Dominic, which he made for the convent of Porta, Coeli, Jesus called of the Great Power, owned by the Cofrade Brotherhood of San Lorenzo. Saint Peter Altara, placed in the monastery of this order, and the main altar of the convent of Santa Ponce, executed by him in 1622. The body of the distinguished artist was buried in a wide grave that had been dug at the exit of the royal gate, mixing its bones with those of many unfortunate souls who were thrown there during the epidemic days. Martínez Montells was married and had several children. His existence was modest and obscure, his habits impeccable, and his hand always generous in helping whoever knocked on his door. Clear the black slaves. Will sorrow be any less bitter than their suffering? A deep regret will end with death. J. Bohms. To conclude, I will mention a detail that is not very well known. In 1636, he travelled to Madrid to create the model for Philip Ivy's equestrian statue based on Velázquez's portrait, which was sent to the Florentine Tacca, and by 1648 he had still not been able to fully collect the money agreed upon for his work. There is a short street in the neighborhood of San Bartolome called Armenta. which was formerly known as Cal de la Rosa, and where, even today, a building stands that witnessed a tragic event. As we will relate, keeping in mind all the information we have gathered. In the last years of the 16th century, two siblings of different genders from a noble family with a comfortable position and highly regarded in Seville lived in this house. They frequently mixed with the city's most distinguished people for reasons that the reader will easily understand later. We refrain from mentioning the surnames of these two siblings and only give them their first names. He was Don Luis and she was Dona Aurora. They were orphans and peacefully spent their lives enjoying the many goods they had inherited from their elderly parents. Don Luis was a gentleman with beautiful character traits. A maiden of rare beauty, Aurora, who was barely 23 years old, was adorned with all the graces and charms that a woman can possess, in addition to other gifts that made her worthy of every consideration and respect. The brothers, who had an affectionate bond, were served by two long-serving servants in their parents' home, whom they held in high regard, a rare display of deference between servant and master, both then and now. These servants had been slaves in Africa during their childhood, and though their faces were black, the thoughts began to into the dark corners of where even mine got darker. Youthful grace, plump forms, and that charming presence of Don. Before dawn, a brutal and clumsy passion was born in the chest of the youngest servant, which, when it could no longer be contained in silence, he communicated to his companion, plotting a horrible plan and inviting him to enjoy the fleeting beauty with him. Several months passed, during which the treacherous servants cultivated their nefarious scheme, and as they found favorable opportunities to put it into action, the poor slave's heart became a volcano of impure appetites and lascivious desires. Personal matters compelled Don Luis to be absent from home for several days, and one night, at the hour of the Animas Souls, when Lady Aurora was preparing to retire, she was surprised by the ferocious black, whose gestures and demeanor quickly revealed to the unhappy maiden the grave danger her precious honor faced in that moment. It was impossible for the young woman to call for help, and it was impossible for her, a measure to her weak forces against those of the slave. He then fled, savoring his barbaric triumph, hiding where he did not believe he would be caught. But her companion, who, horrified by that crime, renounced taking part in it. When Don Luis returned from his short trip, he told him the story, indicating the place where the author of her dishonor was hiding. The gentleman kept silent, and no one knew what had occurred. Then he set out in search of the infamous servant, whom he finally found and killed with a single stab. And perhaps he would have done the same to his unhappy sister if Lady Aurora had not hidden in the most secluded corner of the building. The next day, Don, at once blinded by anger, he returned to his home, and when the other slave came out to meet him, he threw himself on him and strangled him, throwing his body into a well. Sliv the cartoucher, that you invest all my goods in vigorously, pursuing the foundation begun, so that it may serve as a refuge for religious cartouchers near the river bank. J. Gestoso. Luis, assuming he set sail for America, from which he never returned, and within a few months the beautiful lady entered a convent, which was then the place where those who desired to live a peaceful existence were welcome. The Cartuja occupied a very large expanse of land, and Kit's exterior appearance was more like that of a town, not a small one, than that of a convent of anchorites, as Gonzalez de Leon writes, who managed to see it when the friars were at their peak. The monastery owned by the Cartuja monks on the outskirts of Seville, to the right of the Guadalquivir, was indeed magnificent and grand, and when we recall it, we feel something akin to envy towards those fortunate beings who, distant from miseries and cares, saw the hours of this brief and fleeting existence glide by with the greatest tranquility. In addition to the building inhabited by the monks and the temple, there were granaries and departments always filled with grains and provisions, stores of wood, iron houses inhabited by workers and servants, carpentry workshops, delightful gardens, and orchards that yielded abundant fruits. The community was quite numerous. The coffers of the treasury held many millions in shiny gold and silver coins. On the shelves of the library there were countless rare and curious volumes. In the cellars there were exquisite wines, and in the pantries delicious delicacies, and to ensure nothing lacked for the friars, the best artists had left numerous art treasures of inestimable value within the convent. Cartuja was founded in the year 1401 by the Archbishop of Seville, D. Gonzalo de Mena, who financed the initial construction of the building and left more than 30,000 gold doubles upon his death. Where this magnificent structure began to rise, there was a chapel that housed an ancient image of the Virgin called Puy de las Quivas, which was placed in the main altar of the church. Thanks to numerous donations from other knights, the works were completed towards the middle of the 15th century. The sum donated by the Archbishop was largely appropriated by the King of Aragon, who used it to fund the war against the Moors. However, the Adelantado of Andalusia, D. Per Afan de Rivera, compensated the monks for their losses, and construction resumed. By the way, from the ecclesiastical history of Abbot Gordillo, we extract these curious news. The Archbishop Mena had a servant from Burgojot named Marti Nes de Victoria, to whom he had given a canonry in the cathedral. This happened during the time when the Castilian prince Don Fernando came to Seville to raise money to wage war against the Moors, and having him with him in Cantillana at the time of his death, he entrusted him with continuing the construction and expansion of the monastery, leaving him 30,000 Moorish gold doubloons for the purpose. The Canon Joan Marta de Nes de Victoria took on the task of completing the monastery's construction. Given the limited space of our notes, we will only comment on the Cartuja church, which inspired awe in all who visited it. It was accessible after passing through a vast patio and featured a single spacious nave with high ceilings and solid walls constructed from bricks and stones. The prince called upon Canon Victoria and asked for the 30,000 doubloons for the war. The canon denied having them. And then the prince decided to torture him, and he did so fiercely. Noticing that he was not declaring, the infant made him swear that he did not have the money, and to avoid perjuring himself, Marta Nes de Victoria confessed where he had kept the the amount he had so vigorously defended as a faithful servant. The main sacristy was occupied by a beautiful room with good lighting, stained glass windows, and solid carved shelves on which were stored rich fabrics, precious jewels, and all kinds of objects for worship. Archbishop Mena, the founder of the house, was buried in the chapel of St. The many altars displayed beautiful sculptures by Marta Nesmonteis and Roldan, paintings attributed to the brushes of Morales, Alonso Cano, and Dura. The choir stall in the main choir was a work by Duke Cornejo, and the statues placed nearby were crafted by the Florentine Torrigiano, as I have read, Mary Magdalene, and another expense of the first Marquess of Tarifa, a magnificent mausoleum was built where per Afandi Ribera, his two wives who now lie in the university, and the remains of Columbus, who were there from 1512 to 1536 in a modest niche, laid to rest. After being taken to Santo Domingo, they were transferred to Cuba in 1795, where they currently reside. The Cartuja was almost destroyed by Napoleon's invading soldiers in 1811, but after their departure, the church was restored and reopened for worship in 1816. Excelvi Roldan had several disciples, including his daughter Luisa, a notable artist to whom the Sevillans gave the name of La Roldana. When the new friars began repairing the convent, the exclaustration came, and in 1843 the pottery factory was established in the building, which is so well known everywhere for its products, and which we will say nothing as we feel it would stray from the main purpose that has moved us to outline these lines. Now let's turn our attention to the celebrated sculptor Luisa Roldan y Mena, known as La Roldana. While few biographical details about her are known, her works are enough to fill many pages in her praise. Daughter of Pedro Roldan, an artist who worked extensively for the temples of Seville, she learned sculpture from a young age, eventually surpassing her father, whose work, though containing some merit, included many pieces that do not withstand indulgent criticism. Born in 1656, La Roldana became orphaned of her mother at a very young age and took over the management of her household while simultaneously assisting her father with his sculptures, without neglecting her domestic duties, which every diligent and prudent woman must attend to. Through the daily lessons she received and the talent nature had endowed her with, she progressed more and more in her endeavors, creating statues as beautiful as those found in the now defunct convent of the Minim nuns. It is said that at that time, after the council had rejected a sculpture commissioned by Pedro Roldan, his daughter modified it so skillfully that the canons admitted it with great satisfaction. This was not the only occasion when La Roldana corrected her father. She also worked on the Virgin of Dolores in San Pablo and the past procession of Santa Marina's Shroud, achieving excellent results in both cases. For the Church of San Bernardo, she executed 4 figures that are notable for their truthfulness, the simplicity of their poses, and the anatomical knowledge they display. These sculptures depict Saint Michael, Saint Augustine, and Saint Thomas, with the most remarkable one being the last, representing faith, which, like its predecessors, stood on the altar alongside the famous 1622 painting of the Last Supper by Francisco Varela. When Pedro Roldan took charge of building the Paso processional float of the prayer in the garden from Montesine, his daughter notably assisted him. It is by his hand that the angel rising among clouds beneath the palm tree and the relief medallions adorning the base are created. The chisels of sculptors have rarely been used with more skill and ease. In her greatest achievement, Roldana excelled in small figures, and there exist some admirable children by her hand, preserved in convents of nuns. For the magnificent church of Saint Michael, Louisa Roldan sculpted the statue of said archangel, placed in the main retableau, and an erudite historian wrote the following: "The boldness and frankness of the design, the beauty of the youthful face expressing at once warrior valor and sweetness, and the precise rendering of flesh and attire are enchanting." Her father had died in 1700 without leaving any fortune, and in the midst of the solitude and rest of a country house near Seville. The fame of this woman reached Madrid, and the unfortunate monarch Charles I ordered her to court, naming her court sculptor and commissioning her with some works for the Escorial monastery. From 1695, La Roldana lived in Madrid until 1704, when she died as a victim of a sudden illness. Salve the painter Monadero, 'tis your essence that from the heavenly choir brought life and concert to style and brush. CAE speeds. Louisa Roldan, according to authors who knew her, was of pleasant face, proportionate stature, and correct forms. She had a sweet and expansive character. She married Don Luis de los Arcos, a gentleman from Seville, with whom she had no children, and having received the education appropriate to her time, she was very devoted to prayers and devotions, although without extraordinary prudishness. These paintings, which stand out from all others due to their colour and unique style, were executed by Francisco Herrera, known as Herrera el Vigo, to distinguish him from his sons, who also dedicated themselves to art. In several temples of Seville, such as the Cathedral San Roque, Santa Ins, San Bernardo, and also in the Provincial Museum, there are many paintings by a notable artist who flourished at the beginning of the 17th century, and whose name will certainly be unknown to none of our readers. There, solitary and taciturn, he painted his canvases, aided, as it is said, by a servant, since no young man wanted to be his disciple, and those who came to take him for a teacher soon left his side, like Velázquez among many others. Francisco Herrera also had many enemies that he had earned through his unsociable character, and they were the first to make war on him, his fellow artists, none of whom failed to have some complaint or cause for resentment about him. Not only did Herrera el Vigo content himself with painting beautiful pictures like the Last Judgment or the scenes from the life of the Virgin, but he also made exquisite drawings and bronze and engravings that deserve to be praised even more than they were at the time. Stories and details about the life of this painter, born in Seville in 1576 and died in Madrid in 1650, are very curious, and among them we will tell one that, despite being something known, does not lack interest, despite his talent and the merit of Herrera's works. He was very little esteemed by his contemporaries, being caused by that indifference with which they looked at him, the violent, unkind, and irritable character that he possessed, for which he found himself compelled to spend most of his existence away from social interaction and confined in his home, from which he only left on very few occasions. Cut off from the world and forgotten by many, Herrera lived in 1621, when a rumor began to surface against him, growing increasingly insistent each day and appearing to have some foundation. Everyone claimed that the painter was engaged in his solitude in forging false coins, and many people asserted they had found them in his possession and were willing to provide any evidence offered. Much time passed, and one day in 1624, in the house where the painter was staying, great preparations began, with everything being arranged as if a great solemnity were to be celebrated. So much intensity and many flights of rumor had taken those whispers that justice took up the matter and warned Herrera. He fled to the college of San Hermenegildo, where he had painted a magnificent picture some time ago, which was placed in the main altar and represented an apotheosis of the titular martyr. The monarch remained for a good while contemplating that splendid work of art, and he was so pleased with it that he expressed a desire to know the name of the artist who had executed it. One of the Jesuit fathers then told him that the paint had been done by a counterfeiter who, in order to escape justice, had sought refuge in the convent. The following morning, King Philip IV, who was in Seville, visited the Jesuit college, accompanied by the Queen and a large number of court characters, meticulously touring the galleries, patios, and dependencies of the building, and upon reaching the temple, the first thing that caught his attention was the great painting of Saint Hermenegildo, which was placed on the main altar. The king replied, "In this matter I am both judge and party, so bring the artist counterfeiter, as I am eager to meet him." Warned by Herrera, shortly afterwards he presented himself in the church, throwing himself at Philip IV's feet, overcome with emotion and fear. This picture of Saint Hermenegildo can be admired today in the extensive hall of the Provincial Museum, where it is one of the true treasures that enrich it. Among the fine buildings on the historic street of Armas is one of ancient construction with a beautiful facade and expansive proportions, which was once connected to the abandoned alley of the students through a small window that no longer exists. Sluvi drama of love. He offended my husband, and I was the cause, yet I still love him and hold him close in my soul. Gazel's Romancero, while flipping through a book about the history of Seville. We came across a dramatic event that we are about to narrate, and as we had some doubts about the matter, we have consulted various knowledgeable individuals familiar with our town's news, who have assured us that the tragedy is true, though not all its details as described in the book. Living in this house at the end of the 17th century was a gentleman of advanced age and good fortune, who unfortunately married a young woman beautiful and endowed with a volcanic and passionate heart. The king then said, after looking at the magnificent canvas for a while, "He who creates such works needs no more silver or gold," and touching with his hands Herrera's forehead, which lay prostrated on his knees, he added, "Arise, as you are now free, provided you do not again incur in so odious an offence as that of which you stand accused." Herrera the old could not contain his emotion at the monarch's gesture, and despite being hard-hearted and insensitive, his eyes filled with tears, and with phrases broken by emotion, he thanked the king, who made great praise of the painting displayed on the main altar. He believed himself happy without any sorrow disturbing the calm in which he lived, devoted to his favorite pastime, which was floriculture, and enamored of Mrs. Elvira, a woman in whom he had absolute confidence, never crossing the tormenting idea of jealousy into his mind. But while he took care of the pots and arranged the flowers in his garden, someone had an opportunity to approach the young wife and whisper words of love and passionate phrases into her ears, which, awakening forgotten desires in the female heart, gave rise to an illicit but deep, rooted and sincere love. The husband's trust gave strength to the lovers who, knowing how to hide those feelings that united them, never gave anyone any reason for the slightest suspicion or the faintest murmuring. However, after many months, someone believed they had discovered a slight indication and cautiously spied to achieve their intent. A clever maid of Lady Elvira began doubt to the fidelity of her mistress, and after numerous observations and shrewd inquiries, she noticed that almost every night, when the clock struck one and the house lay in deep darkness and silence, a shadow glided through the patio, quietly opened the door leading to the garden, and crossed it. Then she unlatched the shutter leading to the alley of the students, and after a few moments, a figure usually entered. Along with this shadow, they would disappear into a small room that existed near the garden. How unaware the cautious lovers were that their sweet conversations and natural expansions had witnessed not certainly the leafy trees or the white moon hanging in the transparent sky. But the old man was not a man of violent character or great bravado, and instead of taking swift revenge, he remained silent as if he knew nothing, continuing to care for his flowers and pleasing his wife while a terrible and bloody plan ripened in his mind. The clever servant, convinced to her core of the serious fault committed by Lady Elvira's actions demonstrated such bad faith that, with great dissimulation and the most perfidious cunning, she conveyed to her trusting husband the horrible news of her dishonour, which had been hidden from the world for so long. The garden remained the meeting point for Lady Rendezvous with her lover, and every night at midnight she would unlock the small window through which her devoted and constant admirer entered. Her wounds were deep. She had known the way before, and with sure step she reached the little gate, which, once opened, she waited for the first caress from the man she loved. The year 1697 was drawing to a close, and on one of those December nights the unfaithful wife crossed the lonely garden at the agreed-upon time, her mind almost calm and her chest filled with illusions and desires that would soon be fulfilled once more. Although the shadows surrounded Lord, the hooded man re-emerged, and when moments later he saw through the darkness of the alley that a man was cautiously entering through the window, he locked it from outside with a key and left precipitately, turning around the building where, in the courtyard, awaited him the incriminating servant. In a few moments a man covered up to his eyes appeared on the threshold, but instead of closing in his arms the lady, he quickly approached her, and, drawing a large knife from the folds of his cape, he violently plunged it into the throbbing breast of Lady Elvira, who, as if struck by lightning, fell to the ground exhaling her life in an indescribable sob, to the noise and voices that later echoed through the garden. The servants who were sleeping came, along with the house owner, feigning great surprise. At that moment, everyone could see Lady Elvira on the ground with her chest bloodied, and next to her a man believed to be the author of this barbaric murder. Where did you see them, or how did you manage to present celestial types with human form? M. Pri Nuncipi. This man was arrested and later hanged without anyone knowing the truth of what happened during that terrible night for many years, until the servant confessed on her deathbed. Sluvi Bartolome Esteban Murillo, who among your beautiful virgins gave you inspiration? Great Murillo. Bartolome Esteban Murillo, a son of our land, spent his tranquil and industrious existence dedicated to art without his name, now universal, having been known outside the circle of his friends at that time. The great painter, glory of Spain and honor of his century, who has left such precise proofs of his genius to posterity, must have a place among these notes. And as we now take up the pen, we dedicate these lines to him. Modesty accompanied his genius, leading him to decline every opportunity to acquire titles and honors that other men sought without any merit. In the humble home where the great master lived, he painted his magnificent canvases, moving from the workshop to the church or convent where they were executed, only to see his triumph limited to little more than a modest recognition. Juan del Castillo, a painter who resided in our city around the years of 1640, had the honor of being the one who taught Murillo the fundamentals of art. Yet the disciple never managed to imitate his master's style, as can be seen in the paintings that exist from the latter in the museum and various temples and chapels. With only the lessons he received, Murillo began to paint following his own imagination until he was captivated by the works of Frutet and Pedro de Campana, and desiring to admire the artistic treasures in the royal palace of Madrid, he moved to court in 1643, where the renowned Velázquez was present, with whom he formed a good friendship and had the opportunity to study the finest models. When at the age of 2 he returned to Seville, from where he had departed without sharing or inviting his friends on the journey, he began to work with genuine diligence, soon causing the admiration of all who had the opportunity to behold the works produced by his brushes. When the pious gentleman Don Miguel de Mara built the church of the Charity Hospital, Murillo painted 8 canvases for it, considered to be among the best he had produced up to that time. Innumerable were the paintings he executed from then until 1680, and among them we will only mention several conceptions in which he had no rival, neither before nor now: the portrait of D. Justino Neve, Sextine. From 1648 he created for the cathedral paintings of Saint Lindro and Saint Isidore, Saint Anthony in the baptismal chapel, the martyrs Saints Justa and Rufina, Saint Fernando, Saint Hermenegilda, the 4 archbishops of the magnificent Conception ex Homo, and several others. Also working on the restoration of the chapter room, which at that time underwent some modifications. Peter, the Virgin with the Child, and the 18 he painted for the Capuchin monastery. Murillo left his beloved city a short time later, heading to Cadiz. where he began what was to be his last work. One day, while working on the canvas representing the wedding of C, Antonio P.I. Rez served as godfather, to whom I imparted spiritual kinship, and I signed it. Date as above. Catherine, he unfortunately fell from the scaffolding he was standing on, injuring several parts of his body. He was then transferred to Seville, where shortly after his arrival, his illness having worsened, he passed away on April 3, 1682, at 5 in the afternoon, while dictating his will. His body was buried in the parish of Santa Cruz, a modest gravestone placed upon which depicted a skeleton and the phrase Vive Mauritius. With the demolition of the church, the remains of the great painter were lost despite all efforts made to locate them afterwards. Bartolome Esteban Murillo was born in a house on Tienda Street, and his baptismal record preserved at San Pablo reads as follows. On Monday, the first day of the month of January, 1618 years, I, licensed Francisco Heredia, benefice and parish priest of this church of Magdalena in Seville, baptized Bartolome, son of Gaspar Esteban and his legitimate wife Mara P.A. Rez. Here is the story as we have heard it from respectable people who in turn had heard it from their parents and grandparents. Licensed Francisco Heredia. We will conclude these brief notes with the burial record, which, according to the copy before us, reads as follows. On April 4, 1682, the body of Bartolome Murillo, and an eminent master of the art of painting, a widower of Dona Beatriz Cabrera y Sotomayor, was buried in this church of Santa Cruz de Seville. The event that prompts us to take up the pen is not one of those that hold a more or less important place in the annals of Seville, but despite the silence that histories maintain regarding it, we believe it worthwhile to bring it to light, as its authenticity leaves no doubt. He made his will before Juan Antonio Guerrero, public scribe of Seville, and the licensed Francisco Gonzi Les de Porras celebrated Mass on his behalf. Xlix an adventure, in vain, in my lady, to silence me or give me signs that you do not wish me accompany you. I have decided that I will go with you, and I need to know where you are going. If you are beautiful or ugly, who you are, what your name is, and even if it's impossible, Espronceda, a young man of fiery blood, without the restraint of respectable persons, Dontal, and Avaro led a joyful and a rather disorganized life, always playing a very important part in all those events and adventures from which he hoped to gain some advantage. In the early years of the 17th century, a young man of striking presence, meticulous education, and substantial wealth named Don Elo Varagonza Les de Egolar, originally from an illustrious Granada family, was well known and respected in Seville by people from all social classes. He did not let the greater or lesser risks involved deter him from pursuing them. Or our young man was a great admirer of beautiful women, not just in a platonic sense. If it had been the latter, he might have avoided several serious entanglements that squeezed him in various instances. He managed to escape from some by his skill and courage at times, and from others by his golden doubloons, which Don Ilvaro Freeleaf gave appropriate as a generous man who understood women's hearts. The more absorbed the handsome young man seemed in his thoughts, he heard distant footsteps approaching in the same direction as his own, and recognizing them for brief and dainty womanly strides he quickened D. One night in early autumn of 1605, Don Elvaro wandered through the intricate and dark alleys of the Santa Cruz neighborhood without a definite destination, very cloaked in his wide cape, with his hat shading his eyes and his imagination abstracted into many and various thoughts. That was the night when the young man done roamed a clear moon, thanks to which, as the places he passed could be distinguished, for as far as artificial lighting went, there wasn't even a relieved lamp from a readable that could serve as a guide to the lost traveler through those darknesses. Gonzalez de Aguilar was certainly not a provocative scoundrel, corrupt and vicious. His excesses did reach shameful degradations. Only very rarely did he give fuel to the whispers with his adventures, which, to be honest, neither offended the honor of his house nor diminished the name he bore. Alvaro's pace until he found himself near the figure who, at such an unusual hour, traversed so little traveled areas. She was, as he surmised, a lady, but wrapped in her black cloak, and with such dexterity concealing her face, it was impossible to discern her features, save that her body was slender, and her gait graceful and proud. Gonzalez de Aguilar approached the unknown woman, not hesitating to address her with some gallant phrases which received no response. This only increased the flirtatious man's curiosity and sparked a vivid desire within him to give this unexpected encounter a fitting conclusion. As we have already mentioned elsewhere, the neighborhood of Santa Cruz has always been one of the most fitting in Seville for adventures and encounters of all sorts. And if today those alleyways still hold a reputation for being dark, mysterious, and solitary, the reader can imagine what they would have been like at the time of the incident we are about to relate. He followed her without pause or haste, keeping close to her, utilizing all his wits, resources to engage her in conversation, an endeavor that proved impossible for a very long time. Thus passed the time, and Don Alvaro began to despair. All the houses were closed, the silence was absolute, and the cold of the night was beginning to bother the persistent gallant. He noticed with some bewilderment that the lady seemed to have no fixed direction in her walks, frequently returning to the same alleyway she had passed through earlier, circling around a block of buildings to emerge in the same place, or crossing a small square to re-enter another dimly lit street she had already traversed. Suddenly, the lady stopped, turned towards Gonzalo de Aguilar, and with a firm voice and mysterious tone she said, "Are you willing to follow me for a long time?" "If my company is not offensive to you," answered Don Alvaro, "I will be by your side all night." "You are determined, sir," replied the veiled one, and removing the cloak from her face, she showed under the moonlight a beautiful and young face, with regular features, and sensual, in which two large, jet-black and bright eyes stood out, shadowed by long lashes. He kept the beautiful silence while D. Alvaro expressed his loving thoughts with the greatest vehemence. And when it seemed he had finished, he said, "If your words are true, follow me, for you won't regret having accompanied me through these solitudes." A moment later, both characters set off, but then they were very close together and spoke in a very low voice. He quickly understood that his conquest was not one of many coquettish women who crossed his path many nights. And upon contemplating the perfections of that face, the round curves that were hinted at under the folds of that cloak, and that prominent breast confined in a tight corset, he could not help but, as a perfect amateur, enhance his gallant words, extremely expressive. A few more streets they walked slowly with their arms entwined, and the gentleman showing great satisfaction, eventually reaching a narrow alley with the right side of the sidewalk bordered by a long wall of the Alcazar gardens and the left side by some shabby huts. This alley, part of the ancient Jewish Aljamia, is now called Muro del Agua water wall, and has barely suffered any changes since the event we are about to describe. When the tired couple reached that spot, she took a key from between the folds of her cloak and, unlocking a small narrow gate cruelly carved into the wall, invited Don Alvaro in. The young man found himself in a room of regular size with modest furnishings, lit by colossal candles on a pine table. There was also an old chest, some chairs, and in the back, carelessly stacked, the clothes from a bed. Shortly after, at González de Aguilar's suggestion, the beautiful woman prepared to leave, as he felt a desire to drink some wine to lighten his amorous mood, assuring him that there was a friend nearby who would be happy to provide it. The beautiful lady left, and when Don Alvaro found himself alone, he began to pace the room, noticing the clothes on the bed lying in a corner. Pulled a white cloth that seemed to cover something, and instantly recoiled in horror, emitting an indescribable cry. Alvaro removed his cape and took a seat, preparing for an extremely pleasant moment. He had already gained considerable confidence with the beautiful lady, and it didn't take long for a delightful dialogue to commence between them, filled with charming phrases from the young man and tender words from her, whose shyness and scruples were overcome in every way. Under those clothes he discovered a horrifying thing, the body of a person covered in blood and mutilated with extreme cruelty. Alvaro groped the door, seized with terror, and when he realized it was locked from the outside, his anguish grew. The knight, with eyes wide open, hair standing on end, and a contorted face, still had strength to pick up the veil and apply light to that corner of the room. It was the body of a young man, his head separated from his trunk, legs cut off at the knees, and both hands severed at the wrists. The light fell from his hands, leaving everything in darkness. Then, making a supreme effort, he tried to force open the door with his hands, pounding on it with his feet, and finally attempting to kick the lock out with the tip of his sword. When he was alone, he could no longer resist the impressions he had received and fell to the ground unconscious. Don Alvaro turned around, and drawing strength from his weakness, he started the fastest run possible, penetrating into the confused alleys where, thanks to the darkness, he was able to escape from the pursuit he was subject to. When he regained consciousness, it was already daylight, and some neighbors from Dona Elvira Square had found him at dawn, assuming by his type and bearing that he was a distinguished person. They picked him up and gave all kinds of care. This extreme resource gave him the pleasure of meeting on the street after having suffered the most terrible minutes of his life. But when he considered himself free and began to retreat from that place with hasty and uncertain steps, he suddenly saw two veiled figures with naked swords appear near him, accompanied by a lady, who were preparing to attack him. The annex was empty and had been abandoned for a long time, making it impossible to uncover anything about the crime despite numerous investigations. Don Elvaro told everyone what had happened. He informed the justice authorities, and when they arrived at the house, they found neither the mutilated body nor any sign that anyone had been there recently. It remained shrouded in mystery, along with its dark authors. The smith's cross, the construction of an iron cross, was entrusted to the renowned smith Sebastian Conde. Velázquez and Sanchez. The streets of our town were once filled with arches, altars, and crosses that cast a somber atmosphere and blocked the way of passers-by. One of the most famous crosses stood in front of the convent of the Minims, and we will now provide a brief account of its history. The cross was installed on November 1st of the aforementioned year, after obtaining permission from the town hall, and a solemn religious ceremony was held at the site. The devoted neighbors of the Salvador neighborhood agreed in 1692 to place an iron cross at the intersection of Sierpes Street, then called Espaderos, and Cerejera Street, commissioning its construction to Sebastian Conde, a famous master blacksmith who enjoyed great repute at that time due to his skill and expertise. This celebration was repeated every year on May 3rd until in 1729, during the visit of the court to Seville, the cross was moved to the convent of the Minims to be returned to its original location once the festivities ended. However, time passed without this idea being realized, leading into a request the neighbors for its reinstatement in 1734. This was carried out during a period of abundant rain, which everyone considered a palpable miracle. He returned to remove the cross in 1796, and after being reinstalled, it was once again removed in 1816, when the princesses of Brazil passed through our capital on their way to the court of Spain. Finally, in 1818, it was placed back only to disappear for good in 1847, and was taken to the archaeological museum located in the former convent of Lemurst, where it currently resides. This cross, about which numerous legends circulated among the common people, is a work of great labor, although not of very good taste. In the early years of the 18th century, a nobleman from Seville, Kivel, was killed at its foot in a challenge, famous at the time for his amorous adventures and his gallant and adventurous life. The death of this knight remained shrouded in mystery, with justice unable to discern anything clear from the investigations conducted. It is said that the Holy Tribunal of the Inquisition intervened, and by its order all inquiries and investigations ceased. But when, after the curfew, any late night strayer passed by the devotee, he would suddenly stand up and, producing a large knife from his cloak, strip the passerby of any money or clothing they had on them. Years later, he used to place himself every night at the foot of the cross in the Cerejera, a venerable-looking man who, kneeling, seemed to pray with the greatest devotion, spending entire hours with his head bowed, as if lost in deep meditations. Between 1800 and the foot of the cross, joyful popular celebrations were held, and in the spring and summer nights it was adorned and with flan lanterns, with young men and women gathering together to dance to the sound of guitars and castanets. Few of our readers will have heard the name of this military man, whose story is nonetheless interesting and curious. And to give an idea of what we are about to narrate, we shall follow the scant news that we have been able to find about him. In the cross of the ironmongers, brotherhoods of the Rosary would make their stop at midnight. They would walk the streets of the city, and not always with the greatest order, for in many instances riots and mutinies broke out, in which the patrol had to intervene more than once to restore peace. Among the fervent devotions, who with the best of faith were dealing each other blows with sticks, thus forging the fame that the Rosarios de la Aurora enjoy today. It is said that there was also another a wooden cross in the ironmongers attached to the wall of a house, but about this we know very few details. And for this reason we do not delve into it. Captain yelves, but those who, having consciousness, hide behind the mask of hypocrisy, feigning virtue that best suits their designs, are no longer vicious, but criminal. Adolfo Llanos, Don Gaspar de Yelves, was a descendant of a well-known family from New Castile, born in our city just before the middle of the 17th century, and educated with considerable care by his parents, who were very fond of their ancient parchment and of maintaining a certain degree of splendor in their household. Weary of the restless life and not wishing to run any further risks, as it seemed, Don Gaspar Yelves retired from the army and married a wealthy and orphaned lady with whom he seemed to enjoy the greatest tranquility and happiness. As soon as Don Gaspar reached the proper age, he entered the army and served for many years under the orders of several illustrious commanders, taking part in the campaigns in Portugal supported by King Philip, and in other wars where he distinguished himself by his bravery and audacity. By the year 1672, Don Gaspar and his wife lived in a well-appearing house located on Alfaquique Street, and mixed with the most known and principal people of the San Vicente neighborhood, who showed them all kinds of deference and attentions. Captain Yelves was, both in his dealings and manners, and a perfect gentleman, and was a very educated man with an engaging conversation that won the sympathies of everyone for his frank and expansive character, as well as his splendor and generosity. No one questioned this, and everyone sincerely believed the lady, whose words had the best reputation. Seemingly carefree, he lived beside his wife, and all who interacted with him believed him to be happy and fortunate, with many envying him and speaking of his good qualities. Soon after settling, Don Gaspar Yelves in his home on Alfaquique Street began to make some trips that kept him away from his house for several days and weeks, and, according to his wife, told those who went to see him business related to goods that were in dispute were the reasons for his absences. Around the years 1695, and when Spain grew a very unfortunate situation under the reign of the enchanted monarch, numerous bands of bandits appeared in the Andalusian fields, carrying out robberies and outrageous abuses with the greatest audacity, also committing cruel murders and brutal excesses. The retired Captain D. Gaspar de Yelves continued making his frequent journeys, and the last one he took in mid-1697 lasted so long that it caused concern for his wife and all his friends. These bands of thieves were the terror of honest people, and although the authorities used all sorts of means, they could never catch those fugitives who, with exquisite tactics, managed to evade justice and were just as skilled in erasing the traces of their steps as they were ruthless in committing their heinous crimes. During those days, the bandits had carried out a major robbery at a church, and such was the vigor of the justice pursued that some of the perpetrators were quickly captured, taken to Seville prison, and hanged in January 1698 on the Plaza de San Francisco. When the one who appeared as the leader of the execution arrived at the gallows, some of those witnessing the sad scene could not contain a cry of admiration and surprise. The captain of the bandits was the retired Captain Don Gaspar Yelves, who enjoyed so many sympathies and considerations in Seville. The prisoner's head, according to one author, hung for 3 days on a spike outside the house on Alfaqueque Street, and his body was dismembered according to the barbaric custom of those times. Lie the College of San Telmo, the Gardens Park and Palace of San Telmo are worthy of the residence of a prince. J. Good shot. Outside the defunct Jerez Gate and facing the river stands a magnificent palace that serves as the habitual residence of an infanta of Spain as virtuous as she is beloved by the people of Seville. This building, which occupies a large area of land, is one of the most beautiful in the capital, not only because of its location, but also for the luxury of its halls and the comfort it offers. It once housed the College of San Telmo, and we will provide a brief excerpt from its history, which won't take away from these short news items we are compiling. Don Fernando Colon, son of the renowned navigator, proposed to Emperor Charles V in 1539 the establishment of a college to educate orphan children for marine and pilotage careers. He also suggested that this college be located near the river, in the Humoros neighborhood, on land he owned, demonstrating a strong desire for a specialized mathematics program with the best professors of the time in Spain, which was not in abundance. Don Fernando's admirable project. According to some papers consulted for writing these notes, the project cost 50,000 pesos and took from 1725 to 1797. Many notable men emerged from that college, and the names of many of them have passed into posterity, admired by all. Fernando found no support from the emperor or influential people with money, and after the admiral's son died, he was forgotten until nearly 2 centuries later. Charles I ordered the foundation of the college, naming the president of the contraction as judge, and directing that it be managed by individuals from the University of Marinas, established in the populous neighborhood of Triana since the mid-17th century. The building was constructed near the Jerez Gate, following the opinion of intelligent masons, with work beginning in 1682 and ending in 1733. The main portal of the college, which is how it is today, is of poor taste, overcrowded with decorations and statues, and belongs to the Churrigueresque style. King Charles I issued new ordinances for the San Telmo College, which, after the dissolution of the University of Navigators, came under the Ministry of Marina. In 1850, the college was suppressed, and the spacious and beautiful building was ceded to the Dukes of Montpensier, who established their residence thereafter, carrying out numerous and important reforms in the vast premises. The gardens surrounding the palace are perhaps the most delightful of all those in the city, offering pleasant respite and honest recreation to those who stroll through them, both on serene winter days and during the agreeable afternoons of spring and summer. Not long ago, Her Royal Highness the Infanta of Montpensier has shown great generosity by donating a large part of these gardens to the people of Seville, so they may enjoy them. In their salons they gathered objects of great value, antiques and exquisite furniture, as well as a collection of paintings by Spanish, Italian, French artists, including Murillo, Velázquez, Zurban, Morales, Frutet, Piombio, Bassano, Valdemulan, Duval, and many others, but this rich gallery of pictorial works has largely dispersed, the pieces passing into the hands of members of the royal family. Currently, after the necessary work to open these gardens to the public, they are among the most visited in the capital. Lei Triana Gate. Great pity it was to demolish a gate like Triana, which had so much merit. Sepi, the most beautiful and perfectly constructed of all the gates Seville had, was the one at Triana, to which we will dedicate a remembrance, which may be read with pleasure by those who managed to see it. The Triana Gate consisted of a single architectural body in Doric order, and presented two splendid facades of great height and magnificent appearance. Its trace, according to the most accepted opinion, goes back to the renowned architect Juan de Herrera, who left so many magnificent monuments in our city, and it was completed at the end of 1588, being torn down to make way for another ancient gate that was located at the entrance to the Cester neighborhood. On both sides of its arch stood four colossal and striated columns resting on solid pedestals and supporting a large cornice, which featured a spacious balcony with long dimensions, culminating the monument in a triangular attic adorned with statues of regular size and striking pyramids skillfully carved. It was this gate that was most elaborately decorated during public holidays. It never closed at night, and through it entered the monarch Philip V in 1729, Charles IV in 1796, Ferdinand V in 1823, and Queen Isabel I in 1862. In front of the monument stretched the spacious plain where later the street Rise Katilikos was built, and this place was very frequented by the unemployed, who would go there to bask in the sun in winter and cool off on summer nights. Near the gate's arch, at the beginning of the century, in a niche in the wall, was the famous cafe called Julio César, where pickpockets and rogues gathered, making the most of their cheap deals and always having outstanding debts with justice. Under the balcony's cornice there was a gravestone with an inscription in Latin that read as follows, according to a writer well versed in the antiquities of our city: being the most powerful king of Spain and our provinces on earth, Philippi, the vast regiment of Seville deemed it necessary to adorn this new gate of Triana, relocated to favor the work and assist its completion by Don Juan Hurtado de Mendoza, Widoseman, Count of Orgaz, the most vigilant superior in that flourishing city in the year of Christian hell 1588. In the door we are describing, there was the extensive hall called the castle, where the cells serving as prison to nobles and important knights were located. On bullfighting days, the surroundings of the Triana Gate exuded an extreme air of joy and liveliness as Manlius passed beneath the arch, dressed in luxurious attire, majos in their reddits and castor hats, and calcines drawn by fiery mares adorned with pompons, bells, and castanets. Many of Seville's taverns and inns lined San Pablo Street, attracting gatherings of picturesque groups formed by young people from various provinces who had come to our capital to sell their hometown products and engage in a multitude of trades and businesses, both large and small. In May 1808, Count del Atgilla was shot at by popular mobs, and in June 1823, after having knocked down its leaves with cannon fire, El Upezi Barlow penetrated through it. Near the gate stood two fountains. One still exists today, albeit altered, constructed in 1816 by Francisco Laborda y Pleyla, the city's assistant. Among the historic memories linked to this notable door, we will mention only two of no small importance. The magnificent monument to which these lines are dedicated was destroyed in 1869, despite the efforts to prevent its destruction, nor did its grandness, nor the historic memories it held prove sufficient. Lived the convent of San Francisco, the large house of San Francisco convent, renowned as one of the most notable temples of Spain. J. Gechot. One of the best and largest buildings owned by religious orders in Seville was the San Francisco convent, known to the common people as La Casa Grande, which occupied all the land where today exists the Plaza de San Fernando and several streets that lead into it. It had its entrance through the arch that corners onto Tintor's Street, and from there one could pass to the chapel of Saint Anthony of the Portuguese. The church of the convent was truly notable for its architecture. It had only one nave, but of great size and capacity. On its walls were tapestries by the most renowned Seville masters, exquisite sculptures by Montes, Roldan, Cornejo, Hita del Castillo, and Munla, and the temple housed many riches in fabrics, jewels, and objects of worship. The convent had beautiful and cheerful patios with abundant water fountains, granted by King D. In the convent of St. Francis there were a great number of good chapels, and in them the following fraternities were established: that of St. Louis of France, St. Ligius, the palm of the Biscayans, Our Lady of the Kings and St. Matthew, Calvary, Our Lady of Bethlehem, St. Anthony of the Castilians, Souls, Santiago, True Cross, Our Lady of Redemption, and very famous one of Mortal Sin. Henry the Patient, wide galleries with lovely wood carvings, salons capable of accommodating a large number of people, and numerous cells and dependencies, and an extensive orchard, which received much care, featuring all kinds of flowers and various fruits, where the regulars spent very pleasant moments. In the tranquil and transparent days of winter, and in the poetic spring afternoons, how peaceful the religious would see the hours glide by in that orchard, far from the world's noise, listening only to the joyful songs of birds, the murmur of waters, or the gentle rustling of leaves swayed by the breeze. The convent of San Francisco owed its foundation to King D. Fernando I, who granted it to the religious of the order that accompanied him in the conquest of Seville. It is unknown where the original site was, but it is certain that in 1268 D, Alfonso the Wise had the Franciscans relocate to a palace of his, which is none other than the building we are discussing. D. Pedro, the Just, funded some important works in the house, causing it to expand and gain greater comforts. The monarchs D, Enrique I, and D. John I did not spare his mercy to the convent of San Francisco, making it the best and largest among the countless ones in the city. During the 15th century, important works were carried out in the building, and in 1650, after a significant part of the roofs collapsed, they were rebuilt along with several chapels and altars. Nothing notable happened at the convent during the past century, or at least no news of any event worthy of mention has reached us. But in 1810, a catastrophe occurred that caused indignation among all due to the circumstances noted at the time. When the French entered Seville, a line regiment was housed in the Granda house, and on the morning of November 1st, a raging fire broke out suddenly, destroying the entire immense building within a few hours, leaving only the church and exterior walls standing. The French did nothing to extinguish the fire, and since, at the very moment of the invade of its outbreak, had put their equipment and other utensils in safety, and then fled from the scene of the disaster, it was considered that the event was far from being accidental. In 1813, the church reopened for worship, and in 1815 work began on the reconstruction of the convent, which proceeded very slowly, with years passing without much progress, and only a courtyard, some galleries, and cells completed. Later, both the church and the barracks disappeared, and in February 1850, the first stone was to build the beautiful Plaza de San Fernando. Exclaustration arrived in 1835, and work was permanently suspended. The church was separated from the rest of the building, which served for a long time as a barracks for the city's militia. Lovey los Rosales de man ara Rosales that, when the breeze of the sea, Pharaoh's a type of wind, whispered, for man ara sighed, uttering faint phrases of pain. Each rose sadly recalled its bitter and mourned history of a sin of love. Cano y Cuito. The carroted building is one of those in Seville that best preserves the character of past eras, and its church, galleries, and patios can be said to have suffered little alteration since the death of its founder in May 1679. In search of material to write one of our articles, we have come across a curious detail that may go unnoticed by many visitors to the Caridad building, located since its foundation in the place it currently occupies, near the riverbank and to the left of the ancient and almost collapsed Silver Tower. At the end of the corridor of one of the courtyards, there is a garden which usually catches the attention of those visiting the house for the first time. A thick wall over which 8 rose bushes stretch their branches adorns it. There are many flowers in spring perfume, the pure air that breathes there. Well known and appreciated are the many artistic riches that this hospital and its chapel hold, the unapparelled paintings of Murillo and Valles that adorn their walls, the sculptures by Roldan Siman and Ramos found in their altars, the objects of worship kept in their sacristy, the notable men buried there, and finally the laudable and charitable services provided daily by this benevolent institution, whose rules were approved in 1578 and later reformed by that Sevillian gentleman, Don Miguel de Ara, who after a tempestuous youth retired to a life dedicated to doing good for the poor and helping the needy. On this wall is a small plaque on which the following inscription can be read: "Eat rose plants with their pots, brought to this holy house by the illustrious founder, the venerable servant of Godin, Miguel de Manar Vicentello de Leica, Knight of the Order of Calatrava, in 1674, preserved in all their vigor and bearing fruit every year in their own right, as evidenced by the judicial recognition made of them in 1749 by the judges of the informative process, folios 1292 to 1297, and remained until that day in the same condition. Seville, which boasts many traditions, could not but help have some regarding these rose bushes, and she has not only one, but several. However, we will limit ourselves to narrating the most accepted one, as it has reached our ears. They were placed at this site in the year 1802. These 8 rose bushes have a pleasant sight, and despite the time that has passed since they were planted, they still attract attention for their vibrancy, more so than when the plaque we just copied was placed at the beginning of this century. It is said that after the establishment of the charity hospital, Don Miguel de Menara, who used to spend most of his day performing meritorious deeds, ensuring the good order and governance of the house and collecting alms for the sick, would dedicate several moments in his cell to deep meditation and fervent prayers, as well as reading pious books that would strengthen his spirit and keep his imagination away from any sinful thoughts. Among the recollections of his stormy past, the figures of several women whom he had loved rose in Miguel's mind, to whom, perhaps because he had loved them excessively, he had caused many tears to be shed. Sometimes, however, certain memories from his youthful years would come to the mind of the gentleman, when his existence was far from peaceful or tranquil, when he eagerly embarked on gallant adventures, and when he successfully carried out, alongside merry companions, many enterprises in which he tested his valor, his mischief, or his sharp wit. These shadows that disturbed the meditations of the then pious knight more than once troubled his spirit. And one night, as he wandered through the hospital garden, he sat down on a bench, and after falling into a deep sleep, he saw in it 8 ladies whose faces bore a perfect resemblance to as many others he had courted, and who held in their hands 8 roses, watered by the tears that fell from their eyes. As we mentioned earlier, at the beginning of the century, the flower pots were relocated to their current position, where anyone visiting the charity hospital for the first time can still see them. It is said that in memory of that dream, and as tribute to the unhappy loved ones of the knight, he planted in the garden the 8 rose bushes that still remain, which Don Miguel cared for with meticulous diligence during his life, cutting their leaves daily, arranging their branches, placing them in the sun when necessary, and watering them, never allowing anyone but himself to perform these tasks. After Manara's death, the charity brotherhood continued to care for those flowers that the founder had held so dear, and they also tell of the traditions where, in the summer nights, 8 shadows dressed in white with loose hair and pale faces could be seen in the garden, remaining until dawn to watch over the 8 rose bushes, each representing one of the knights beloved. Lie the tower of the goblin from ancient roots, pale as the remains of a ossuary, sprouting from disjointeds on the terraces, where the robust and thorny juniper grows in sections. Blanco Asenjo, not far from the door known as the Door of Macarena, the only one that still stands of the 15 Seville, once had halfway along the section of Roman wall that exists on the Levante side, rises a tower and around which the most absurd and fantastical tales used to circulate among the ignorant populace. The tower was tall and solidly built. Its 4 sides featured small windows with thick iron bars. At the top stood 4 rows of jagged almoners, and at the base grew giant nettle, wild malvas, and white bellflowers whose bushes climbed up the dark, roughly hewn wall. This stone mass, now almost destroyed and forgotten, was looked upon with fear by all the inhabitants of the Macarena neighborhood, and none, no matter how brave or bold, dared pass through the tower at night, where it was known that the devil Rascarabias had his lair. Living there on that particular day had its reason too, for it seems that within those walls, shortly after the Reconquest, a Jewish miser and enemy of God passed away. Around the middle of the 16th century, Rascarabias grew tired of being bored and idle, doing nothing beneficial for his monarch, and he fled, disappearing without a trace, and no further news was heard of his life or miracles. He had gained such trust with Lucifer himself that he asked for a representative to accompany him during his leisure time. The king of hell sent him to Rascarabias, who, after spending a long time with the Jew, remained in the tower, guarding his corpse for many years. Wonderful. And never before heard stories were told about Nerilago, and all the misfortunes that occurred in the crowded neighborhood were blamed on him. Yet neither prayers, nor vows, nor exorcisms were enough to frighten him. But when the simple folk rejoiced at the absence of the wicked neighbor, suddenly the duende Nerilago appeared in the tower, who every night at midnight, as the cathedral clock struck 12, would go for a walk along the wall wrapped in a wide black cowl, wearing a crown that emitted sinister flashes and throwing deep, painful cries into the air, which made the old and young tremble. On dark and stormy nights during the harsh winter, amidst the monotonous noise of the downpour and the whistling of the hurricane, music from the tower would emanate, along with cries of pain and unintelligible chants. The narrow windows would glow with red lights that seemed like huge fire pupils, and thick smoke would escape, lingering over those places for a long time. The duende grew fond of the tower, and it was impossible to throw him out, for on one occasion when the guard, accompanied by some monks from the nearby Trinity convent, attempted to climb the wall and surprise him in his hideout, a torrential downpour of stones and pebbles fell upon them, forcing the justice ministers to abandon their daring venture. Gradually, the memory of their former guest faded from the minds of the Macarenans. For nearly 2 centuries, the duende lived in the tower without disturbing anyone, and one day it vanished like Rascarabias, after having been the terror of many people and having provided great services to the contrabandists from whom Nerilago seems to have been a very close friend. The destructive action of time cracked the walls, broke the battlements, collapsed, The solid roofs disfigured the windows, and today the ancient tower of the Duand Band lies abandoned and in ruins, with no one knowing who its former inhabitants were. John the Evangelist are so great that they cannot be described. J. Bermejo. If, as planned, the Roman walls of Macarena are ever restored, the old residence of Rascarabius and Narolago would improve its appearance, avoiding complete disappearance, which could happen if it remains in its current state of abandonment. Evi, a fraternity, the merit and perfection of the image of Steen, John the Baptist, and which goes out in procession in the afternoon of Palm Sunday. The many fraternities cofrades as that during Holy Week make station at the cathedral enjoy great fame from very early on due to the opulence of their procession floats, the richness of their insignia, and the artistic merit of the sculptures they hold for public devotion. In our days, one of the fraternities that attracts the most attention from travelers visiting Seville during this time of year is that of the Christ of Silence, Cristo del Silencio, and the Virgin of Bitterness, Virgin de la Amargura, located in the parish of Steen. The history of this fraternity, which dates back to nearly 3 centuries, may perhaps hold some interest for our readers, and in this belief we permit ourselves to dedicate a few lines to it in the notes we are compiling about Seville. In the years following 1699, the brotherhood we are discussing also made stationing visits, albeit in a very modest way, as the limited resources available did not allow for anything else. In 1718, the Brotherhood moved to San Juan Bautista, placing their existing images in a chapel, refurbishing the processional steps, and paying for a new mantle for the Virgin. Some neighbors from the district of San Julian organized, at the end of the 17th century, a brotherhood in that church, and after many efforts, they managed to have a procession during Holy Week in 1699, carrying the borrowed image of the Virgin of Las Angustias and the statue of Jesus that the sculptor Pedro Roldan had created around 1680 upon his return from a trip to Jaén to complete the cathedral's portal. During that time, the sculptors Pedro Duque Cornejo and Benito Hita del Castillo created the figures displayed in the Peso, the Cristo del Silencio, and the second artist also crafted the San Juan that accompanies the Virgin de la Amargura, which is undoubtedly the best and most finished work produced by his chisel. From 1783 to 1788, the Brotherhood processed on Holy Thursday and sometimes on Palm Sunday, however. Soon after, agreements among Brotherhood members led to its decline, with no further processions until 1808. The Brotherhood was nearly dissolved, remaining inactive for over 20 years until some young people, led by Don Fernando Espinosa, Conde del Guerra, took it upon themselves to revive it, and in 1829 they processed with great splendor. The Nazarenos of this brotherhood were the first to adopt white tunics, debuting them in 1830. From this date, few years have passed without the procession taking place, sometimes on Palm Sunday and other times on Holy Tuesday or Wednesday. This is a long float, and its base is adorned with elaborate golden decorations and some medals of notable merit. The Brotherhood, which now has regular funds, has introduced some reforms in the Peso's processional floats and added new insignias, paying for a rich cloak for the Virgin of Amargura and new stands for the Paso of Christ. On top is the statue of Jesus, dressed in a white tunic and with his hands bound with silver cords, which are held at the tips by 2 Roman soldiers executed by Duke Cornejo, and which are much inferior to the other 2 that follow, created by Hita del Castillo. Although the costumes and weapons of these figures contain great anachronisms, the pose of both and the expression given to them by the artist deserve the highest praise. In the final term, a canopy not of very good taste was raised, under which sits the monarch of Judea, dressed in attire that is far from appropriate and much too improper. The Virgin of Margara, accompanied by Saint John, who, as we have already said, is the most notable statue built by Hita del Castillo, proceeds in the second step. During Holy Week 1893, a truly unfortunate accident occurred to this brotherhood. As the second step reached the town hall's facade, one of the candles ignited the Virgin's attire, and within minutes the figures were engulfed in a gigantic flame that threatened to destroy the entire ensemble. The brothers quickly responded to extinguish the fire, which, after much effort, was finally put out. The images suffered some damage, which has since been repaired. Fleeing from the inferno of incredulity, they fell into the limbo of naivety. Flaws. The Brotherhood of the Cristo del Silencio is today one of the most luxurious and ostentatious presented, and the one that the public most eagerly attends to see, being the first to emerge during Holy Week, will the beatified Dolores, but as all extremes are vicious. This construction was built in the last years of the 15th century and completely destroyed in 1809 when French troops approached Seville. According to Misser, to the right of the San Sebastian meadow and in front of the wide glorietta that today extends to the entrance of the Maria Luisa Park, stood the famous Burner, or Quemadero, of the Inquisition, where numerous victims perished. However, as we have received various accounts regarding the last victim to perish in the Burner, we will relate to our readers the event that took place in 1781, for which there exist multiple handwritten and printed accounts. Palomo, the factory, was composed of a square table about 20 varas high, concave in the center, where the fire was lit, and in the corners were 4 columns 10 feet tall, embedded in brick posts, with other large, cooked clay statues placed on top, secured with an iron buttress. We do not know who the first unfortunate ones to be sacrificed there by the tribunal, where, although some authors claim it was the architect who oversaw the construction, she was known as Madre de los Dolores Lopez and nicknamed Beta Dolores, and although it was said that she had been blind since the age of 12, many witnesses claim to have seen her sewing and embroidering with precision, climbing stairs with occupied hands, and giving detailed signs of certain people as if they had been right in front of her eyes. For many years, this woman was devoted to the most deplorable excesses. We have had the opportunity to read an excerpt from her trial, and we refrain from describing the accusations made against her, as they reveal the great immorality in which she lived and the loathsome vices to which she constantly yielded. She lived in the capital of Andalusia. After the middle of the last century, a strange and deluded woman, daughter of the people, and not very favored by nature in physical attributes, who was always wandering through churches and convents, harassing the priests and friars, whom she tried to deceive with the most absurd stories and the most ridiculous narratives, seeking to make them believe that she had an angel advising all her actions, and that Saint Joseph, Saint Augustine, Saint John Nepomucene, and other saints frequently appeared to her, constantly urging her to commit the most absurd acts imaginable. It will suffice for our readers to know that, according to the cited extract, Maria de los Dolores corrupted a beater with whom she had unhonorable dealings, seduced her confessor, with whom she lived for more than 12 years, despite his constant rejection, claimed to have continuous ecstasies, and uttered the most serious blasphemies and dreadful heresies with the utmost lightness. Imprisoned in the Inquisition cells for a long time, none of the religious who frequently visited her could free her from her errors, among them being the celebrated Fer. In the early hours of the 24th day, the blind woman emerged from the dungeons, dressed in her flame-textured crown and sackcloth garments. It had been 45 years since Seville had witnessed an autodafé, and upon the announcement of this one, a great stir was felt in the city, with a multitude from nearby towns coming to bear witness to the sad spectacle. At the Triana castle, a procession was formed to accompany the prisoner on her final journey, consisting of clergy from Santa Anna, relative of the Inquisition, and several friars carrying burning hatchets as they prayed aloud. Diego from Cadiz, who, unable to extract a single word of repentance from her, bade farewell to the inquirers, saying to work with her was to waste time. He had no heart to see so much hardness and foolishness, and that he was so far from being able to convert her that he could fear she might corrupt him. After the process was concluded by the lords of the Holy Office, she was condemned to death as a formal heretic, apostate, deceiver, deluder, revoker, obstinate, unrepentant, and pretender, with the execution of the sentence set for August 24th, 1781. After reading the lengthy process and sentence, the prisoner was handed over to ordinary justice, taken from the temple where the Mass continued, and led to Plaza de San Francisco. The members of the Holy Office were present in the church, San Pablo, solemn and intense, seated beneath a lavish canopy, accompanied by the assistant of the city, the high sheriff, the mayor of the secret prisons, commissioners, and numerous dependencies of the Inquisition, as well as priests from various orders. Upon hearing that her punishment was to be burned alive, she threw herself to the ground in utter despair, screaming and crying bitterly. The friars, thinking she was converting, returned her to prison, where she confessed and performed all religious acts demanded of her. In the afternoon, she was taken to the quemadero with all the solemnity customary for such acts. Dolores Otello Pez died at 5 p.m. in the hands of the executioner, who beat her, and her body was thrown into the prepared bonfire, which soon consumed her exhausted and frail form. The unfortunate beater was the last victim sacrificed in the quemadero, and her memory lingered for many years among the people of Seville, who had been witnesses to her absurd immorality and lies. Lick's royal trip, king who, forgetting his royal lineage, for reasons I do not understand, has exchanged his regal scepter for a hunting shotgun. J. Picken. The Antrim of the Kings took place on the the morning of February 18, with the city presenting that day the aspect of great solemnities. Since the first news of the journey, the city council be prepared to prepare the public decoration with great splendor, carrying out numerous important works, restoring some buildings, cleaning streets and squares, taking many dispositions so that everything was up to date, and finally exciting through edicts the zeal of the neighborhood in order to give a dignified reception to their majesties. Many times the leaders of the nation have visited our city, and they have always left highly satisfied with the displays of respect and affection spontaneously shown to them by the people of Seville. But in few instances has popular joy reached such heights as it did in 1796, when Carlos came for the first time, accompanied by his wife and the royal family, to fulfill the vow made to Saint Ferdinand for the health of the Prince of Asturias. The roto that was going to take the procession was adorned with the greatest luxury, with rich houses showing off hangings and decorations. Large arches of foliage had been erected in several points. The crowd was immense in the streets, and the sweet and serene weather contributed to give life and splendor to those animated scenes. When the joyful peals of the Girolda announced that the royal carriage was approaching, the crowd grew restless with curiosity and anticipation. In one carriage were Charles Yves, Marie-Louise, and the Prince of Asturias; in another, Infanta D. Antonio and various other vehicles followed, carrying the Infantas ladies in waiting, the Prince of Peace Cancellus, and the palace servants. Escorting the regal procession were Spanish and Walloon guards, guards of the corps, and a section of alabardiers. The royal party, accompanied by commissions from the town hall, the Mastranza, and the medical society, arrived in the Triana district, where they were waited by His Majesty's assistant, Count of Fuente, Blanca, and the 34 knights, surrounded by musicians, meseros, doorkeepers, and a great number of servants dressed in rich livery. The comitiva crossed the streets of Triana, and after passing the boat bridge, they continued through streets San Pablo, Eningel, Saragera, Siapes Plaza, de San Francisco, G.A. Nova, and Gradas, penetrating into the Alcazar, where the Bisamanos ceremony took place. Both Carlos Ive and his wife were very pleased with the appearance of the city, and that afternoon went for a carriage ride along the riverbank, where their majesties were the recipients of great displays of support from all those who had gathered for the event. The following day, the monarchs attended the cathedral with the Prince of Asturias, whom his parents placed near the urn containing the remains of D. In the following days, many diverse celebrations were organized, the enumeration of which would be tedious if we were to relate them using the details at our disposal, and which can certainly provide material for a curious and lengthy work. Fernando Oya there, after praying for a long time and fulfilling their vow, the kings and those accompanying them examined the chapels of the basilica, admiring the jewels and paintings, sculptures, and other religious objects preserved there, which are the admiration of all who know them. The king, following his hobbies, attended several hunting expeditions in Gerina and Santipons, enjoyed fishing in San Juan de Aznalfach, and visited the Cartuja Monastery the cannon foundry, and the artillery mastery on February 24, 25, and 26. There were gala performances at the theatre, bullfights in the morning and afternoon at the bullring, formal dances at the Lonja, fireworks, displays in the Prado de San Sebastian, and the literary university organized as a highly successful masquerade with a large number of participants who visited the palace as well as appearing before the cathedral, Cabildo, and the city council. By the 27th day, the departure of the royal family was arranged as it did take place, with all the pomp and solemnity befitting, making the people of Seville bid farewell to the monarchs in a manner as affectionate as their welcome. Most pleased must King Charles have been by his journey to our town, and Matud in his annals relates that the good king spoke at length at the table many evenings before his departure. Oh, if only I could stay here forever. Numerous papers relating to that royal voyage exist in the rich municipal archive of Seville, from which we also know 2 printed accounts most curious. Laux Colombina Library, incalculable riches exist there in printed and handwritten materials. T. Sands, various libraries exist in Seville, but the most notable, and perhaps one of the best in Europe, is the library known as Colombina, having been founded by D. Hernando Cohn, son of the great admiral who discovered the New World. His high qualities and his firm affection for arts and letters, of which he was always an enthusiastic protector, are well known. Not having, this illustrious man spent a considerable capital in acquiring rare and curious editions and volumes and written in all languages, forming a selected and extensive library that occupied more than 2 large rooms in his house, located in the neighborhood of San Vicente, from which only 1 tree remains in its vast orchard. Don Hernando Colon passed away on July 12, 1539, leaving in his will to his nephew Don Luz the 130 volumes, and many of which have been lost, he had collected in his library, with the specific condition that each year a certain amount from his income be spent on purchasing works to increase the library. Louis presented to receive the invaluable inheritance from his uncle, and with all the volumes deposited in a room at the convent of San Pablo, the Chancellery of Granada ordered them to be transferred to the power of the cathedral chapter, which, according to Don Hernando's will, was also called upon to possess them. Thus, the Columbus Library was established in its current location around 1553, as one author states, and it also gathered the volumes which had grown significantly in number since a distant date that the chapter already owned. Many years passed, during which this library continued to be enriched with the acquisition of new and very important works, donated by individuals and other institutions dedicated to promoting a love for good reading, without the chapter ceasing to acquire many others, depending on their financial resources. In 1852, the library was significantly expanded, with a beautiful bookshelf installed at the cost of Queen D. Isabel I. Soon after, the Dukes of Montpensier made substantial donations, also funding another magnificent bookshelf. In the 3 galleries that make up the Columbian Library, there is a collection of portraits of distinguished Andalusians, another of famous children from Seville, and the final one of the archbishops who have served our city. It also houses a sword falsely attributed to Fernan Gonzalez Les, several annotated and written books by Columbus, a Murillo painting depicting Saint Ferdinand, and a portrait of the discoverer of the New World, presented by King Louis XVI of France. According to data published by Dee, it is impossible to list, even briefly, the bibliographic curiosities and rare works held by the Colombina, which is visited foreigners with genuine admiration. Above the door leading to the library stands a marble slab on which is inscribed, "Memory of D." The Joconde Gutschot. The Columbian Library contains over 30,000 volumes and 1,600 manuscripts, among which are a copy of the Book of Treasure, the Cardinal Mendoza Missal, a Bible by Pedro Pamplona, and an edition of the Divine Comedy belonging to the same period as its author. Pray for them to God. Recently, too, thick volumes of the catalogue of books that belong to Dee. Fernando Cohn, son of Don Cristobal Cohn, the first admiral who discovered India, who at the age of 50 years, 10 months and 27 days, is having strived as much as possible for the advancement of letters, died on the 12th day of July 1539 after his father's demise. Hernando Cohn and are preserved in the library, have been published, a work otherwise notable, which, once completed, will give an idea of what the treasures gathered by the son of the discoverer of the New World would be like. Lexi, the Lord of great power, talent and connections, activity, vanning, unyielding will, perseverance, ruthless hatred, and unassailable pride, made Lord rude Bruno one of those men, who in the end know to bury themselves among the ruins to crush their enemies, Avella, Squares, and Sanchez. By this name he was known in Seville since the middle of the previous century among the scornful and criminal people. His Excellency D. Francisco Bruno I Humida, a person from ancient nobility, high position, good capital, and a decided protector of fine arts. Bruno was a knight of the Order of Calatrava, regent of the audience 13 times, Odor from the age of 25, dean since 1767, councillor of state, administrator of the royal palaces and crown property, and director of the School of Noble Arts, holding all these offices in such a manner as to demonstrate the high qualities he possessed. The influence and prestige that Bruno enjoyed among the most select circles of society, some traits of his character that were both original and proud, led to him being called the Lord of Great Power. Among the men who have contributed most to the moral and material improvement of our population, Bruno holds a preferred place, as many advances and progress previously unknown were due to his initiative. His artistic hobbies led him to undertake many notable works, restoring ancient monuments and bringing out of the unforgivable oblivion in which lay buried numerous archaeological objects that might have been lost forever. Bruno's house, located at number 29 on Muilla Street, was converted into a museum of historical treasures, artworks, and precious books and manuscripts. Don Leandro de Moratin, in his travel notes, writes the following, which gives an idea of the riches Bruno had gathered. I doubt there is another private individual in Spain who possesses a library and a cabinet of curiosities more extensive. Rare editions, including one of Cicero's Officia from 1466 in Mainz, imitating the handwritten letter, and he says at the end that this book was not written with a pen, but through another art much more beautiful. 4 comedies by Lope de Rueda and several colloquia. Antonio Pons also highly praises the riches that Bruna had gathered in his residence at the Alcazar, and in the same vein express Croix, Semper, Gorinos, Gonzalez de Leon, and others. Rare manuscripts, 8,000 coins, among them many gold Gothic ones. Natural curiosities from Spain and America. A coin from Prince Don Carlos, son of Philippi, and a room filled with Chinese furniture and paintings, etc. The travelling scholar D, at Bruna's initiative, joined by the Count of Gila, important excavations were carried out in the Santiponce plains in 1782, which resulted in the discovery, among other treasures, of a mosaic floor and some statues of Nero, Trajan, Minerva, Hadrian, and Julius Caesar, buried under the land where Italica once stood. Saint Berm-Desmond's Paulus Matut and other illustrious men of his time received distinguished favours from Bruna, who also helped them considerably in the works they left for posterity. It was Francisco de Bruna was a man of energetic character, although rarely impolite, proud towards his superiors, of peaceful customs, well-ordered life, and extremely diligent, as he attended with the greatest care the infinite charges and commissions of interest that were daily entrusted to him. Bruna was natural of Granada, where he was born in 1719. Since very young, he devoted himself to the study of laws, and, thanks to causes that are not known with certainty, he managed to attain the omnipotent influence he exercised throughout the province of Seville. During the years when the bandit Diego Corriente was the terror of the fields of Seville, he put a price on his head of 10,000 reals to be paid to whoever presented him alive or dead. Corriente had the audacity to visit Bruna in his office one night, and, finding him alone, threatened him with 2 pistols if he did not give him 2,000 escudos. The figure of the grave oidor was extremely popular in the capital of Andalusia. However, lower classes did not look at him favorably, and on more than one occasion they got into rough fights with him to humble his pride. Intimidated, the Regenta quickly released the money, but when he recovered from his astonishment and called for help, the bandit had already escaped and was far away. When the yellow fever of 1800 struck Bruna, an event occurred that tested its proud character, and as it was scarcely known, we will relate it. There had been some cases in a nearby town to Seville, and here a health cordon was established which stopped Bruna from entering the city without first going to the lazaretto like everyone else. It is said that Corriente was pardoned by the king from the capital punishment, but aware of it, Bruna sent a trusted man on the road to distract with any pretext the messenger bringing the pardon, which arrived in Seville on the night of May 30, 1781, several hours after the bandit had ceased to exist. This very famous thief one afternoon in the field found Bruna, who was alone in a car returning from a farm of his own. He approached him with the most polite reasons, invited him to unfasten several buttons on his boots that were then in fashion. To humiliate him, there was no choice but to obey Diego Corriente's request. But from that day, Bruna swore to capture the bandit, spending considerable sums to pay spies and people who would beat him, eventually managing to be free of this enemy. With this reason, says the author from whom we take the news of polemic arose between Bruna and the health board with the latter triumphing and forcing the old judge to comply with the laws, who, against his will and with not little reluctance, remained for some days in the Lazaretto, the town, well aware of Bruner's arrogance and pride, when it learned about the case, sang scathing couplets to mortify him, one of which said that the Lord of great power has turned away from humility. This miracle was done by the health board. Francisco de Bruno y Ahumada passed away in the morning of April 27, 1807, victim of pneumonia. With great pomp celebrated his funeral mass in the parish of the Sagrario, to which all important people in Seville attended. In the session hall of the Academy of Fine Arts there is now an excellent portrait of Brunner, and to perpetuate his name, the old street of Pellerose was named after him. A few years ago, Mr. and Ricker made active efforts for a plaque to be placed on the facade of the Audiencia in memory of the Lord of Gran Poder, but he could not achieve it. Luxai Manolito Giesquez. He even has Manolito Giesquez, whose graceful hyperboles have travelled around Spain and seem to form the foundations of national anecdotal wealth. B. Pires Gals. Here is a Sevillian whose name is known throughout Spain, and of whom the most amusing and incredible incidents are told, making him the author of all sorts of deceptions and absurdities that can be imagined. The type of Giesquez is already traditional, and he well deserves that to his memory we dedicate a few paragraphs, using the only authentic facts we know about this original character. The common people, with their exaggerations, have distorted the skilled jester to such an extent that his wits and quips have become ridiculous and banal. The workshop and shop where our Sevillian worked and sold his candles and other metal objects was located in a humble building on Cal Gallegos, where a gathering of friends would meet daily to listen with great pleasure to the stories and anecdotes of the host. He was said to be of average height, stout and chubby-cheeked, and his kind face and smile expressed, amidst his rough simplicity, a subtle and seasoned malice, pure Spanish and Andalusian in all his tastes, hobbies, and ideas. He could serve as a model for sketching the popular type of his time. Manolito Giesquez, as everyone called him, had a fertile and rich imagination, and if he had received literary education, writes Dan Elviu Pez Sepero, who got to know him, if he had cultivated the gifts nature gave him instead of the ridiculous fame he has left behind as a deceiver, he would have left the name of a brilliant intellect. And so it was. Giesquez was born into a modest sphere and remained within its confines through his long life with such limited aspirations that, despite the many talented and influential people who frequented his home, he asked for nothing from anyone and gained no significant benefit. He was frugal but had a good reputation. Everyone in Seville knew him, and he passed away from a fever at the beginning of April 1808 at an advanced age. But the years could not wither his intelligence nor extinguish the good humour he always had, being until shortly before he fell ill the joy of those who treated him for his witty deceptions, which he knew how to tell in such a way that they seemed undeniable truths. The way Giesquez spoke, his peculiar and strange pronunciation, as well as the formal and grave tone he gave to his speeches, increased the laughter of all who heard him and engaged in debates and discussions with him. As a devoted fan, Every night he accompanied the rosary processions through the streets, playing the fagot, an instrument in which he took great pride, and his love for bullfights was such that he never missed a Monday during the season attending his box seat, from where he gave lessons to the matadors, whom he considered friends, especially José Delgado, known as Illo, whom he criticized fiercely if he didn't consider a pass properly executed. Giazquez was born in the mid-18th century and grew up amidst great deprivation after many years of work. He became a store owner and married a younger woman, graceful and beautiful. It was his custom to attend in the afternoons the famous water stand in Tomers, located at the outskirts of the Triana Gate, next to the king's warehouses, where he spent long periods paying 2 or 3 quarters to an individual to read the Gazeta, the only paper that people had access to at the time, listening to the reading with great attention and then adding the most delicious and piquant comments. Who does not know his name in Spain today? The Solitary dedicated a beautiful article to him in his Scenes of Andalusia. It is impossible to relate here the anecdotes, stories, and witticisms that came from Giazquez's lips, and which everyone knows, gathering them together, even just those whose authenticity is beyond doubt. There would form a volume Who Has Not Laughed at Manolito Giazquez's Generous Lies. Mariano Pina brought him onto the stage in lovely comedy, and we have only sought here to pay him homage and sketch his character without the exaggerations that the common people attribute to him. Auxier, the principal theatre, the contradictions that the theatre in Seville since the 17th century would provide material for an interesting memoir. Valziquez and San Nenchez. On Muller Street and in front of the San Acacio convent of the Augustinian order, cathedral in 1795, which, being the most important that Seville had in the first half of the century, named principal. For a long time, the managers of this Colosseum had to fight against the opposition of numerous and prominent families in the city who had declared war without quarter on theatrical performances. Then, in January 1810, the town hall organized a magnificent gala performance to entertain the intruder and the characters of his entourage. Free admission was granted to the public for galleries, and the play The Subtle Lady, then very popular, was performed along with a Sainete, culminating in the obligatory national dance. 4 years later, the king, tending to the just claims of the entrepreneur Mrs. Siamery, ordered the reopening of the Principal, and in May 1808, the Government Council once again prohibited comedies, which were later authorized when Joseph Bonaparte came to this city. It did not contribute little, says an author, to the relentless pursuit against Don Pablo Olavide, the tenacity and formal endeavor with which, as assistant, he faced in this capital the struggle of certain classes and people in hatred of dramatic art, protecting lyrical spectacles. The fiery sermons of some friars, the authorities, to close the theatre in 1800, using as a pretext the invasion of yellow fever, and there was a famous preacher who claimed that if the theatre were demolished, the city would never be invaded by pestilence. Another famous performance took place at the Principal years later, one that we do not find obtrusive to recall. On Friday, October 11, 1822, the new king took his place on the town hall stage. not that of the assistant, which was his designated post, and behind him sat his counsellors around Cabaz and Montaco, the generals Darico and Senarmond, the Marquis of Riomilano, the Duke of Treviso, and the Corregidor of Seville, who at that time was D. Julian Lendro de Sols. Inside and outside the theatre, a large display of force was put on, with invading soldiers occupying all the corridors of the arena and a long stretch of Col de La Mula. Rafael del Riego returned to our city amidst the delirious acclamations of his supporters, and on the following night he attended the theatre, which had been decorated with flags and trophies, illuminated with great profusion and taste. In 1833, the Marquis of Guadalcazar made important improvements to the building, which was inaugurated on March 26th of the following year with 3 excellent opera, verse, and national dance companies. In 1823, the absolutist hordes shouting, "Long live the whips," caused great damage to the principal theatre, destroying the machinery, setting fire to its wardrobe, and leaving nothing of the rich set design and furniture, virtually ruining Calderi, a popular entrepreneur at that time of great sorrow. As soon as Rigo appeared on stage, the audience began to cheer him with the greatest enthusiasm, and during one of the intervals the crowd sang in unison the famous hymn so popular in Spain, which was heard with great pleasure by the hero of Las Cabezas, who had been so fond of receiving expressions of sympathy in public. González de Leon describes the interior of the Coliseum in 1834 as follows. It consists of 4 floors and is 20 varas high. Her figure is a semicircle, leaving in the center a large covered patio with a wooden flat roof. And on the ground floor there are 14 openings called balconies. On the first floor, at the front, is the authority box, decorated with hangings and glass doors, and on the sides 4 common boxes. In the principal theatre, the most notable romantic dramas premiered, along with the most famous comedies from our ancient theatre, and those unforgettable works known as magical plays, which so delighted the common people in the 3rd decade of our century. For that scene, the most notable artists of the time passed through. There they heard the first applause from Arjona and Valero. There, the famous Cubas and Mariano Fernandez delighted the attendees with their good-natured jokes, their jocuina boss, Matilde de Inez, and the ill-fated Pepe Valero received the warmest ovations. And finally, there, the earliest works of Rossini, Donizetti, and Bellini were heard performed by such notable singers as Raffaele, Pasarini, Sammartin, Lombardi, and Curti. Every body belonged to a gender. One was Gothic, another Arabic, and another Chinese, resulting in a disjointed ensemble that must not have been of the best taste. Among the numerous and most curious notes we have found relating to the principal, we will mention one that is probably known to our readers. On the 3rd floor there are 22 common boxes, and above the presidential box and 2 others a large one with stairs called the Tertulia. The 4th floor is what is called Cazuela, and it is the site intended only for women. In the patio, which is 25 yards long by 19 wide, there are 330 7 peepholes, which are benches with backs and cushions of taffeta. In front there are some stairs for men's entrance. The theatre can accommodate 200 people. The whole was painted and gilded. the crowd requested the name of the composer of the score, which was found to be D. On the night of September 6, 1841, an opera titled The Solitary of Wild Mountain was premiered in this theatre, awakening great enthusiasm among the audience and causing them to break out into continuous and thunderous applause. The principal theatre closed its doors forever in the year 1858 after the opening of the San Fernando Theatre, and on the site where it stood now stands one of the best and largest buildings that adorn the capital of Andalusia. Miguel Hilarion Eslava, chapel master of the cathedral, who was obliged to appear on the assistant's box since his status as a prohibited him from stepping onto the stage, receiving a frank and spontaneous ovation that was repeated on the following nights when the opera by the author of Miserere was announced in the posters. Luxivi yellow fever as the number of those infected with the plague and the number of the deaths increased, so did the horror in the neighborhood, the difficulties for authorities and abuses and disorders. Justinoma too. Yeah. The first year of this century could not have been more disastrous for our city, as it saw the invasion of the terrible epidemic known as yellow fever, and many people predicted infinite evils for the century that had just begun. Just as the fever began in sea ideas introduced by ships from North America, it spread to Seville when authorities were most neglectful and neighbors relax. They prepared for summer in the year 1800. The damage caused by the epidemic was immense, and so many lives were lost that Seville found itself in the most dire straits. And since neither scientific advancements nor modern means to alleviate such calamitous times existed, then our readers can form an idea of what that invasion would have been like, comparable only to the 1649 Levantina plague. The first days of August came, and some individuals in Triana's district started feeling ill from the disease early one morning, while others passed away almost simultaneously in Santa Lucia. The epidemic rapidly spread with extraordinary speed through Los Humeros, San Vicente, San Roman, Santiago, and other parishes. Then a terrible fear seized the inhabitants of the city. Many families emigrated precipitately. The health board lacked means to prevent the spread of the invasion, and everything was in disarray, distress, and turmoil in the initial moments. Soon a commission from Madrid arrived, led by Dora, Jose Quirolto, and together with the interim assistant D. Antonio Fernandez, Soler as the Count of Fuenteblanca was at court. They began to take appropriate measures and issue prudent and correct dispositions. Meanwhile, the epidemic grew, reaching terrifying proportions. At the same time, panic increased, and the situation for the citizens of Seville became more dire, with over 460 people dying per day by the end of August and early September. This terrible period lasted until the end of October, when the number of invasions began to decrease and daily fatalities became fewer. And in the hours of the warm siesta, an imposing silence reigned throughout the neighborhoods, disturbed only by the noise of black, painted hearses carrying the dead to their graves, or by the wails and laments emanating from homes. According to the data we have at hand, taken from the manifesto published by the City Hall, 85 people succumbed to yellow fever in our population. To 483 were affected, and 18 recovered from the illness. On Sunday, November 23rd, The Te Deum was sung with great solemnity in the cathedral with Archbishop D. Luis Maria de Borbon, Infant of Spain, Captain General, with the chiefs and officers of the garrison, the assistant with the city council, and all the corporations and entities of Seville, with numerous religious services held in the days that follow in all the temples and chapels of the city. Nothing so terrible as the sight our city then presented, churches filled with corpses, burial in wide open graves in Humeros, San Vicente, and Triana, fraternities paraded through the streets at night, bearing their images on processions to which they chanted fervorous prayers in high voices. All church bells told lugubrious scenes of heart-rending wailing and desolation were seen in every house. Prisoners from the jail served as nurses in hospitals, as all employees had died. Workshops and as establishments were closed, as well as offices and rooms of the audience. Neighbors formed groups that collected corpses and gave them burial. Brothers of charity wandered through central areas begging alms for the sick. Essential goods were scarce in markets and warehouses. Luxvy, the water supply, who of good taste living in Seville could fail to come every afternoon during the summer to drink the delicious water from Tumas that Uncle Paco provides so cleanly, and to see this Triana Bridge, which is the best in the world. Duke of Rivas, at the entrance to the Paseo del Arenal, near the old boat bridge, and with the building known as the Almacenes del Rey on its right side, and the expansive land now occupied by Calrey's Catholicas, there used to be a kind of open Avon or water stand that became famous for many reasons and outshone all similar establishments in Seville. Who has not seen the grand drama titled Don Alvaro or The Force of Fate? In first act, that its public is presented with a water stand where the main types of people attending gather and where the work's exposition begins. Some elderly people still remember it, and when they recall that place, which is intertwined with the pleasant echoes of their lost youth, they take pleasure in describing the famous water stand immortalized by the pen of Duque de Rivas and the brush of Jimmy Nezaranda in one of his most beautiful paintings. The establishment consisted of a tall shelf, a counter, several wooden benches, and small tables strategically placed. On the shelf there were 4 large clay jugs, a religious print, and some pots of fragrant basil that looked pleasant in summer. On the counter, clean glass vases arranged in a row tempted passers-by to quench their thirst, and nearby was the basket of honeycombs, bottles of syrup for refreshments, boxes of almond pastilles, and other various items used in serving the public. On the most shelf, and in bold letters, there was a sign that read, Thomas Water Stand. And the fame this stand had acquired led people to gather there, transforming the place into a casino and meeting point for many of the most notable figures in Seville at the end of the 18th century. Every spring and summer afternoon, when the scorching heat passed and the sun began to hide, the owner of the establishment, a kind and peaceful Galician, would water the hot earth, remove the curtains, and prepare the seats for the conversation groups that would soon arrive and form a regular crowd. Various groups gathered around the water stand, which deserved the closest attention. There were gentlemen present with embroidered jackets and dusty wigs, dandy chupetines and cheese hats, friars and priests, retired military merchants, and occasionally some loquacious students or idle wits who would liven up the conversation with their witty remarks or observations. The pleasant view from the water station made staying there much more enjoyable, and sometimes the conversations would extend until the Geraldus bells rang for nightfall. Some read the Gaceta aloud, turning heads when the king was mentioned. Others played cards or solita. In one group they discussed any current affairs quietly, while in another they spent time observing the attractive women passing by, showcasing their grace and natural charm like daughters of this land. During the quiet and serene winter days, when ladies and dandy men would go to enjoy themselves at Anna on various occasions, they would stop at the famous stand where, during that season, chestnuts, dried fruit, and warm water with their corresponding anise were sold according to traditional custom. One of the most regular visitors to Tomer's water station was the renowned sailor Manolito Giaizquez, of whom we have already spoken, who entertained everyone with his witty remarks that seemed innocent simplicity. Another was the skilled pipilot, who often improvised joyful gatherings there and paid for everyone's expenses with the spirit of old-time bullfighters. It is also worth mentioning that the grave Oidor Father Verita, Poet Arjona, and many other men of varying importance would attend there. And then peaceful conversations, as in past times, ceased. The game of chess and solito were no longer played, and only alliances were discussed, formed to destroy the common enemy. The patrons of the establishment varied little over a long number of years. Sparks of that revolution began to be felt, which was to completely upset the old order of things when Seville, like other towns, started to feel the effects of that ill-fated war, never sung as it deserves. The humble, forgotten, simple water stand of Tomer's became a centre for patriots who more than once provided invaluable services to the nation. The Duke of Rivers, in his drama, and Jimenez Aranda, in his previously mentioned painting, have ensured the enduring memory of Tomer's water post, and we deemed it fitting to dedicate a modest remembrance to it here as well. Everything has its end, and so did Tomer's water post, which disappeared by the year 1820, after having witnessed the passage and gatherings around it of various types, such as Manolos, Majos, Petamitas, tutors, liberals, absolutists, and many other famous figures who played significant roles in those generations. Lex vi Matut Imveria, not only did Matut enthusiastically dedicate himself to the study of pleasant letters, but he also strived to instill his enthusiasm in others. Marquis of Valmar. The name of D. Justino Matut y Gaviria, a Sevillian writer of great merit, a very patriotic man, and a person of distinction, is not as well known as it should be. Some are in the Columbine Library, while others are in private hands. With the aim of contributing with our limited resources to popularizing Matut's name, we will here offer a brief account of his life, which we have extracted by keeping several biographies and literary notes in mind. It can be said that, but for the generosity of the Duke of Cercles and the good agreement with the Society of the Hispaniola Archive, who published some of his works the number of people who could today appreciate the value of his writings, many of which remain unpublished, would be very small. He was born on May 28, 1764, and baptized in the parish church of the Sagrario. His parents enjoyed a comfortable position, and from a very young age they dedicated him to study, enrolling him in the Santo Tom's College. He later studied medicine and graduated as a bachelor in 1787. The following year, along with several other friends, he organized a literary academy where he presented his early works in prose and verse. He offered great assistance to the scholar C. and Bermdes when he came to study the monuments of Seville, and his frequent dealings with the most enlightened people of this capital caused his name to gain great consideration and esteem. From 1807 to 1810, he held the chair of rhetoric at the university, and after becoming Frenchified, he obtained the appointment as subprefect of Jerez de la Frontera, a position he retained until the summer of 1812. In 1803, he founded El Correo de Sevilla, a newspaper whose collection is quite curious, which lasted until May 1808, and in which collaborated the best literati then present here, such as Lister, Reynoso, Arjona, Mauro, Castro, Roldan, and others. In September of that year, he was imprisoned in the aforementioned town and released after 2 years, thanks to an amnesty granted by Ferdinand Vai, to whom he had submitted a respectful request. During his imprisonment, he wrote some works, and upon returning to Seville, he devoted himself with true zeal to historical and archaeological research. He suffered a paralytic stroke in 1824, and as a result of this illness, which left him in a pitiful state for his final days, he died on May 11, 1830, in his homeland. Future generations have been ungrateful to Matute, for despite the many works this man left written, despite his vast knowledge, and all that he strived to exalt Seville, there is no memory of him there. And were it not for the reasons already mentioned at the beginning of these lines, his works would almost be ignored by the public. Di Giustino Matute was a person of great illumination, clear judgment, and good taste in artistic and literary matters. He never tired of accumulating knowledge, and was tireless in gathering notes, curiosities, and details, many of which remain unpublished to this day. He also wrote verses, but of so little merit that they are unlikely to have even a dozen readers today. Vies Quez and Ruse, the biographer and enthusiast of D. Matute was somewhat lacking in being an excellent prose writer, but he wrote low, clearly, and although disheveled and incorrect, his works are read with pleasure. He shared many common defects with authors of his time, and was impartial in his judgments, and not overly passionate about his opinions. Giustino rightly say that Matute, although he knew the laws and precepts of art correctly, could never ascend to the summit of Parnassus. And D. Leopoldo Augusto di Quito writes, he lacked inspiration, naturalness, poetic vigor, grace, and fluidity, and above all cadence and rhythmic charm. He was not a poet in any sense. As a historian, we would say that since he did not possess a vibrant imagination or sufficient fantasy to present the narrated heed with beautiful attire, nor did he know how to use his notes and curiosities in an engaging manner, his books offer only a collection of highly valuable materials from which much important information can be extracted, as well as some useless content. The best-known works of Matute are as follows: Apparatus for writing the history of Triana, sketch of Italica, additions to the sons of Seville by Arana de Varflora, ecclesiastical and secular annals of Seville, and the sons of Seville notable in holiness, letter, arms, arts, or dignity. The last three were published recently, as we have mentioned, and those who brought them to light well deserve an ovation. D. This building, located not far from the riverbank and on the former arena walk, deservention, as mentioned as Seville has always been a town fond of bullfighting. Lex vi, the bulletrin or bullring. Plazas, circuses, arenas, or palanques, however they have been called, where bullfights have been and continue to be held, far from decreasing in number, have seen a notable increase. J. Sanchez de Nera. Given that our space doesn't allow us to cover all the curious details we have gathered about the bullring, we will limit ourselves to providing a brief excerpt from its history, which might be enjoyed by Torophiles unaware of it. Justino Matute died at number 21 Padria Street, and we believe that the city council should place a commemorative plaque on the facade of the building, which now bears number 32, and which is in the same state as when in its rooms that old writer who had spent his life in constant work and sacrificing himself to magnify the city where he was born, breathed his last. In early February 1729, King Philip V visited Seville with his wife, Princess Isabel de Farnesio, and the infants and high servants of the royal household. Then the population celebrated a multitude of festivities in honor of the monarch, corporations investing significant sums to organize ceremonies most pleasing to the head of state. After several years, the masters chose a site on Mount Baratillo for constructing the circus, and work began in January 1760, carried out with great vigor as numerous skilled workers and masters were involved. Upon his return from Cádiz, and just before leaving for Madrid, the king attended a horse show organized by the cavalry mastery, and he found this event so enjoyable that he rewarded the knights by granting them, among other privileges, the right to hold 2 bullfights annually in an enclosed square, with the proceeds dedicated to the maintenance of the brotherhood. We have had the opportunity to see a curious example of the poster for the first bullfights, which took place in the Plaza of Seville on April 20th and 23rd, 1763. And seeming of interest, we copy the following paragraphs. The bulls fought were from the following ranches, bearing the emblems expressed from the Marquis of Ruchina and Tedda, from Don Francisco del Arroyo y Risco Blanca, from the Algarrovillo Negra, from D. Ramon Liberal Encarnada and White, from D. Tomas de Rivas Encarnada, from D. Francisco Esquivel Azure and Incarnate, from Don Fernando Aforno, green and white, from the Count of the Eagle, blue and white, from the Marquis of Medina, blue and Tedda, from Luis de Ibarburu, Encarnada, blue and white, from Manuel Gonzalez, Pajiza and purple, from Gregorio Viesquez, black and white. It is worth knowing the rest of the poster for its writing style and the details it contains. May God grant that these actions are carried out without any misfortune. On the mentioned days, 44 bulls from the said breeds will be killed, testing the bravery of the skilled riders Cristobal Revisco, Francisco Gil, and Juan de Escobar on horseback, and on foot the renowned Juan Miguel, Manuel Palomo, Joaquin Rodriguez, and Antonio Albano. It was then rebuilt with solid materials according to the plan of D. Vicen San Martin, accommodating 20,000 spectators. Since the square's completion, not a single matador from the previous century had failed to perform there. Remembering those passionate about this entertainment, we date it back to the first public festivals in Spain, 660, 3 years ago, during which several arenas have been established on our peninsula, surpassing, once completed, I do not know if I say surpassed, that of this city. At that time, the arena was almost entirely made of wood, and due to perhaps the hasty construction, most of it sank into the ground during the winter of 1766. The ring was the largest known. The bleachers had 9 rows of seats. The upper stands were covered with simple arches that rested on airy columns, and the royal box was constructed from carved stone, featuring a marble balcony and culminating in a large shield bearing the arms of Spain. Martincho, Jose Cien, Dedo Miguel G. Evalelves, Antonio de los Santos, Francisco Herrera Curro, Julian Aroca, Lorenzo Baden, Perucho, and many others, whose enumeration would be tiresome. Fought bulls in the Seville arena, which held the top position among all those in Andalusia. In this square, Joaquin Rodriguez received the greatest ovations. Costilles, inventor of the volupé, in this square, famous competitions were held between Romero and Romeran Peep, Illo, which caused much debate among old aficionados. Finally, in this square, many skilled matadors, both on foot and horse, suffered grave injuries. On October 26, 1805, a cyclone hit our city, causing significant damage, particularly to the Turin ring, as it knocked down all the wooden seating areas, hurling the boards and fittings to great distances. During the French domination, some bullfights were in the square in honor of the intruder, but although the invaders sometimes made the entrance free, it was very difficult for the public to attend the events. So the squares were filled with dragons, Mamluks, and other foreign troops who watched the bullfights in complete silence. When Ferdinand Valle was in Seville in 1823, he attended the bullfights every Monday and often directed the fight with pre-agreed signals, taking great pleasure when the crowd became agitated by an unexpected change in fortune, or when they whistled at a right-handed fighter who belonged to the Negros, a racial slur. It would be impossible for us to list here the names of all the skilled right-handers who have distinguished themselves in the Plaza de Sevilla, as well as the many curious events that have occurred there and the significant misfortunes witnessed by the public on numerous occasions. Lex vie auto da fe, beyond holy God. Here lies the Inquisition. It died of old age. Mariano Jose de Lara, Juan Leon Rigors, Montes Dominguez, C. Chairs Pastor. El Lavi and Redondo worked in the Plaza de Sevilla for almost all the seasons from 1829 to 1840. And the factionalism these matadors had their supporters gave rise to serious disagreements and riots on more than one occasion, in many of which the authorities had to intervene to calm the heated spirits. Leave this work to those who enjoy the national party and have the patience and time that we lack, and concluding these lines by mentioning only the works carried out in the square in 1884, after which it has remained one of the best on the peninsula. The last victim sacrificed by the Holy Office in the capital of Andalusia, a blind woman named Dolores Lopez, known as Beata Dolores, of whom we have spoken, who was hanged and her body reduced to ashes at the site of the Bernaquemadero, located in the vast Prado de San Sebastian. From this date, there are no records that the Seville Inquisition Court held another public auto de fe until that verified in the afternoon of June 20, 1803, which was the last to be witnessed in our city, and to say the truth, it did not have much of the significance that those held in the 16th and 17th centuries used to have. Although we have had the opportunity to see some papers related to the event mentioned in these lines, we will not elaborate much on the subject, contenting ourselves with extracting the news gathered by us, which the reader can expand, if he wishes, by reviewing Gon's Les de Lyon's handwritten diary and the printed works of some others. Although during the sad years of absolute reaction, that is from 1814 to 20 and from 1803 to 32, public autos were held in some parts of Spain, such as Murcia, Valencia, and Logrono, by juntas of faith without a legally established Inquisition court. Seville was fortunate enough not to witness these sad spectacles, although it was the scene of others no less lamentable, carried out by political passions so inflamed in those times. We only know that this individual was a man of average standing, dependent on revenues, widowed and born on the island of Leonao, San Fernando. He was accused of publicly and passionately denying the dogmas of the Catholic religion and committing immoral and barbaric acts with 3 young and graceful sisters and his own daughter. In the car that we are about to describe, there was a convict from this city, although we have been unable to ascertain his name, as the authors consulted do not mention it. And in Gondiles de Lyon's manuscript, the letters forming the person's surname are blurred out. The Inquisition court was established at the beginning of the century, as everyone knows, in a spacious and ancient building located on the Alameda de Recules, a building that had served as a college for Ignatius of Loyola's disciples until the expulsion of the Jesuits, and which was almost destroyed by an explosion on the memorable St. Anthony's Day of 1823, a terrible day in our modern history. For some time, the convict of these abhorrent crimes had been imprisoned in the Inquisition, and on the aforementioned 10th of June, the public auto was finally held, to which an immense crowd attended. The inquisitors were D. Francisco Rodriguez Carriza, D. Ram Weissenwein Monzo, and D. Francisco Bruna, heads of various corporations, and a large number of guests who took their seats in a long row of benches placed parallel to the facade of the capitular houses, all individuals wearing gala attire and displaying the insignia with which they were honored. With everything prepared, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the ceremony began with all the gravity of the case. After long preliminaries, the mass started on the altar prepared for the purpose and was celebrated by priest Josto Ballesteros. Joaquin Mururi and Elort formed the tribunal, which was situated on a wide platform covered with carpets and severe decorations prepared for the case in the Plaza de San Francisco, with great attendance by family members, bailiffs, and soldiers, also present at this event was the city council, chaired by the Count of Fuenteblanca, the regent of the audience and dean of its judges. D. Upon the arrival of the introitos, a witness print testifies the cause was begun to be read by Don Diego Payeres as Tieles, secretary of the secret, and after the reading of said cause, mass proceeded until its conclusion. Surrounded by bailiff and relatives, the criminal was once again taken to prison, only to be released shortly after to serve his sentence, which was indeed lenient compared to those imposed by the Holy Office in past times. As the accused descended from the platform, a group of men nearby directed some insulting words at him, to which other groups occupying the plaza responded, demonstrating by their remarks their lack of affection for the just concluded event. This incident caused some confusion, which was quickly resolved without any further consequences. The accused was sentenced to 3 years of forced prison in Africa and 3 years of penance in the same place to teach him Christian doctrine. The large crowd packed into Plaza de San Francisco did not want to miss a moment of the long spectacle, remaining still in that place until well into the afternoon, at which time it was called to an end, to the great satisfaction of many who had attended out of obligation. This was the last public auto de fe held in Seville, according to the information we have been able to gather, and which we consider highly authoritative. Here, in a few words, we refer to the famous mutiny of Aranjuez, which took place on March 17th and 18th and 19th in the unforgettable year of 1808, although it goes against our purpose. We leave it to readers to learn about those events as they are amply illustrated, ignoring their causes and circumstances. Limited to Seville, we will relate a forgotten anecdote that may be unknown to many. Alexix, the portrait of Godoy Lord Ale Varro de Luna, having lost both his life and prosperity, is less worthy of pity than he who was condemned by fate to survive his misfortune and be deprived of all after having enjoyed it all. Mariano José de Lara. The popular hatred that had been built up throughout Spain against Carlos Ivy's favorite, Don Manuel Godoy, erupted in a terrible and threatening manner as news of the scenes in Angers spread across the peninsula, clearly revealing the perfidy and duplicity of the Prince of Asturias to the fanatical people. The Sevillans were blind to the young man who conspired against his own parents. They believed him to be imbued with all virtues and attributed to him every perfection that could adorn a monarch for the happiness of a nation. Everyone despised those characters who surrounded the kings, supposing them to be executioners and oppressors of Don Fernando. But the man most generally despised was Gudli, as unfairly calumniated by modern historians as he was by his contemporaries. The bitter enemies of the Prince of Peace used to meet in a café that once stood on Calle Nova, and in this locale, turned into a club, daily speeches were made against the favorite, and the most obscene phrases and derogatory remarks came from all those present. The afternoon of March 27th marked the downfall of Godoy in Seville, and as this news spread through the city, the people rose up, led by those regular coffee house guests from Col J.A. Nova. numerous groups of common folk took to the streets, shouting death to Godoy and creating hellish screams, gathering in the Plaza de San Francisco with menacing and terrifying attitudes. They stayed for a long time, shouting and recruiting more people, and when the rebels had grown in number, they entered through Cal Sierpes, heading towards the hospital of San Juan de Dios, located on Cal Gallegos. This portrait, painted by Don José Cabral, a true work of art, not only because of its perfect resemblance, but also for the accuracy of the drawing, the skilled combination of colors, and the fineness of execution. In 1807, the Prince of Peace, patron of the main chapel of said hospital, had become the protector of the Order of St. John of God, and to mark this occasion, a solemn function was held in the church, with Godoy's portrait placed on the walls near the main altar. On the canvas, the Generalissimo was dressed in a luxurious military uniform, covered with decorations and bands, in a simple pose, yet exuding a certain majesty and arrogance. The painting was surrounded by a luxurious frame with exquisite craftsmanship, featuring the prince's shield on its pinnacle. The crowd, as we mentioned, gathered at the doors of San Juan de Dios. There, everyone requested the delivery of the beautiful portrait to satisfy their anger and malice. The keys of the temple were claimed from the prior, and as the commissioners for this case were slow in producing them, the enraged crowd burst into the hospital yard like an avalanche, knocking down the chapel door and tearing the painting from the wall, which was dragged into the street amidst fierce cries of insane joy. The Plaza del Salvador then became the stage for a singular and strange scene. Night had fallen, and the rioters from nearby houses, applying them to the canvas, which was destroyed and reduced to faint ashes dissipated by the wind. As the portrait of the favorite was about to perish, his enemies formed a circle around him, scoffing at the figure so skillfully traced by the artist and filling it with insults and all sorts of indignities. That beautiful painting, which could be admired today in any museum, was forever lost, and along with the canvas turning into smoke, the greatness and honors of Don also turned to smoke. Manuel Godoy, whose political life has been so slandered, Lax ex the priest of Triana, the vile Spanish afrancesados, Frenchified ones, have already received the reward of their care. They walk on foot and wait for moments to see their ruin. Patriotic Coppola. In February 1810, Seville was under the power of imperial troops who committed the greatest excesses in the city, flagrantly mocking the agreed capitulations, daily leading to the gallows those who made the slightest effort to contribute to breaking that ominous yoke. Filled with rage and courage were the breasts of true patriots, and they prepared a terrible conspiracy which, if it had not been thwarted, might have made Seville the scene of the most glorious and bloody episodes. Under such circumstances, and as tempers grew more heated, invitations were distributed of the people of the town, calling on the votees to attend a great religious service to be held on Sunday, March 25th, at the parish church of Santa Ana, in order to give thanks to heaven for the happy accession to the Spanish throne of His Majesty Joseph I. The surprise and anger such a printed invitation caused can be imagined by our readers, and indignation reached a peak when it was learned that neither the brotherhoods nor the clergy of Triana had authorized such conduct, and that everything was the work of a priest from the church of Nuestra Senora de Lio, who, not knowing how to win the favor of the intruder, came up with this imprudent and highly censurable idea. José Arejas, who went by this name, the French-speaking Presbyterian, did not let himself be intimidated by the attitude of all the Trianas. Counting on the defense of the invaders, he ignored all the considerations that some friends tried to offer him, and on the day announced by the invitation, he arranged with the greatest activity everything necessary for the religious service dedicated to the good brother of Napoleon. What a sermon! What words, what paragraphs, what thoughts! It would be 11 in the morning when numerous groups of men penetrate into the temple, and placing themselves with the greatest discretion in various points, they waited for many others who entered little by little, and as soon as Mass began, the naves of the church of Santa Anna were completely full, not of that devoted and quiet public that daily attended services, but rather a restless crowd and nothing peaceful, whose faces were not, to tell the truth, very calm. The Mass continued at the main altar without anything out of the ordinary. The organ played its harmonious notes. The chanters intoned their continuous psalmody. And when the music and singing ended, Father Arejas appeared at the top of the pulpit. After delivering the Latin ordainments, he began the sermon that he had prepared so many times before. He tried to prove to the good Father of souls that in God's eyes the reign of Pep Butella was very pleasing, that Spain's happiness depended on the invaders, and condemned the war being waged against them, applying the most injurious diktats to he called traitors and ill-advised people who were trying to reject what heaven had destined for our friends and loyal brothers. As he progressed in his speech, Father Arejas became more and more excited, gesturing enthusiastically. At times he would stretch out his arms, assuming tragic poses. At others he would stamp with fury and lift up his bright, sparkling eyes to the sky, or finally, clenching his fists, deliver strong blows against the pulpit railing. Lexi entry of the intrusive king, behold, Sevillans, is your just and kind King Joseph the First, whose placid and august countenance reveals a great and sincere heart, whose only pleasure in seeing his people happy is to direct all his efforts to that end. On Thursday, February 1st, 1810, the French entered Seville after having committed all kinds of excesses in the towns of the province. A page from the history of our city we will remember here, a sad page for the good patriots of other times, and a joyful one for the armies of the captain of the century who invaded our land, leaving eternal memory. In the face of the invaders, writes Mr. When the imperial troops approached the town, the peasants, upset, turned to the authorities for assistance to prepare a heroic defense against the invaders. But both the Captain General and the Assistant and the Ecclesiastical Council sought to calm the praiseworthy restlessness of the people, and by all means at their disposal they prevented them from giving free rein to their patriotic sentiments. A deep silence enveloped the congregation, but just as the father became more absorbed and lost in himself, these words were suddenly heard coming from an unknown part of the temple. Leah. The voice boomed with a terrifying accent. That is to profane the throne of the Holy Spirit. Then the storm that had been long contained burst forth. Cries and protests could be heard everywhere. People ran to the street. Some stumbled over each other. Others sought out the priest. Many brandished weapons. And as the confusion, uproar, and noise grew greater, a shot rang out in the square. And immediately after, a squadron of French dragoons appeared at the temple, dispersing the groups with their sabres, closing the church, and escorting the unpatriotic priest away to save him from popular wrath, thus ending that ill-fated religious service organized by the bold presbyter. Gia mes y mas, the people of Seville felt a sense of ownership, and if their motivation was fueled by greed for the fame that the city had always enjoyed as beautiful, lively, and rich, where they hoped to find a sort of Moorish Eden in which enjoy a carefree life while increasing their wealth. They also desired it as a strategic point and headquarters for operations in the Andalusian region due to its topographic location. Upon spotting the carriage carrying Joseph Bonaparte, the Giraldus bells rang merrily. Numerous fireworks were launched, and the city hall and cabildo went out to greet the intruder in the Prado de San Sebastian. On the aforementioned first day of February, the invading soldiers penetrated through the San Fernando gate, showcasing their forces with the characteristic pomp of our Pyrenees neighbors. The appearance of those well-equipped and arrogant soldiers starkly contrasted the pupil with that of the pupil who gathered to witness their arrival. Napoleon's brother dismounted from the vehicle, mounted a horse, placed himself at the head of his staff, and proceeded with a large escort of municipal guard lancers. With its mastery, pyrotechnics foundry, artillery park, and fluvial route, all combined with its own resources, importance, and riches. Finding themselves in Torreblanca, a commission composed of individuals from the clergy, judiciary, military, and nobility met with Joseph Bonaparte, proposing a capitulation that would spare the city from hardships and abuses. The intruder accepted the capitulation, which was later fulfilled with very little accuracy, and upon mobilizing his troops, they entered the city at 11 a.m. At that time, Seville was attended by D. At the door of the cathedral, which was richly decorated, he stopped. Joseph Bonaparte, received in the atrium by the council, and after a few minutes during which there were polite greetings and deep reverences, he went to the Royal Alcazar, where his accommodation had already been prepared. Joaquin Leandro Soles, who, desiring to win the sympathy of the invaders, ordered 2 or 3 bands of music to be placed in the most central points of the city, which played cheerful tunes, and also organized a profuse lighting in public buildings, forcing many to decorate the facades of their houses with rich hangings. That same afternoon, French troops took up residence in the convents of San Francisco, Santo Thomas, El Carmen, and San Jacinto, and at night imperial soldiers wandered the streets in numerous groups, causing great scandal and tumult until a very late hour. The town of Seville beheld with indignation and courage those scenes, and almost everyone remained confined in their homes until the new day, with very few showing any curiosity to meet the monarch, whom the Andalusians called Peep Botella. It was a serene and tranquil day. The sun shone upon a blue and clear sky, and the atmosphere was clean and unclouded, all of which greatly contributed to the brilliance of the moment when Bonaparte's powerful troops stepped onto the streets of Seville. Among the various characters accompanying the newly crowned monarch, in addition to General Soult, Duke of Dalmatia, Baron d'Arica, and Senarmont, were his advisors Aranza, Cabata, Sols Montaco, Melendez Valdez, the Duke of Treviso, of the Marquis of Riamano, Farrell, Arquijo Almanara, and many other men who played significant roles in that time worthy of eternal remembrance. The entire luxurious entourage, dressed in rich uniforms and surrounded by a cacophony of military sounds, passed through the streets Nueva de San Fernando, Puerto de Jerez, Santo Tomas, and Gradas. Despite this, the official newspaper of the invaders, directed by Don Alberto Lista, the following when discussing José Bonaparte's entry. His Majesty has been the object of the most sincere expressions of respect from the noble citizens of Seville. In April, Spanish troops arrived to prepare the attack on the city, which did not come to pass, as the evacuation of the Dufresne in August. They engaged in a fierce shootout with the people of Triana and the Zamora battalion under General Don Juan de la Cruz Morgan. The people of Seville, freed from the invaders, gave themselves over to the greatest expressions of joy, celebrating illuminations, theatre performances, concerts in the promenades, dances, and processions, all taking place amidst an indescribable enthusiasm. Then the local authorities met and agreed to publish solemnly the political constitution, work of the unforgettable Gadatan courts. The day for this act was set on August 29th, with the city adorned and streets filled by a large crowd from all social classes eager to welcome the new code as a prosperous and happy regeneration for the fatherland. It is certain that as long as our kind and just king remains in this city, he will win over all his subjects' hearts, whom he loves like a father, and whose only desire is to see them happy and enjoying the sweetnesses of lasting peace. Lexi the Constitution or death shall be our motto. If any traitor steps on it, he will die immediately. Patriotism him. The French troops, who caused great havoc in Andalusia, remained in Seville from the beginning of 1810 until mid-August 1812, and during this time the invaders perpetrated all sorts of atrocities and excesses, leading many individuals who heroically defended the national cause to the gallows. That afternoon, which was mild and magnificent, at 5 o'clock, the Commodore left the town hall to read the Constitution, heading towards a wide platform built in the center of St. Francis Square. They positioned themselves on the platform, the mayor's ensign Don Lopoloqui carrying the city's banner, the political chief Ruiz del Burgo, the assistant with the jurors, and the municipal secretary Don Ventura Ruiz Hudobro, who read the document before a large and compact crowd. The procession then travelled through the streets of Vizcaínos, Mar, and Gradas, reaching the door of the cathedral, which had been adorned with rich fabrics, where the Cabildo was located. 15 days after the promulgation of the code, on September 12th, the oath was taken with great order and enthusiasm. The reading was repeated before him in the same manner as it had just been done in the Plaza de San Francisco. And finally the oath-taking ceremony took place in the Patio de Banderas, where a tribune had also been erected. The Cabildo swore to the Constitution in the Capitular Hall of the Basilica, and almost simultaneously the municipality, the claustro of doctors of the university, the magistrates of the Audiencia, the corps of the plaza, and all official corporations and entities took their oaths, with the people finally swearing on the following day, Sunday, September 13th. The sung mass started, and halfway through, Notary Ruiz Hudobro appeared at the pulpit holding an exemplar of the Constitution, which he read aloud so that everyone could hear. Canon Master, after the reading, delivered a sermon emphasizing the benefits the new code would bring to the homeland, praising it greatly, and concluding his very eloquent discourse by recommending the people to obey the work of the legislators from Siete. The cathedral's ships were filled with a large crowd, and the religious service began, attended by civil and military authorities, who took their seats on the right side of the main altar. The altar presented a beautiful view. It was lavishly illuminated and adorned for great solemnities. "We do," the crowd responded. "Do you swear to know and defend your king, Don Fernando Valle? May God preserve him." "We do." They all answered again. Then the bells of the Giralda began their joyful peals, cannons fired salutes, and the Cabildo intoned the Tiam, bringing the ceremony to a close around noon. Who could have imagined then that the new code, welcomed with such joy, would become the cause of such profound disturbances for the nation? Upon the conclusion of Mass, Ruiz del Burgo, as the political chief of the city, stepped forward and, addressing the crowd occupying the temple, pronounced these words: "Do you swear to uphold and observe the new political constitution, published by the Regency and sanctioned by the General Courts, which has just been presented to you?" He had gone to Sieyes, the Captain General of Andalusia D. L'Elixir, the fiesta of the burnt man, that the time of axes and clubs is past, and Jansenism, Moors and Huguenots deride, my zeal and my strife. All at once they chirp, seeing that the revered spark which once made kings tremble is extinguished. Eugenio de Tapia. Not many years ago, we heard an old man tell the story that gives rise to this work, and having recently found some details about the case in papers from that time, we will relate it to the reader, whom we assume is most patient. At the beginning of the memorable year 1820, the military governor of Seville was General O'Donoghue, who, upon receiving the first news of the uprising in Las Cabezas de San Juan and the island of Leon, secretly joined the Constitutional Party, taking great care that his ideas were not noticed by anyone until the right moment arrived. They reached the town hall, bringing an end to the session that the council was holding, and then, after passing through some streets, they removed the title from Plaza de San Francisco and rang the bells. The crowd then headed towards the building where the Inquisition court was located, having previously proclaimed the new code from which so many expected salvation for the Patria. Tom's Fury to combat those who had risen up for such a noble cause. And on the 10th of March, when the supporters of absolutism were waiting more tranquilly for the defeat of their enemies, and everyone was more confident in the securities they had in Seville, that the people suddenly revolted, encouraged by the patriots who had their meeting point at the Café di San Fernando, having freed the 2 prisoners held in the tribunal's jails, destroyed the furniture, and burned the records kept in the archive. The crowd gave itself to further excesses which had to be forcefully repressed by the authorities who had just taken command. It was Palm Sunday, 1821, and in the morning the site where the famous Quemadero at one end of the Prado de San Sebastian meadow had stood appeared beautifully arranged and decorated. The transparents were very tall, and atop them stood a large cardboard pig with a medal on its snout and a sign on its back, which we do not wish to copy here, as we consider it inappropriate. The night before, some canvas and wooden transparents had been set up there, painted with deformed dolls, dressed in the attire worn by the officials of the Holy Office, in odd poses and engaged in various strange amusements. Temperature stabilized somewhat, and a new constitutional era began, on which much has been said, and there is still much good to say. And when, the following year, after long debates, the court suspended the Tribunal of Faith, the lower classes of Seville rose up again, intending to carry out an act that would demonstrate their adherence to the decree and be a grotesque derision of that abolished institution. People from the lower classes, patriots from the Turkish and San Fernando cafes, members of many political societies, and young revelers flocked to the Prado de San Sebastian, surrounding the structure erected there, and making delicious comments and remarks about it, using those so vivid phrases typical in our land. As the sun set, a band played the Rigo hymn that San Miguel had just, upon hearing its notes, many of those present could not contain their enthusiasm, and sang and danced with great joy. Several hours passed, and at 9 in the evening fireworks were set off, burning a pyrotechnic castle and finally setting fire to those painted canvases amidst complete disorder and deafening screams. Then a group of young men from the San Bernardo neighborhood began to chant alongside the improvised monument, bringing along jars of wine to quench the singers' throats. The wine's effects soon became evident, turning the copplers into reckless behavior and increasing the chaos and noise. When the monument turned to ashes, people gradually left that site, which had been the stage for numerous sad scenes on various occasions, where he awaited the glory of an enlightened reformer of the beautiful city of San Fernando. Martin Villa, the supporters of absolutism took very badly that relief by the exalted liberals who paid a high price for this and other acts on the fateful day of St. Anthony in 1823. Laxiv, the assistant, Arjona, assistant and intendant on commission in Seville, a few men who have presided over the municipal corporation of Seville have shown as much interest in the city and gathered as valuable qualities for their position as the unforgettable assistant. D. Jose Manuel de Arjona y Cubas, to whom we believe it is just to dedicate a remembrance. Arjona governed the interests of the people during a difficult period, such as those last years of King Ferdinand VI's reign, when the general state of our nation was far, far from flattering or prosperous. The fact that Arjona served that government should not prevent us from offering him our praises, especially since he refrained from committing the abuses and excesses that almost all absolute authorities engaged in and manages to earn the highest regard and appreciation of all Andalusians, even those who held the most advanced ideas. The king, from that day forward, the new assistant, did not rest until he carried out most significant improvements that greatly contributed to the material embellishment of the population. A worthy emulator of the Marquis of Pontijo's, a descendant like him from a noble family, and possessor of a regular fortune. The Seville assistant worked tirelessly so that the capital of Andalusia would attain the highest possible degree of splendor and grandeur. D. According to Velázquez and Sánchez, José Manuel de Arjona improved public services, reformed street lighting, curbed excessive building, proposed the widening of many streets, introduced pavements, and replaced ridiculous names with more suitable ones. He never retreated since then before any of the obstacles, often powerful, that stood in the way of his projects. He never allowed them to be hindered by favoring particular interests, works that would have benefited the people of Seville, and with a serious and energetic character, he set out to root out countless ancient abuses that, if not completely corrected, were greatly reduced. Arjona made his name famous in Seville's history for the acts carried out during his tenure and for having been the first to initiate the movement towards progress and comfort, previously unknown. On May 11, 1825, Don José Manuel de Arjona y Cubas took of his exalted position as assistant, for which he had been appointed according to the curious document we copy below. Considering the services, wishes, and repeated petitions of Don José Aznar, councillor of state without portfolio, to be relieved of unpleasant task of managing the army intendancy of Andalusia, which is combined with the assistance of Seville, positions he obtained on a temporary basis by royal decree of December 24, 1823. I have, with the advice of my council of ministers, acceded to the request, and at the same time I appoint José Manuel de Arjona from my royal and supreme council of the chamber to serve as well on a temporary basis as the army intendancy of Andalusia, and the assistance of Seville, preserving ownership of these two positions, and you shall ensure their sure fulfillment. In May 1833, Arjona left his post, and in the 8 years he held it, he left indelible memories of his zeal, energy, and activity. The Seville people gave D. Arjona was a man of command and a world man at the same time, and he was endowed, among his good qualities, with exquisite tact to carry out the arduous tasks that were entrusted to him by his stature. José Manuel de Arjona, the hyperbolical title of King of the Andalusias, signifying thus the authority of that man, worthy of our generation to dedicate some monument that would perpetuate his memory. He initiated the demolition of the wall that connected the Tower of Gold to the Alcazar. He built the beautiful Cristina Hall and delicious gardens. He inaugurated the hospice for the elderly and children located in front of the convent of Madre de Dios. He revived the Holy Burial Brotherhood, which had gained such fame. He made significant improvements to the Alameda, Arenal, and other promenades. He provided valuable support to anyone proposing ideas beneficial to the city's culture and progress, and severely punished the royalist plebe who, during that bleak absolute period, was the scourge of liberals. As a reminder of this assistant, the chair he used during his mandate period when he attended and directed the works, the famous Delicious Gardens, and the Bella Floor Walk is preserved in the City Hall Archive. To conclude, we say that the assistant from Arjona was born in Osuna and brother of the poet of the same surname, and that he was one of those who most contributed to the establishment of the school of bullfighting in 1830. Lex Evi School of Bullfighting. Fernando ordered the establishment of a school of bullfighting and appointed and endowed the masters who were to teach him the way to fight with beasts and shed their blood, with which he used to accustom the people who already saw with ample frequency the shedding of men's blood at these spectacles. Modesto Lafayette. And the building intended for a public cattle slaughterhouse completed at the beginning of the 16th century on the outskirts of the gate that the Arabs called Mai, or soon becoming shelter for those Jeffers who, as the immortal Cervantes says, were people of broad conscience, harmless and without fear of the king or his justice. They never failed to have their guardian angel in the Plaza de San Francisco, well fed with veal loin and tongues. In the 18th century, due to the initiative of the assistant lord, the building was significantly expanded, putting an end to the abuses that had been committed there for many years, much to the patience of the authorities. There is nothing notable in the history of the house for the slough that deserves special mention until the final years of King Fernando Villo's reign, when the bullfighting school was founded there, and which caused such a stir at the time that those watching saw universities closing their faculty simultaneously with the inauguration of this institution. The Count of La Estrella, a great Taurophile and a man who didn't seem to have much on his plate, presented the monarch with a detailed and comprehensive memorandum proving how beneficial would be for the country to have a school where one could learn the art of peep, Ilo, and Costilles. The king read the work of the count, and it so influenced his mind that soon after some consultations, it was agreed to found the beneficial establishment. Alas, the original of this curious memoria has been lost, and posterity and scholars alike cannot savour and delight in its reading. José Manuel de Arjona, as the number of disciples who came to practice in such a risky profession as bullfighting grew very large. With a date of May 28, 1830, the royal decree signed by the monarch was published, appointing a master for the school with an annual salary of 12,000 reals, an assistant with 8,000, and 10 disciples at 2,000 each. Jeronimo C. Inandido was appointed director, but having applied to Fernando Vai for this post, the old Pedro Romero was favored, and C. Inandido, being the oldest, became the master and the assistant. The establishment was inaugurated in October 1830 under the careful supervision of the assistant, Don. 4 years after its inauguration, the school closed by royal order of D. Maria Cristina, given on March 15, 1834, with the subdelegate of the Ministry of Fomento, D. Antonio Almagro, working most diligently to have this decree published. The choral of the slaughterhouse where the school was built was comfortable, spacious, and suitable. The sand were surrounded by a high wooden fence. The assistant had a special box to observe if he wanted to see the practical lessons, and in addition they built a wide gallery for the public to sit during public lessons with an entrance fee of 2 reals. Nothing remains of it now except for memory, and only at the slaughterhouse is there found the following plaque attached to a wall of the choral where the circus once stood, which we copy out of curiosity. During the reign of His Majesty Ferdinand VI, pious happy restorer, built this square for the reserved instruction of the school of tauromaquia. With D, from the school of tauromaquia emerged skilled ones, such as Amuel Dominguez, who followed the footsteps of Runda's bullfighting. Francisco Arjona CU chairs. Less intelligent but endowed with great ability and lightness, Francisco Montes Paquero, incomparable in capes and muleta handling, Juan Just, who obtained so many applause practicing the fate of receiving. Juan Pastor Il Barbaro, from whom so many anecdotes and jokes are still heard among old aficionados, and many others whose listing would be too long and difficult to confine in these notes. Jose Manuel de Arjona as its private judge, and Francisco Maria Martinez Vallanticuatro de Manuri Deputy of the Common, and de Juan Fernandez Rosas jury in charge of the work's execution. Year 1830. And I must go to the park, for its peaceful site, full of flowers and ladies, is the courtly Emparca, called Undulaca. In other notes, we have spoken of Seville's assistant, D. Jose Manuel de Arjona, and cited some of his most important works, which greatly contributed to the improvement of our population. One of the tasks that Arjona undertook with great affection was the construction of a pleasant promenade along the banks of the Guadalquivir River in front of the San Telmo Nautical College. That afternoon, a large number of people, the new recreational spot where a dance was held with selected military bands playing and impressive fireworks burning in the night. The Salon de Cristina became trendy. For a long time, it was the meeting point for Seville's high society, overcoming with energy all the difficulties and obstacles that presented themselves on his path. He succeeded in starting the realization of his project, completing the works in the spring of 1830 and verifying the official inauguration of the promenade on Saturday, July 24th of the same year, which was also the anniversary of the last wife, Fernando V. Hence the name Salon de Cristina given to that site. Those thickets favored the tired gallants and the discreet ladies who spent grateful hours there during the hot summer nights and the fresh spring mornings. At that time, there was a quaint little temple in the center of the promenade, and in the gardens, along with numerous trees and plants, there were countless statues and marble jars, capricious fountains, birdhouses, gazebos, comfortable seats, and trellises that provided sweet and pleasant shade. How many delicious dialogues, how many amorosies, how many promises and oaths would those leafy oriental bananas, those melancholic cypresses, and those romantic willows hear. The Cristina Salon was daily filled with lively chatter and presented a beautiful scene. When the Cristina Salon could be most proud, and when attending it had become almost an obligation for Sevillans, the Plaza de San Fernando was constructed, and the Paseo de la Bella Flor was improved. And then, little by little, the new society that was born left that site where their parents had spent so many pleasant moments. Subsequently, Subsequent numerous reforms were made at the Christina Salon, losing most of its former decorations, and today, with so little attendance, it has lost all its character, becoming a sort of park in the English style, which leaves of much to be desired when compared to them. Lex the African soldiers, he died for his country, and God took him with him. P.R. The patriotic sentiments that our people have shown in countless ways were recently aroused, the same strength as in past times, to the glory of Spanish arms. There went the pale girls with sweet looks and voluptuous gait, dreaming of chivalrous adventures, the young romantics with sad eyes and long tresses, tight lace shirts and quarter-length ties, the merchants and clerks in their shiny top hats, open frock coats and yellow gloves, the elderly ladies styled with puffy buns and dressed in silk skirts full of pleats and ruffles, family parents in striped waistcoats, folded shirts and chains and simper jewelry, military men with high spurs and large braces, the Calivers from the Thunder Party, the patriots from the Turkish coffee, and there, finally, all the main types of a society that is gone forever, leaving only our memories. Before the brutal and infamous attacks by the savage African tribes, unanimous cry of indignation and pain echoed across the peninsula, a cry that could not be silenced, demanding vehemently exemplary punishment for those who shamefully violated national honor in the fields of Melilla. The glorious memories of Tedden and Wad Araz still live on in everyone's hearts, and the acts of heroism displayed during that unforgettable campaign should have been a powerful incentive for those who were once again preparing to face the children of the Prophet, our eternal adversaries. On more than one occasion, when any of our readers have gone to the cemetery, they will have stopped to contemplate a beautiful and severe mausoleum located in the first left globe and a short distance from the chapel recently rebuilt. We will not delve into events that everyone knows or describe episodes that history has recorded and will forever preserve in its pages. We will simply dedicate these lines to honoring a handful of brave men who fell in that battle, whose mortal remains were given honorable and dignified burial by the municipality of this city. Under that funeral monument lie 61 soldiers who died in Seville from December 25, 1859 to July 25, 1860, as a result of wounds received while fighting with African troops of Sidi Mojain. Then Emperor of Morocco, the monument consists of a regular height staircase, on top of which stands a base devoid of any decoration, and above it a pedestal with 4 slabs, in which the names of the unhappy ones who rest there are engraved, along with a laudatory inscription of them. To preserve for future generations the glorious memory of their heroic valor, Seville erected this tomb. The inscription on the front reads, 60 ally soldiers once who died in this city from the wounds received in Africa, fighting bravely for the honor of their country at war against the Moors. The pedestal has its corresponding cornice, and on top a column whose base shows relief attributes of valor and victory. Rhodium. Finally, the mausoleum with a simple fence and some large cypress trees with dark, dense leaves. The project was designed by architect D. Josie de Lecoba, who presented it to the municipal council chaired by Vinuesa in November 1861, with construction beginning towards the end of the following year and completed in July 1864 by contractor D. Josie Ferrapoli. To avoid overwhelming with further details, we'll simply state that the mausoleum cost the City Hall over 41,391 reals and approximately 1,793 pesetas were invested in its general repair in 1870. The first valiant soul to be buried there was Bernardino Lopez, a soldier from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Sion Redoba Infantry Regiment, who died at the military hospital on December 25, 1859, from severe wounds suffered during campaign, although I cannot specify the action, as no document among those consulted indicates its nature. From the glorious Battle of February 4/4 lies there the soldier Philip Beltran, who a newspaper of those days described as he was seen fighting with an unmatched courage until he could stand up. And his behavior was that of a true hero. The sublieutenant of the Africa Regiment, D. Loon Arburaran, who after taking part in various actions fell mortally wounded by enemy bullets, also lies there, and among the other brave men I cite Thomas Moreno, a soldier from the Leon Regiment, who for his heroism merited that his burial be held with great pomp, attended by the city council and corporations of Seville, in addition to an immense crowd from all classes of society. When, to fulfill some sad duty, we have gone to the cemetery, we never leave without stopping for a moment before mausoleum that houses the remains of the soldiers of Africa. There are few flower garlands seen there, few who stop to pray a prayer. 1860. The names of the soldiers are as follows: Bernardino Lopez, Valentin Montero, Jose Mediodía, Nicholas Carbon, Salvador Berenga, Antonio Tortosa, Francisco Pacheco, Francisco Luna, Thomas Moreno, Lorenzo Villalonga, Antonio Montoya Olazilla, Antonio Garpolo, Josie Gassun, Tomas Castro, Juan de Mina, Philip Beltran, Domingo Ruzman, Manuel Gonzalez, Gil Rubio, Gaspar Rodriguez, Leon Aribiran, Pedro Puente, Josie Cubillas, Leocadio Caliro, Antonio Sotelo, Juan Hibias, Francisco Garado, Domingo Pardo, Santiago Miguel, Thomas Grenade, Joaquim Emiliequis, Francisco Panadero, Pedro San Nánchez, Saturnino Barras, Andres Paz, Diego Camacho, Celestiano Alonso, Joseph Pastoriza, Josie L. Lopez, Josie Montoto, Bartolomé Riano, Blas Moritz, Calixto Pinilla, Ramon and Hernandez, Francisco Paralada, Arian Fabian Fernandez, Loreno Santos Ramos, Andres Matillo, Miguel Sictigaca, Benito Rodriguez, Julian Plaza, Francisco Villas Quies, Fuencio Fernandez, Raymond Camba, Valeriano El Alvarez, Rufino Iberius, Domingo Tornos Y, Antonio Caldero Y Teban. Curiosity generally moves many to stand before that marble and read the names of the brave who rest beneath it. Who remembers them today? They were anonymous heroes. They were part of that formless mass that succumbs in battles, with no memory living on and perpetuated from generation to generation. They were, in short, among those victims for whom history has no page nor gloria laurel. They fought and died for the fatherland. That is all that is known about them. It is little indeed, but how many meditations does it incline the soul? Lex vi dom ingues bi cur, in your sorrowful rhyme, the terrible struggles that tear the soul pulse, and in them each verse is a cry of pain, and each stanza a tender poem of love. Atolfo Freire. Lovers of good poetry and enthusiasts for the illustrious Osmenan, O homeland, we take pleasure in taking up the pen to say something about this poet, perhaps the most artistic and original of the Spanish poets of the present century. His existence was brief, yet fertile in bitter disappointments and domestic unhappiness. His written works are few, but they have sufficed to immortalize his name. Few knew Billet while he lived, fewer read his sensitive verses at that time, and none of his intimate friends could suspect the fame reserved for him, or the distinguished place he was to occupy in our contemporary literature. We will not delve into his works, as the limited scope of this does not permit it. Moreover, much has been said, and very well about them, and that the beauties they contain are within reach of all people who have a heart and know how to feel. Billet's work should not be analyzed with the severe coldness of criticism. It might perhaps find some faults, lack of unity in concepts, repetition of the same scenes, scant variety in form. Billet's works are to be admired, and whoever does not understand their merits will find any efforts to demonstrate them futile. Today, the fame of the Andalusian poet rests on solid foundations. His popularity is immense, and fortunately, the imitators who so harmed him are gradually disappearing. Who does not read those poems filled with sincerity and passion, which condense in brief phrases the joys, sorrows, aspirations, and desires that stirred the dreamer's and lover's soul? Theories, said Laura. Doctrines. Systems can be explained. Feelings must be felt. When Billet's compositions were first published, collected in a couple of volumes after his death, they sparked immense enthusiasm in the literary republic, and youth at that time embraced that type of poetry, which resurrected the already dead romanticism that led many astray in the first half of the century. Who does not know those letters, models of simplicity and cleanliness of style, imbued with a gentle melancholy and sweet sorrow that move the heart with magical words and delicate, tender images? Finally, who has not browsed through those fantastic legends, those oriental tales, and those chivalric episodes which demonstrate an admirable creative fertility, a powerful imagination of the first order, and a perfect knowledge of the plastic arts of the Middle Ages? In Bequeras, a renowned critic puts it to elements that seem opposites blend the exceptionally splendid imagination of the Southern genius and German vague idealism. Many compare him to Heinrich Heine, but in our opinion there is a great difference between them. The German poet is biting, skeptical at his core, enemy of everything round him, and his ironic laugh is irritating and harmful. The Sevillian poet is almost always sincere, tender, simple, and if ever yielding to the weight of misfortune. Doubt creeps into his mind. He seeks solace in religion, which offers him a balm for his sharp wounds. Antonio Bejarano, professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, renowned and the teacher of many notable artists. Later, he came under the direction of his uncle, D. In collaboration with his friend Campillo, also a student at the college and roughly his same age. He wrote a play, started a novel, and composed numerous poems, experimenting with all meters and genres. At 14 years old, Gustavo entered the study of D. Becquer's biography is quite brise occupes, and only a few pages. It can be summed up in Blasco's words: he was born, lived, and died. Die, Becquerel was born in the early months of 1836. In this Seville so often sung by poets, he spent his serene childhood days and reached adolescence with a soul filled, as he says, with nameless desires, pure thoughts, and that boundless hope which is the most precious jewel of youth. He became an orphan at age 5 and in 1845 enrolled in the ancient San Telmo College to study nautical science. During this time, his literary inclinations began to take shape. He first worked as a journalist with a very modest salary, then as a political censor, later as a reviewer of novels, accepting these and other positions that he found repugnant, all to fulfill his most pressing obligations. Jocon dom linguasbiae quequor, following the advice he received from him, abandoned painting to dedicate himself entirely to literature and fulfill his greatest desires and hopes. He arrived in Madrid in October 1854 and soon began to see his feverish adolescent dreams fade away like smoke. In 1861 he married, but this union was not happy. The idealistic and dreamer poet could not adapt to the monotonous and vulgar existence of his new life. Far from his wife, he withdrew to live with his dearest brother and spontaneous and heartfelt artist who could reproduce popular types and customs as few others could. It would be indiscreet and sad to delve into the details of this period in Gustavo Becquerel's biography. His future seemed increasingly dark. His sensitive soul had been torn apart by misfortune. His illusions were lost forever. The homeland has been ungrateful to the poet who loved it so much. In vain will the traveler search our town for a monument to perpetuate his memory. A few years ago, several enthusiastic young people planned to dedicate a memorial on the banks of the Guadalquivir, but the project never materialized. A modest tombstone placed at the house of his birth and the name of one of the most obscure streets in the city are the only things that remind one of Becquerel. Illustration, decorative bar table of contents, pags, dedication 5 forward, prologue 7-9. But there was yet to come a harsh blow. On September 23, 1870, Valeriano passed away. And from that day forward, writes a biographer, it could be affirmed that Gustavo was hit with a fatal illness. A brief illness cut short the relentless chain of misfortunes that had shaped the existence of the author of Rimas, and 3 months later, on December 22, he took his last breath at just 34 years old. The Archbishop's Fountain 17i, the Royal Gate 20i, the Moro Inn 24IV, Don Frederick's Tower 28V, the Church of Santa Anna 32, the Giralda 36V. Memories of King Don Pedro 40V, the Tomb of Guzman El Bueno 44X, the Gate of Forgiveness 40X, Dona Araca Osorio 51C, the Court of the Doles 55C, the Tower of Gold 60XA, the Brotherhood of Pillars 60XV, the Royal Prison 60XV, La Sasona 71XV, the Black Count 70XV, Black Slaves, the Cross of the Field 79XV, Column in Seville 8366, the Witches Oven 80XX, the Inquisition 92XAI, the Mass of the Sailors 96I, and the Soul in Distress 100XI, the Chapel of the Kings 105XV, the Morea 109XV, the Virgin of Turiano 112XV, Street of the Devil 115XV, Master Malara 119XV, the Last Stone of the Cathedral 12336, Divine Herrera 106X, Shadows in the Subterranean 130X, Vexe, the House of the Alcazares 135X, a pound by river 138X, San Juan's Eve 142X, the Holy Burial, 149 XV, servant 6 in Seville and fee for XV. And Don John Tenorio, 150 XV. The Narrow Passages of San Andres, 62 XV. Pacheco's Academy, 6666. The Sermon of the Concubines, and 70 XL. Don Juan de Arguello, 174 XLI. Ghost of the Blanquillo, 178 XLI. Sculptor Martyrs Nes Montoles, 183 XLI. The 187 XLIV. And named Cartuja, low 91 XLADENA. 296 Slavi. Well, the Coin Painter, 200 Slavi. The Dram of Loves, 204 Xluvier. Bartolome, Esteban Murillo, 208 Xlix. And Adventure Tweller. The Cross of the Blacksmith, 220 Lai. Captain Yelves, 224 Lai. College of San Telmo, 228 Lai. Triana's Gate, 232 Liv. Convent of St. Francis, 236 LV. Mara's Rose Trees, 240 LV. Harvard Nam Tower, Duanhu, 245 LV. A Brother Lears, B90, 2 Delos, 253 Licks. Royal Journey, 58 Lokes. Columbine Library, 260 Lex, Lord of Great Power, 2C6 Lexi. Manolito Giaz Quez, 272 Lexi. Apertable, 376 Lexiv. Yellow Feather, 281 Lux V. Water Stand, 285 Lead and Gaviria. Matut and Gaviria, 290 Lux V. Bullring, 294 Lux V. Auto Defeat, 299 Lex 6. Three's Portrait, 304 Lex X. Priest of Triana, 308 Lexi. Entrance of the Intrusive King, 32 Lexi. The Constitution, 37 Lexi. Quemadero Festival, 321 Lexiv. Arjona the Assistant, 325 XV. The School of Tauromaquia, 329 Lexvi. Christina's Hall, 333 Lexvi. The Soldiers of Africa, 336 Lexvi. Daman Ingas B. Aqua, 341 Illustration Decorative Bar Cross of Malta. This book was printed in the city of Seville in the office of E. Rasco, at the expense of His Excellency Don Juan P.A. Rez de Guzman y Boza, Duke of T. Serrales of Tilly. Completed on the 17th day of November, in the year of the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ of Maitris Keksiv,